好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节，我们请到了西安 WE 的辅助选手二哈进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安曲江 WE 的辅助选手二哈。
好，欢迎二哈啊。那第一个问题呢，也想问到，其实上一场比赛过程当中，你们也拿下了一个小场的胜利，虽然离大场胜利还差一点点，但是你也掌握了自己的 MVP， 对士气上的提升会有帮助吗？
对士气上肯定有帮助的，因为也算是获得了一小场的胜利嘛，跨出了一小步。对大家来说也是看到了希望嘛，然后离大赛也不远，希望能就在今天吧。
希望能再接再厉，然后拿下这个大场的胜利啊。那第二个问题呢，就想问到了，对于你自己而言，你觉得当队伍处于一个低谷期的时候，什么点是最重要的？你自己又怎么去调整这个心态呢？
低谷期的时候，我觉得心态这方面是最重要的吧，因为一直输的话，对自己来说，自信心那一方面会降低的很多，然后会不自信嘛，然后打游戏会畏手畏脚的。然后要积极的跟队友多去调整吧，然后积极的解决问题，这样才能就赢下各队比赛。
就永远还是要怀有一颗坚信自己可以获得胜利的心啊！那也希望今天的你们比赛能有一个好的发挥。我们一会儿赛场见。好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节，我们请到了 IG 的辅助选手 Miko 进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 辅助 Miko。
好，欢迎 Miko。那第一个问题呢，也是想问到，就是最近队伍上其实也有一些人员上的轮换嘛。那么在训练赛的过程当中，你觉得会更加注重哪个点呢？
我应该是更加注重我们之间的磨合吧，因为来了新的选手。
就磨合和沟通可能会是关键之处。那第二个问题也是想问到，就当队伍面临一些波动的这个状态的时候，那 Miko 你也是一位老将选手了，你可能会觉得最重要的什么点能够帮助你们快速的调整？
我觉得比较重要的是大家的配合和那个联动上面吧，这个点其实一直在我们的游戏当中出现很多问题，所以说这个点比较重要。
明白，就是配合和联动当中，那也希望今天的比赛过程当中你们会有一个好的发挥，比赛加油。
Morning, gang. Meowdy. Indeed. Anything spicy happening today? Well, second series looks really spicy. First series will be an interesting one. WE finally won a game. They haven't won a series. Will it finally be the day? Hello, Trinity Blood, you too. Anything's got the second series? Ooh. Probably top esports, but it's going to be tight. I need Honky to be on good form for JDG to be contesting, because he seems to be a bit of a special sauce right now. Because I think that mid-jungle is going to be such a key part of anything that's going on right now for both teams. But eyes, I think, have to turn initially to WE versus IG. Oh man, IG, who knows exactly what's going on with them at the minute. They have had a lot of changes going on, with some of them being planned, some of them not being. Obviously, Breathe and Mako coming back was great news, but it came with the kind of unexpected knowledge that Rookie was taking some time off after some personal drama that's been a bit of a saga over the last few weeks. I think anybody who's been paying attention to LPL rumours will have an idea about what's going on there, and that's been tricky, because there's been a couple substitute mids that have come and gone. Renard, who was initially, what would say, hyped but certainly interesting, right? And did a decent job of Demacia Cup. Had an okay first few games here for IG, and it became more and more apparent that his pool was a bit narrow. His laning was a bit suspect, even if the playmaking was all right. He's been replaced again by a guy called Nya. All the puns we made about that one. You have food, you? Hell yeah. Well, you got food too? What you got, Trinity? Mackey's, okay. And Taco Bell, okay, it's that vibe today, I see.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。 扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然占吧。 傲风 G7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。
让我们有请 Invictus Gaming。
First out onto the stage, Invictus Gaming. In not so long a time in the future, they'll be doing it on their own stage. For those of you who missed the news, IG have announced that they will be building, or have already acquired, their own studio to broadcast the LPL from in Shanghai. It's another district from the neutral venue. So IG will be debuting that against BLG in week 7. Today, though, they're in Xi'an, the old capital, WE's home ground. And they found their first game win the other day. It wasn't a series win, but they took a game off of JDG unexpectedly. The other 2 games in the series did not go nearly as well. The WE got 1 on the board. It will not be a winless split for them, which I think does a lot for the WE hopeful actually. Hey, Mackie friend. And hello from Berlin. Bienvenidos. Who have I got for the second series? It's pretty close actually. Top Esports are not nearly ahead as ahead of the game as they were earlier in this split. I mean, if both play at peak that they've shown in this split, it would actually be Top Esports. Who's going to be pick ban in LPL nowadays? That's a great question because we've had the new patch through. I've been playing on the new patch as well. Static Shiv is very strong in certain champions. Deathfire Touch is probably the biggest change though. I can't believe they brought Deathfire Touch back. Phase Rush being gone and Deathfire Touch being back really changes the meta. Like a lot. Bot lane and jungle are still somewhat the same. Although Ezreal is really, really good with Deathfire Touch, and Jhin is actually quite good with it too. So they go up in priority, but they're already being picked. Smolder has skyrocketed, that's true. I haven't seen any Smolder, but yes, that champion is really, really busted with Deathfire Touch and Black Cleaver, and the new healing boots as well. Zeri also very good. Oh, so you know I said all bot lane's the same or whatever. I mean, kind of yes, kind of no. Because, like... The champions that were kind of like in B tier are now in A tier. And like the... Yeah. Smolder is really good in fairness, and he's really good in both mid and top lane too. Ryze is still completely fine even without Phase Rush because he just goes Death by Touch because all of his stuff is single target. Free Erha? Yeah, poor Erha, right? I think he's a good support. I think that Weibo messed up by letting him go. And I think now he's kind of consigned to a WE that's lost its chemistry and a lot of its will to play. Also think Shinzao should be up? Yeah, I played a Shinzao. I was just playing some normals with friends yesterday and I played the new Shinzao build. It's not like great data, right? But you get to learn the individual champion's power. Shinzao with Shiv, Dusk and Dawn is not okay. Yeah. Into the draft we go here in Xi'an. So let's see how the meta's changed, if at all. Well, everything is kind of tier listy for now. Reminder, we are on the new patch, and that may change some priorities. Now our Seraphine, we still have Lucian Milio. We were talking about how Ezreal and Smolder with Deathfire Touch are really, really good, and the Smolder can be flexed into 3 roles. Technically, Ezreal can be a jungle too. Ezreal even in solo lanes doesn't sound that bad to me right now. In some matchups. Last ban for WE. Pantheon. So now Pantheon Ryze. Jungle pool is, again, still relatively the same. DOT champs are good. I can't wait to see some changes in drafts. Really dislike the same drafts in every region. Well, that's the problem which Fearless gives you, is that because champions are kind of like so standout broken, you only see them in one game, so you don't actually have to bounce them as much. Like I said, the game is actually okay for solo queue right now. I mean, there are certain champs which are kind of overloaded, but on the whole, I think the game's balanced for solo queue. For pro, a lot of the champions are still kind of crazy. As you said, the Ezreal really strong. We shall see whether it is Conqueror Lethal Tempo or, of course, Deathfire Touch, which is really, really good, as we said in early game. Although it doesn't scale nearly as well. Who did Weibo get? In terms of support, they got Hung. Top esports support from last summer and their own support from last spring. Will this Ryze get countered though? The question is whether you can counter it in a way which whether it's countered in a way which actually hurts the team comp, right? Because if you have something like, I mean, like Ryze into Jarvan Cassiopeia, if you end up actually locking him down, you can't exactly get out of the Cataclysm very easily. But the question is, you know, I mean, now you've got the Ezreal feels very good versus this comp right now. About their own lane partner for the Ezreal. You know, you see the Bard already there. Why not lock in her as support here? Ban away Smady, carries me to the side. You can ban away, what's typically good with a Bard? I mean, Caitlyn Sivir. Whereas IG, they'll be banning away. What will they ban away? Depends what they want from... Do they want a tank or a carry top lane? I don't think they mind a tank. Do they feel like they need to ban a Sion or a Cassante? No. Jhin banned away. Oh yeah, Jhin as well. I said Caitlyn Sivir, but the Jhin is very good too. I prefer this over every game being the same draft though, but that is like... But it is pretty much the same draft. You're seeing like the same 3 drafts, you know, like being traded back and forth across every region right now. It's mostly teams sticking to tried and true. there's also a lot more variety in the setup than there was pre-Fearless. I disagree. If you look at the champion diversity stats from LPL, pre-Fearless to now, it's exactly the same pretty much. So I actually disagree with that for LPL specifically. Now, I think you can make that argument for LEC, LCS, and the bottom tier of LCK. I don't think you can make that argument for LPL, which indeed we are watching, so that is what is relevant to this draft. Hetlin is banned away from JDG. They still have the Sivir though, if they want to go for one of the better partners of the Barb. Could also go, nah, Yunara's not great with Barb. And of course, the international events too, I think it, for me, it just takes that percentage off the top level of play, Fearless. Which, there's a dead pixel on that sign. That's really annoying. There's a dead pixel on that LED sign. Shin's out banned away from Monkey, and the Nocturne as well. So, a lot of the stuff is gonna, hey, Tack, thanks so much for the sub, appreciate you. So, picking that jungle matchup into the Jarvan. In terms of power picks, it would typically be the Vi actually in this meta, but they go for the Lee Sin instead. Okay, cool. Monkey's Lee Sin. We take those. AD carry for Jachi. Jachi's been good. I think he's really evened out his inconsistent play. And Breathe, I mean, if we're going by Breathe standards, it'd be something like the Gnar, right? Could be the Jace. Jace or Gnar would probably be the two for Breathe. Something lane dominant that doesn't have too many hard counters. It's the misfortune for Jachi. And we did say, oh, well, you know, do you feel like you need a tank or not? Well, you really don't want them to have Sion now. That might be the logic. They don't want them to have the Sion because you got a Misfortune. Misfortune is just real bad into the Sion. Last pick for Cube in topside. Now, he normally really likes his tank matchups. His carries haven't been great. Does he have to go for a Jace or a Yorick now? I mean, Ambassador is kind of like... Ambassador's not too bad here, because it's like an even lane with the Sion, not very interactive, and then you just combo up later. It's not a bad draft from WE. It's a lot of single target, a lot of kind of point and click once the Rune Prison's in. Doing that into an MF Cassiopeia stood behind a Sion though. I think WE are going to struggle to reach the carries. Even though they technically have the damage to deal with them, I think they'll struggle to reach them. I'm going to go a... how's Nia been so far? Nia's been mixed. He's been fine. Had some bad games, some good, but like overall middling. I'm going to put on an ad break so we don't get them in game. Oh yeah, and the Ambassador has had her nerf to the R cast time. I actually played her on an Aaron the other day. I wasn't specifically looking to play her, and it felt a lot slower. It felt like a lot slower. I can understand why that is actually a big nerf, actually. Especially for Probe. Alright, let's get ourselves into game. Alright, let's get ourselves into game and hear those gyos.
Well, folks, welcome to Summoner's Rift. In no way was I absent preparing hot drinks for draft. Yeah. No way was I doing that. I was just really quiet because Alex was saying incredibly interesting stuff, of which I know exactly what they were saying. I could tell you word for word what Alex said.
Yeah, double Deathfire touch in the mid lane. Sam, you're going to have to shift over. So I know that halfway through the same game, Sam's going to go, oh, I should probably shift over. I'm going to get ahead of that now.
Yeah.
because turns out they're trying to, fit things into a, small desk setup is actually really difficult for 2 people. Anyway, double Deathfire touch for Nia and Karis. There was a question in chat about how has Nia been doing. He probably is the worst mid laner in Group Ascend, but he is still better than Renard, I think.
I agree.
He was actually very good on the Victor game, which he showed versus Weibo. That was the game 3, and then their first series since week 2. First 1 game since week 3 as well. So it's been a large dry spurt for IG. Really hadn't found anything during that time. Of course, W even longer, still not won a series, and they only won their first game versus JDG just the other day.
It was, and then the 2 series games that followed were ritual executions in the most dramatic fashion, with Tabe clearly taken the belt out because it was not looking like they were very pleased with losing that game, right? Because WE right now are the black horse of Central. They are the team that everyone else is looking at going, yeah, do you really deserve to be here? Blood thinks he's part of the team. It's been a really tough time for WE. We've been really, really struggling.
Idiom check. That's not a dark horse, that's a black sheep.
You're right. Yeah. That is the correct. No, that's fair. I hear you. Yeah.
So, like, Sam, as I love you to bits. They're not a dark horse for the split win. It's like a 0%,
no.
like a
black
1%
sheep would have been the correct choice. I think people got it via context, but you're right.
I would question that.
I'm gonna trust in the brains of the viewers.
Look, I got it, Sam.
You're smart, right?
Not every. Hang on, Monkey's gonna wrap around back of Nia's lane here. Here goes the Rune Prison.
It is indeed. Land needs to get off the miasma. Can now reactivate, but Mako's here. So's Way. It's all been a ruse. Monkey needs to ward off out, but Ura flashes in, and Karis is still going to get the kill. Likely going to be that 1-for-1 as everyone collapses on mid.
So everyone casts a bunch of summoners. Everyone ends up throwing a bunch of damage to the way. And actually, the biggest thing here is Nia gets the kill from the DOTs. That's really big for him. If he died and not gotten that gold, that would have really hurt his early laning phase. For champions like Ryze and Cassiopeia, your first back kind of has to include a tier, and you kind of want it to have some HP as well. So you can build yourself towards both your Seraphs and your eventual Rod of Ages as well. Both of them go with the same back pretty much now.
Yeah, the only issue is that Nia, of course, had already backed and teleported, so that kind of meant that this is effectively a second back. So we haven't here was hoping to stick in lane a little longer. And ironically, it probably evens things up a little for Karis, who's now come out with the fact that he's got the additional boots compared to the Ruby Crystal, who's not going to be behind on the tier. Can't complain too much, especially as he was the one who went with the combat summoner. So and the result there is perhaps slightly WE favoured, even if it is, in the grand scheme of things, a much for muchness.
Yeah. I think that, well, Karis, the thing is, when Nia had already died with the teleport, Karis isn't running the teleport either, and he'd use his ghost. So actually, even then, they were both in the same situation. So I think even the wave was even. It's about as even as a trade could get in my eyes.
Not exactly. But my only discrepancy is saying, hey, I think Nia wanted to get more value out of getting the tier first than Karis, who's now basically even in stacks, right? He's down like, what, 20? So like that discrepancy. I'm just come back my tier. I can stay around until you have to back. Haha.
Yeah.
Now I don't get that.
Especially with a Cassiopeia who wants to be ahead of the Ryze early. You're not wrong for mentioning that. What else should we talk about in terms of these matchups? Are there any storylines? Look, I mean, these are our hang on a second. There might be Monkey going for another play in here. He does have flash. Karis. He gets. Oh gosh, he's walked up too far. That's a dead Cassiopeia. Nia's pushed up too far. Wave positioning is just not good from him. Dies twice on the trot, Sam. That is now a big error.
Attack the newbie has always been a pro play staple. Monkey on his return to WE took a little while away, feeling like things were just not working out. Needed a bit of time to reset the mental. Is back in and is looking like he's kind of got a bit more impetus to him. And Monk and WE have needed that, I don't know, spark really to get things going. It's not been the early game, frankly, that's been the issue for WE in a lot of ways.
It's just the minions in Nia's lane as they overpush for the next time. Just near, far, wherever you are. And then of course it ends with like, it's not my heart will go on, it's my wave will go on. Okay, are we fighting over raptors? We're fighting over raptors. Cool. I definitely didn't steal that from chat. Thanks, Blade, who gave me the inspiration for that. Thanks.
Very good. Yeah, definitely Trinity. That's on you.
Monkey jumps onto by Jarvan. Mako doesn't get the stun. Geometry not in his favor.
Flash, but still not far enough to get away from the Cataclysm. Way has got that first, and Monkey's going to try and heal up. Does a decent job of surviving, I think, longer than expected, but will still fall down. can't give Wei up the red buff as well.
Yeah, and now Wei got the level 6 first. He's going to go into the enemy jungle, and it's really nasty when you start to get these kind of farm leads. Karras does have a Realm Warp. He's going to try and interrupt the red buff steal. He won't be able to stop it, I don't think.
See what damage you can do here. This gets a bit dicey for Wei, you know. He needs to think about flag and dragging out, and does. Two-shot barrage is just wide. Saves the red buff. Heal burn by Mako. Magical Journey. We're still playing this. Realm Walk forward. Ura goes through on the other side. They've caught Mako. Forced him to flash as well. Can anyone else catch up? Yes, they can, because About is here. And IG have their invade. Stymied real fast. About keeps running. Look for the autos. Last one should do it. Get that one. Now Jachi with no mana needs to start running away. His support left is late. Now he's in a 1v3 under his own turret. Has to flash and barrier.
Karras saves that play. Karras realizes, hang on, he's going to take a while to kill that red buff, forces his way off of the buff, and then allows this extended chase out and the dragon. W have an early lead. And this is a team which has had precious little success in this split. So little. IG on the other side, I think we have to start viewing them in a similar situation to WE. They're on the other side. I know they just beat Weibo the other week, but IG they haven't looked good since week 2. They haven't looked good since week 2, all the way back at the start of the split. It's a long time since then now. WE on the other side of it, despite them having a far worse scoreline, I think if they come into this with a fresh mindset, with Monkey coming back into the roster, I think that they have a really good chance here, Sam. IG not looking confident in the first few levels, because once again, mid lane has been an issue.
Yeah, it has. And again, part of that as well is then you've got to call it out. It's just like they think with the jungler dead, they can keep going on this invade, and then, partly because again, Wei didn't have his cooldowns up and available for a little while. So Karras just said, I bet I can deal with this, and he could. And it was very significant. You went a lot of summoners for it. Only get the 1 kill, but hey, you take what you can get. IG will still turn onto these grubs, and should be able to pick these up relatively easily, I think. Monkey should pick up his Raptor camp, this time not stolen away. And it is worth noting, despite the fact that Monkey's been involved in a fair amount, Wei's still up a lot of farm here, partly because Monkey has taken some more interesting paths in order to affect mid in particular.
Question, chat. Why is Lee Sin getting picked so much? Because he fights Jarvan well early. Now, he has had a lot of buffs over the last few patches. It's not like there was any one buff which broke him or anything, though. There was one to his W. They didn't ship the one I was talking about, the way the mobility one, which Freak's talking about. Monkey's actually on the map again now. Karras is coming down. They haven't bullet time the wave, and you understand why when you've got mid jungle heading down. And now suddenly Jachi's solo HP. Well, they might just dive him anyway.
Yeah, they might. I wonder whether we get the cannon minion tech off Nico. I know they've nerfed that and it's not as strong as it once was, but you can still think about it. I'm not going to get there in time. Jachi gets the reset off.
I think they could have dove him anyway, Sam. No flash, no barrier, no level 6 from the Bard. You could have just gone for a dry dive. No minions helping with that. I was going to say a different version of that. I thought that's probably not appropriate for the stream.
Okay, I see which one you could have gone for. How cooked do you like your dive, Alex?
Oh, Sam, my dives are always cooked. What can I say? Not only that,
not medium rare. You wouldn't want it.
Sam, not only that, I think that I am always cooked. Sadly, in League of Legends. I say that. Dude, I hadn't actually. So this is like drawing back the curtain. I actually don't play that much Summoner's Rift anymore because I watch so much of it, and I'm like, I don't want to turn my brain on into macro mode, so I'm just gonna play ARAM instead.
Execution topsides.
Just a little trade there from both these laners. You see this a bit in Ambassador versus tank lanes, so you do it for a hard trade. Anyway, so I finally got around to playing Vayne top again for the first time.
Yes.
And Sam, it was the first time I felt not gekocht in a very long time.
Right.
Sam. That's cooked in German, in case that wasn't obvious.
Yeah.
I dropped 20 kills in a Trundle top, who left lane and never came back. Yeah. That is unplayable, and now I understand why people want the champ. Well, no, I mean, I'm playing it, so it can stay around for a little longer. If I was playing against it, then, yeah, of course, it's got to go, but very different though.
He's back in that Raptor camp again. They've been trying to make this gank happen for a while.
Karras does have both his summoners, though. Quite easy for him to just flash out, but now the miasma's down!
He backsteps the Petrifying Gaze, flashes away, but dies anyway!
You had to flash early, Karras! You had to flash early before the miasma was up! Big mistake from Karras. He should have been able to make it out. That kill for the Cassiopeia bails out Nier's early game. Jiachi gonna get flashed onto Urha. Might trade in the 1-for-1. No, it might even be the 1-for-2.
Oh, not quite. 1-for-1 will do. It was a dry dive, and perhaps they needed a little bit more moisture.
Why would you phrase it like
Moist.
No, God. No, the bonus here is, yes, it's a 1-for-1, but she actually misses the wave. That's why Urha is willing to full send it, spend the extra summoners, spend his life for it too. Just say, look, you're not going to get the XP as well. You're not going to get that gold from the minions. Now actually about is 1,000 gold up.
The mods in chat are not pleased.
Yeah, sadly, you know, hang on. Wow, that was a really big jump over the wall there, actually. Flash forward for the E. Took aggro. I mean, credit to Urha, knows that it's actually worth to spend the extra summoner there. About has to Q flash at the end, and it's a good one, in fairness, it is. If you Q flash too quickly, it would actually miss there. Good at the correct timing on it. Well played from the bot lane of WE.
Gets about a second kill. Of course, Chachi still gets something from it at the very least. It's not the end of the world there. This river's looking real dark. Karis, please don't walk up to that. Unfortunately, he has. Gets hit by a giant T1 logo, and it's golden. The majority of their world ratios recently, and that will lead to a kill for Invictus Gaming.
I mean, technically all time too. I mean, they've won more
than they've lost.
They've won more than they've lost out of the ones they've attended,
which is quite ridiculous,
no,
really.
They've won 6, right? 6, and there's been 15 total. So they've won like a third of all available worlds. Urha now doesn't have Flash. Jarvan against Flashless champions is kind of unfair. Got to be careful. That great dive from Urha. Got to be careful around the map, though, because Wei has been so pivotal to IG. Now, we'll go into a bit more wider story time now, because IG, despite all of their issues... No, we're not going to go into wider story time. We're going to watch Nymaera almost get burst out.
He's still going to be in trouble here. Has to flash kick. Looking for the next one. There's a petrifying gaze. The damage is good. Monkey will die for it. But you know what? I appreciate the chutzpah.
I thought it was really good of Nymaera to get the kill back there. Nymaera has 1,000 gold to his name now, Sam. Extra more of that. Over Karis. And I suppose going back to this story time, because I really want to talk about IG in the wider picture. IG have been struggling. But Wei, as their jungler, has been someone that I very rarely primarily criticize. He has had streaks of good and bad moments. But on the whole, Wei has been playing without a mid lane platform. He's been playing with a team which has been struggling in general, and he's still had some great impact even then. I think this jungler is still fantastic. I really like watching Wei play. Very aggressive, loves to get early activity onto the map, as we can see in this game too. And he's not been cowed by the failures of IG. He does continually turn up to work and make some magic happen. And we'll see what happens with this mid lane situation, or whether Rookie comes back. But Wei is a player who I have an immense amount of respect for persevering under the pressure that IG have been put under.
Agree. So, considering the Wei, the Monkey's now going to consider ganking Nymaera, consider it leaves, I guess, but Nymaera will die. The Cassiopeia, in fact, is not a coconut, and therefore dies.
No.
If she was a coconut, we might be having a different conversation.
You can do a great amount of things with a coconut, Sam. You can
be a horse.
Yeah, well, that's the most important one. I was thinking about, its nutritional value, how it's got liquid content and, solid content.
Is it a coconut that's been provided by the air miles of the North African or European transport solution?
Well, there aren't that many coconuts in the, the Northern Hemisphere, so I can't imagine it'd be European.
Well, okay, well, Karis is now going to come on down here and not grow it by the husk. He's going to throw a load of overloads. Over comes about, maybe going to be able to get a hold of Mako. True shot right through the Tempered Fate isn't bad, but yeah, that's a little bit much. Now, there's a lot of teleport fly. Flash towards that blast cone. Wave's going to get kicked away as he was looking for more place. Still a knocker, but it's onto the clone. And Breathe gets out there as well. That's double teleport. For the one kill, I think they thought they got a catch there at WE, and they did not.
It was very close on to make up. One extra auto attack would have done it, but about down that Flash couldn't maneuver out of the Tempered Fate. WE are still maintaining a gold lead, though. I mean, Nymaera has been killed a lot. Karis has also been killed a lot. It seems like there is a sale on mid laners down at the market today. And WE, on the whole, have come out the better from the early game. And Cube is now actually 1,000 gold ahead of Breathe after that one kill. And of course, getting a bunch of gold from turrets as well. The actual lane itself hasn't been, anything crazy. It's been, a CS lead for the Ambassador, which is good for Cube, considering how Cube's individual laning has not been good for quite some time. The fact that they've given him so much gold across the map, though, I wonder what he can do with that in team fights.
Now, you and I, Alex, have had our concerns, oh brother mine, about Cube on carries.
Yeah.
Cube is on a carry here.
Well,
and he's currently up 1,300 gold 2 items, so I feel like this is going against our narrative somewhat.
Well, the thing about something like the Ambassador is that I would argue that it's a bit more utility than the regular one, because it's so combo-based. Hang on, Urha does have Flash, he might have to blow it here.
He's going to get jumped out here. Does he flash early? Does, towards Monkey, who's there. The Cosmic Binding lands. Will Wei look for this flag and drag in will not. But again, IG continue to threaten this topside jungle.
It's a big problem for her when Karis and Cube kind of like, they're okay in their individual lanes, but they can't push up that far. Urha is trying to play around the vision control, but IG are just that step ahead of them. You can see that Wei and Mako are just a lot better as a duo here moving across the map than Monkey and Urha. And that's forced the flash and, of course, the death of Urha as well in this early game. So now he's down that flash for that next big fight, and he was trying to fight over this vision control, but as you can see, you know, he's walking into that topside jungle. He needs to be so careful because he's never quite sure where Wei is, and Monkey, you know, he's moving into clearing out mid lane instead of helping him clear that out, and I understand why to a certain extent. They want to get some pressure down on the mid lane turret, but I think that Monkey really needs to step up in helping Urha with the vision control.
I will say that a lot of the vision control for WE right now is around that bot side river, but that might now leave Karis in a tricky spot on weak side. Sees the IG jungle support coming. The Tempered Fate lands. Going to trap Karis under here. The flag and the drag lands. The Miasma's already there. The Cataclysm is used, but they'll get that kill. Jachi's now going to clear up the wave in mid with the bullet time successfully.
That's nice from him. He's managed to close it. Remember, we were saying, oh, 1,000 gold down for Jachi. Brought it back to only a couple of hundred, which is completely fine for him. The quests across the board have been completed for quite some time now as well. But we have to say it there again that WE are still holding themselves a slim gold lead, which is a lot better for them than it has been for much of this split so far. Resets have come through. Karis is not feeling happy at all. This Rise is very anemic. Doesn't have the phase rush to play a little bit more consistently, a bit more defensively. Has the Deathfire touch to play that damage, and of course Rise typically has plenty of that, but now he's down 1,000 gold onto Nia. He's also gone for the Gluttonous Greed.
No,
He's actually
that one, yeah.
Actually because they're the upgraded mid lane version as well, we have to talk about them. So Gluttonous Greeds are new boots in League of Legends. These are the first time new boots have been added since, I mean, technically the Synchronized Souls, which are the replacement for mobility boots. The upgraded versions, though, don't just give you Omnibam. They give you extra 5% damage, I want to say, when you're above 50% HP, and when you are below 50% HP, they give you extra healing and shielding. So that means if Mako puts a heal onto you, or if you end up getting your healing from your E, you get a lot more value. It's like having like an extra Chemtech soul, pretty much, below the, on both kind of sides of it. Dragon starting out from IG might see those boots put to use.
I remember no flash from that play in the jungle. Might still come and contest this. The dragon goes down towards IG. WE potentially looking for a bit of a catch here, but Karis on that flank immediately going to have to flash himself, and IG just go, cool, we'll jump on the lone Rise. TP's beginning to fly. Breathes also here. Do we still want to fight?
Why did Breathe TP there, though?
They thought there was going to be a fight happening, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, but I think that doesn't work out in their favor at all. That's much better, though.
Oh boy, the Miasma after Decimating Smash, double knockup, nice enough with a turnaround, but the pop bottom's good. But is there enough damage? Wait, About's going to try and trade out best he can. Mako flash down, doesn't die. That's wild. Cube now needs to start lacerating Drakehound, stepping away. About's going to get knocked up by the Herald into the back step out because he comes out of the boot of the Herald straight on top of the Ezreal with some good angles, and the trigonometry class pays off for Wei.
Wei has gone to driving school, Sam. He ends up angling that, as you said, so he can dismount right melee range of the Ezreal, who'd used all of their defensive abilities. Gets the auto attack down, instant kill. That's a great fight from IG. I think both supports have a great time. You know, I was saying, well, why did Breathe TP there? I thought initially he was in danger, and then he managed to use his ultimate to get him to safety. Miasma on top of the Tempered Fate. Q after it. Incredible fight from Mako. Urha has a good ult too. It's just after you've already, you know, lost your positioning. Karis gets ulted by the Cassiopeia too. It's actually, I think that's actually pretty good Nico ult, all things said and done. But the damage had been done by Mako. Incredible fight from him on the Bard.
Yeah, and as we saw, Wei with very nice advanced driving skills there, managed to get a very good combo off Mako, and he's trying to get towards his magical journey. Should be able to get through there, and does. Loses half his HP bar while he's at it, but suddenly IG are up 2,500 gold. WE again with a solid enough early game, but these mid-game woes will continue to bite them.
They will. So IG take the first big team fight of the game, and that is something that I'm beginning to notice about this current iteration of WE. Beforehand, pretty much nothing was going well for WE at all, ever, so it's very hard to kind of say, well, where were they specifically failing? Now we can see that their 5v5s, Mako dies, good pick off there from About and Monkey, but their 5v5s, WE, have really not looked good. When we saw them against BLG, they actually had good early game leads at points. He's got flash, he's got a wall here. But W's 5v5, that's where I've got some real worries with them, Sam. I don't think I've seen them win a 5v, maybe in that first game versus JDG, which they took there. But besides that, even when, you know, Monkey's come back off of his break after Tyrion stepped in to fill that gap in the roster.
Go back to Ulfran.
Yeah, since he's gone back to Ulfran, of course, the High Princes have got a lot of, you know, a lot of duties to take care of. But yeah, W's 5v5, so that's what I'm saying. Not really as good right now.
Not right now. Be able to pick up a lot of these wards, at least for WE. 2,000 odd gold lead is meaningful, but not game breaking. The issue, I think, still will remain that a lot of this gold largely finds its hands in Nia. Of course, great for him, the new member on the team. But again, if anyone was potentially liable to throw a lead, I would imagine the new kid on the block who's coming under weird circumstances might be the one to track. But a minute and a half until the next dragon. IG would love to pick that one up because that would be, of course, sole point for.
Central jumping towards the mid lane again. About almost caught. Wei does have Cataclysm. Always dangerous when, against this kind of composition, always very dangerous because one of them can force your flash and then the other one nails you and you die. Particularly when you have the follow-up at the, we saw it in the last fight. I really loved the Miasma on top of the Tempered Fate in that last play because there was just no escape after that point. And, you know, Sam, you were already asking, you know, what can Cube do with his gold lead? I think it's very hard to fight against that kind of play. Wave flashing out early, actually. Monkey kick back into the team. Great combo from the jungle support.
The insect comes on forwards, Realm Warp is there. Jungler's dead. It's 50 seconds or so. But more importantly here, Wade's going to be dead for 40 of them. So realistically, no way to contest this dragon in a good time. A Cube now looking for a potential dive. Gets hit by that far side alteration. Thank you again for the couple of subs we just had come on through. Trinity and a new member as well about. Gonna have to back off this potential shove on in from Breed. He's gonna clear out that wave with the ult at least. Does need to be a bit wary of the damage he takes on the way out though.
Yeah, thank you so much for the gifts up there, Montes, over towards Blade as well. Appreciate you. Right, so Monkey going back into his own jungle. I mean, I've been pretty impressed with his Lee Sin. On the whole, he's been doing very, very good work with it. It's just harder to pilot the Lee Sin in the larger fights than it is for someone like the Jarvan, who is back up and alive in time for the Dragon. We were wondering if that would be a problem. Looks like no, they'll get away with that one. So let's talk about items before this. Well, About is actually very strong here on the Ezreal, 2.5 items. Both mid laners actually stacked up there too, but Nia has an entire Rylai's over Karis, which is kind of scary. Dragon now started. I think Cube has got to do an incredible amount of work, and Monkey's already down to half HP.
That's going to make things very dicey. Breed's going with a massive shield. Cube's on a potential flank angle, but that's not necessarily the easiest from this point. Dragon down to 2,000. Wei did make it back in time, as we've noted. Jachi makes it rain on top of About. The shot barrage goes through, and the Dragon is secured there by Monkey. Flash away from Mei, goes left low. The public execution goes wide, but does it matter as Cube flashed away from the petrifying goes. Now Jachi's in danger. You know what? Sometimes you don't need to hit that ultimate. You can just do the kills anyway. Couple for WE and that Dragon, they get away with it.
It was a good pincer from WE, and Cube does get value out of the Ambassador. Gets the flash out of Jachi with his ult flashes to follow, then kills. They get the Dragon. It wasn't even Elise and Q that gets it. It was the smite. Wei ends up miscalculating there. IG are going to move over to fight in the 3v5. I mean, Cassiopeia's high HP with Flash. She actually might be able to carry this.
Vision, potential ability to this flanking comes to Cyanol, gets a decent amount of damage. They're going to be a little late as Pura goes looking for the pop blossom, lands it onto 1 or 2, but that's about it. They're still going to get the kills in the pit though, as Breed is now being shredded by the Baron. Cube's going to back away. They get everyone.
They do. The zombie actually alive, a little bit afraid for that last auto attack. WE take a huge dragon fight and then total that into a Baron. It is an incredible series of play for them, and it's through a 5v5 that we said they weren't good at. We said that they're not a good 5v5 team, and on the whole, they haven't been. This fight, though, really came, I think, at the hands of Cube. I think Cube, on that flank angle, forced IG into a really bad spot. And we'll see that in the replay here, because look how they have to change their position. They really want to play around Jachi with a bullet time in the right position. They really want to play around them and Nia kind of separated away from the enemy damage, but they can't quite manage that. Now, Maker goes down very quickly. Jachi, I don't love his positioning here, to be honest. I get what he's trying to do, stay away from the Ambessa. This ends up not working very well with the way that they retreat. And you go towards the Baron. I mean, Nia does a good job of getting the first kill, but Urha shuts him down before anything more comes through. It's a good flank there from the Nico.
Yeah, and of course, Wei managed to buff through the pop blossom, but in some ways he's still being a bit stunned. Does go down, Breed follows. much simpler from there. Monkey might now be in danger though. Gets flagged and dragged. There was a blue buff being taken. Monkey's got a GA and will lose it now. This gets a bit spicy. Where does he run? We're trying to get a ward down into the enemy jungle and dies for it. So they lose their jungler and his GA rather swiftly there.
That's quite big. I mean, Lee Sin does become... the way that we'd say is that he scales with skill in late game. You need to be very, very good at kind of threading the needle later on into the game, especially against comps like this with frontline and a bunch of ability to stop your dashes and moving around. And losing your GA makes that harder, Sam.
By threading the needle, do you mean like 18% magic pen and armor pen
exactly.
on Nymaera Mayhem?
Well, no, whoa. In Arena, and then it was made... That was an Arena original, and then it went through to Era Mayhem. You know, every time someone says that, I think of that one scene from Inglourious, where that person's like, hold up the 3 fingers, because the difference... You know, like in Germany, they hold up 3 fingers with like the thumb and the 2 fingers rather than the 3 fingers. It's like, you're... Culturally, you've made a faux pas. Same thing, Sam. It's like, it's from Era Mayhem. Is it really, though?
That might well not be. Is Mako... tempered fate there.
Next, you're going to talk about Sword of the Blossoming Dawn. What a wonderful augment. Augment? Don't you mean item? I'm on your case, Sam. I'm watching you. Like a hawk, Sam.
Yeah, but the thing is, Alex, I never played that much Arena. Whereas you hit rank 1 on Arena.
Yeah. And that's why I have... all you're saying, Sam, is that you can appeal to authority, which is me.
It's true.
I am the authority. Unlimited Arena!
If you're looking at the best Arena in Europe, you're literally next to me.
Yeah. I mean, I only briefly peaked at rank 1. There are people who are technically better at Arena than me, dare I say it, but I'm pretty good. I know my stuff on the whole. I didn't grind for Arena God either. I probably should have done that too. You win on every champion. Alright, so Baron buff didn't get nearly as much from W as they would have wanted. Dragon's up in a minute. IG aren't on Soul Point because they lost that 3rd dragon. I mean, IG... They still have a good lead for the Cassie Pit. Nia has not been the problem in this mid and late game. Very interested to see if they can teamfight around him. Cube now caught.
Wow, he's still doing a little bit of time here before he goes down. Public execution to buffer through some of that CC is good, and he actually gets out for now. Where's the rest of the team? The bullet time onto Cube after will not work. He's going to repudiate shield, and he escapes, and all the while, WE's get to shove through mid.
Mako misses the Q. If Mako had hit that Q, he dies, and now suddenly they have to overinvest. They put more ultimates in there.
Blue shot.
That stops one back, but they're pushing 2 lanes of WE, so they're going to get value out of this because Mako doesn't hit a Q, which has been so accurate with this game.
That's unfortunate. Mako's Bard is normally very, very clean. That isn't great. That isn't great, it must be said. All the while, Jachi just hit 3.5 items. Maybe they can catch Karis out here, but no, he's just slipped off vision, and so will not be caught out on his way out, which is good news. 5 seconds on Infernal Dragon, because of course IG had to reset an awkward timer there.
Yeah.
Not necessarily here with the best setup of all time.
Well, they don't have ults now. They don't have ults. They don't have the bullet time. They don't have the Cataclysm. I don't see how they can fight without them. So they want a slow dragon fight now. They want to not let the dragon start, and they want to just, I guess, poke out with, I don't know, with what poke though, I suppose. If they can wait like another... like 30 seconds, maybe the Misfortune it comes back up level 16. They're starting it now. That without the bullet time, I don't think they should be taking this, Sam.
Have Cataclysm at least. They really are only down that bullet time at this point. Realm Warp in from Karis allows him to join. Look at the other side. There is that TP from Cube. Can look for a flank angle. No, he's there. The temper phase. Why the Cataclysm landed a couple with a pop? Oh, wow! Across everyone into the public execution. Pop goes Invictus game. Nya goes down as well. Snakeskin boots and WE in the pit. Claim everyone as Invictus Gaming. Roll the dice and it's weighted against him.
It's taken a little while for WE to come into bloom, but it's blossomed beautifully. Hits the ultimate, which may well end the game, Sam. It may well win them the game. Wonderful play from on the Nico this game. Yeah, he was caught out once or twice looking for vision in the early to mid game. But besides that, I think this support has absolutely earned his place here up in Group Ascend. I cannot believe he was let go through Weibo, Sam. He just made a game-winning play.
Wonderful stuff from then, WE. Now 7,500 gold up. There's so many inhibitors broken. One of the turrets at the very least. I thought that top one might also be under threat, but it will not be for now. They'll just take the one and back away, so perhaps a little exaggeration from me there. Either way, the game state with the gold, with the soul point, with the base being broken feels incredibly WE favoured. I'm just going to ask, how on earth do they throw it? I know what WE are like.
Should also note a couple of itemization things too. We did mention that double tier Ezreal has been back for a while.
Yes.
We haven't actually seen it be picked, but because of the AP ratios changed, we have a Seraphs being built up for a ban. So at the 8,000, oh my god, look how beautiful that is. Ult straight into True Shot Barrage across 4 people. The public execution is point and click at that point. Wonderful Nico engage.
What we love to see, and you're right, is that double tier. I'd kind of blanked on that being a thing. I'm not going to lie, but there you go. That will be nearly at that Seraphs to go with everything else about. Doesn't need to but again, between the Seraphs and the endless hunger, killing off this Ezreal is going to be a nightmare.
It is. It's going to be a pain in the butt. You're absolutely right there. And IG, the woes continue. I think that Nia's actually had an okay game on the Cassiopeia. I think it's actually more about their coordination. I think it's more about playing around their combos and objective setup. We were saying that actually, you know, the early game looked a lot better with this recent run of form, said last week or two, where he's getting jumped. Oh my god, it's his first.
Lovely. Well, there's still a GA available. It's not require the public execution. The Pot Blossom again. The Temper Fate does catch out that Ezreal. That's pretty good news, as Monkey needs to ward hop forwards with that safeguard. It will not matter though for IG. Breathe flashes in to try and get to the wave in desperation, but it will not matter. And much like JDG, Invictus Gaming are going to drop a game to WE of all teams.
But Sam, I think IG are in real trouble of the series, Sam. I think WE have really come to play. They do not want to have a winless split like they had those years ago. They're going to run it down mid lane, Sam. WE will get themselves only their 2nd individual game win of the split.
They were 0-17 in games. Win a game last series, win a game this one. Will this be the first series win? You have to begin to ask the question. I think IG need to spend this break looking for some answers, because that was not it.
WE get themselves their win. They're early into this series, and I suppose, folks, we should come say hello. And I know that the camera might actually have to, well, just press the button, Sam. I'll have to
find out. Are we there? Are we there?
There we go. It's working. There we go. I was worried that actually it was just gonna like have to turn it back on, turn it off. That's
that usual
tact support. Welcome everyone. My name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We are actually brothers in real life. Yes, we are. And this is our coverage of the LPL. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, so in the English language anyway. So we do it here. We've cast many hundreds, thousands actually now of LPL games here on this channel. I was on the official broadcast a number of years ago, and we like to bring this back to you as well. And whether you're watching this for the 100th or the first time, we appreciate your presence here in supporting a small kind of creator-driven broadcast here. What that does mean though is that we don't have big bucks from Riot or anything like that to do this. So if you want to keep seeing more of this, we'd really appreciate your support. Whether that is just like, following, subscribing, genuinely those free things. The liking, the following, commenting does make a difference, but stuff like subscriptions, which again, with visual learners and low colors or minuses helping us out, that thank you for the resub there as well.
Thank you, Parky.
As the gift such from Parky, really appreciate it too. It does genuinely help us pay our rent. It's pretty much the only thing which is actually paying our rent right now. So we appreciate you sticking around. Sam, I'm actually going on a break right now because I need to like get like a snack or something. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded.
That's fine. Go get some food. Go do what you need to. There's some rice in the fridge. There's some eggs.
I might just. The ice is really good, so I'm gonna do that right now, and I'll be back to you folks.
That's fantastic. If you're doing a little bit of something, can I get a little bit of something?
I don't know what I'm gonna do, Sam, but I'll do something. I'll figure it out.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's fine. I'll look after people. Sammy has pennies again. Indeed. Sammy some pennies. Correct. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Coach, I somewhat agree. It will be nice to sort of potentially see some additional changes to draft. I'm hoping that the patch change does lead to a little bit of a difference, but we'll find out. Have we done this? No, we have not. Right, 1 second while I change over the audio. That's the one. Also, folks, the other thing that helps pay the ads, and thank you, Soycrom, appreciate you. Oh, look at this. This is great. Thank you, guys. It means a massive amount to have everyone come and look after us this way. That's really, really cool. The other thing that you obviously can do is watch the adverts that are about to run. If you don't want to watch the ads, then, well, subscribe, as we've been talking about. I'm indeed going to be shilling. Make sure to follow us. Make sure to hit all those things like the Ko-fi link as well. If you're on YouTube, makes a big deal. I will turn the camera up briefly so you can look at these stats and nod at my face, at least briefly. About did a lot of work on the Ezreal, it turns out. And Cube, you know what? Credit to you. Good carry game. Oh, thank you, Solly. Appreciate you. Shoot, it's the wrong music. Done it again. My bad. Oops. Good music, but the wrong one. It'll be fine. Fun dive there. I use one I have in so many apprentice chat takes one there. It's true. It's true. Yeah, Parky's now a mod. Unfortunately, Parky, Trinity's also a mod in my chat. In fact, Trinity, you might. I'm trying to think who was my first mod. You were right up there, to be fair. You were one of the first, Trinity. Back in the LDL days. Wasn't it Amber? Possibly Amber? Might have been Alex too, to be fair. I think Amber might have been later, you know. I'm not actually sure. First 5, yeah, something like that. Yeah, there's a really pretty badge that says "Hi, I'm stupid," Parky. I think you can definitely pick that one up. Well, speaking of pretty badges. Oh. I know there's a couple new League viewers over in Onivia's chat, guys. So if you do want to ask questions about League, please do. We'll try and answer them best we can as well. Because obviously a lot of people there is kind of going, hey, what's going on? Do people choose which role they're doing and that kind of thing? Which we can definitely try to answer as well. Because I know people are a little newer over that. That's absolutely fine. We'll get player of the game. Congratulations to him. Yeah, Parky's managed to get all of the letters. With the MVP, rightly so as well. Very good game from him. In fact, the 2 games that WWE have won off Era getting MVP, that's quite wild. Refs, summoners. Observers got 1 for the top lane. I think that's fair. I think I choose some good stuff there. I think Monkey could also get an MVP there. Those are reasonable shoutouts. I think Ura was still my call though. How much arena can we force me to play? Probably quite a lot. Probably quite a lot. It must be said. What do I need to do? Oh, yeah. Should be coming into Le Break soon. Wow, what a wild ass ad. Excuse me while I'm like zoning out a little bit in the break. Guess who's want to walk across the house to fill up their water bottle? Trinity, go fill up your water bottle. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. you play Evan, I'll play Pike. Eve, Pike. We can Shen Eve as well for the submarine combo. Always very entertaining. You broke one at work last night? Oh no. Whoops, how'd you do that? Why would you do that? Fool. I need to move the camera shortly. Just refresh this page. Okay. There's the vein. Cool skin. I need to get the Kindred one. I think the Annie one is also super awesome. That's a lot of steps, Parky. That's a lot of cardio. The retcon on her lore, though. I mean, they've been doing this for a while, though, because they don't quite know what to do with a lot of older League champion lore. Part of it's because when they kind of got rid of summoners, they didn't do a unified lore update particularly well. Like, if you're going to update lore, you just have to do it all at once. Doing it in parts really doesn't work. Oh, really? Oh, hang on. Done the thing where I've moved, not the whole thing. Oh, I see what's happened. Right, it's the group I need to click on. There we go. There we go. That's a bit better. There we go. That's a bit better. Let me... It's fine. Cool, 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 cool. Somewhat aggravating. Also quite sleepy. I need to wake up. I need more caffeine and some variety. He's part of someone's lore now. That's true. Shaco finally gets some lore. That's very true. He's already had it. I didn't know how to position against a Nico. No, not at all. Not at all. I think they also didn't really deal very well with the Ambessa flanks. But yeah, no, the Nico got some absolute insane value there, which is, you know, pretty ridiculous. I think Ura is also, in fairness, quite a good Nico. For all, I think, in general, a lot of Nico players have fallen off. I think Ura's still got a little bit of that. They dogging him, but I don't think that's what Nico really is. So, you know. Good music. Don't compare yourself to Shaker. We all had to force. We all had lore the moment we were born. Very true. Back to live we go. Let's move this camera back the way it was. In fact, we probably ought to. There we go. I'll push that up a little bit. Actually, there we go. I'll leave that one there. My Laura was born with a Triforce. All right, Zelda. I mean, Link. The Legend of Zelda and her outsourced adventures via Link. Well, sorry, princess. Should be getting on the stage again relatively shortly, guys, for game 2. To the IG have managed to do a little bit of soul searching after the unfortunate game 1 there. Probably the way I'm going to phrase it. Oh, wind down from work. Yeah, when did you get back from work, Parky? So obviously you're a night shift boy. So my assumption tends to be late. It's a good riff, that. An enjoyable riff. Yes, yes. When are we changing Discord to Seracord? Go get some sleep, Trinity, a pleasure. Wait, WE1. Yes, they did. Just about. Just about, but yes, they did. Let me change the music over. Some audio. Oh. Had something. On stage we go.
Hello everyone, how's it going? It's get ready for game 2.
Indeed.
Just a little bit there.
We're so small.
It's not that small.
No, I know, I'm
It's
joking.
actually not.
It's not, it's genuinely not. I'm just making a joke. It's funny.
Compliment for Parky. At least you had the best genre of Parky. You know, you could have been like pop Parky or like, I don't know. Well, punk Parky would have been also kind of cool. But, like,
Avant-garde Parky.
yeah, you could have been
Steel Pan
you could have
Parky.
been you could have been bluegrass Parky.
Bluegrass.
But I'm glad that you are metal Parky, and that makes you in fact superior to many other Parkies.
Baby Sharky.
Just don't tell them about like new metal Parky, because them but like
well,
new,
then-
but spelled like new.
Yeah. I could really use a coffee, so I might just go put one on very
Cool.
quickly.
Actually, do you mind getting me one as well? Thanks, appreciate
Coffee or Earl Grey?
it. Coffee, please.
That can be arranged. Do you want the headphones or?
It's easier if I have them after you're like out of the seats, because you're gonna have to step over the wires anyway.
That's
Good. When's Sarah called? Oh yeah, everyone started naming themselves Sarah in the Discord.
Oh, I missed that bit.
Yeah, for Mavi, whose name is also Sarah, and everyone's like, well, no, I am Sarah. No, I am Sarah. You know, like the classic. Sure.
You mug. Take that. Insult.
Into draft we go. So, WE walked away with a Game 1 victory. A Game 1 victory. You are not wrong. You are not mistaken. WE have taken a game in the LPL. Only their second this entire split. It's been a hard time for WE. The Xi'an hometown heroes here. Then they've been somewhat used to having poor splits. They had a completely winless split. I think it was back in... Gosh, chat, you might have to remind me about this. Was this 2022? Yeah, Angie, I wanted to give you like a role which no one else in the chat had, and I thought that would be a thing. Anyway, so Angie now has the artist role as well. Okay, let's get ourselves into this draft. Annie banned away? I mean, well, we still have stuff like the Aurora. Victor for Nia looked really good for him. Still have the Lucian Milio, if you think that's powerful lane. It wasn't picked up last game, of course. Nocturne first pick. Both these junglers really enjoying that. There was a graphic actually before we started games today in terms of the jungle meta. The jungle meta from last split to this one has remained almost entirely the same the entire year. We've had effectively 5 months solid of Jarvan, Pantheon, Vi, and then basically the next ones outside of that, and then the Shinzao as well. Then the next ones outside of that are basically the Nocturne or the Wukong in the first split. That's the only difference. Ahri Vi locked in for WE against the Nocturne. So what do you do for Nia now? Do you lock in the Aurora? You could technically go Akali as well. It's not bad into this. Well, it's not fantastic, but it's not bad into the duo either, really. See what his feeling is. Ooh, I mean, Sylas is fun. He played a lot of that in LDL. Perhaps he feels like the melee assassin himself. Okay, all right. Sylas comes through, can already steal 2 top-tier ultimates for the Sylas, at least within the pro setting. These are very, very powerful ultimates to throw at the enemy team. Second round of bans coming up shortly, but do IG want to finish off their top side? They do, so they pull lock in the Jace. So now with the Jace locked in, Cube, does he think about Yorick? I mean, it's a classic. I say a classic for him. It's one which he picks a lot. Not always been that successful on it. He was pretty okay on the Ambessa last game, though. I mean, you won't find me faulting him. He was actually pretty good on the Ambessa last game. One of the best games I've seen from him in quite a while. Second round of bans. Bot lane yet to be picked. Zaya banned away from JDG. I mean, that makes sense when you got the Vi. Are we going to start dipping into some different bot lanes now? I mean, still have stuff like the Lucian Milio, the Corki Nami. Lucian banned away, so we still have the Corki Nami. When do we start dipping into something different? Caitlyn banned away. I suppose you got Sivir for Jachi if you want to outplay with the spell shield. That gets a bit risky though. I want to see some new patch shenanigans. I want to see something different. I don't want to see the same meta for like the same like half a year. Like, remember when we were talking about Corki Tristanis thing? Oh, it's a standard draft being an issue. It's not standard draft is the core of the issue. The core of the issue is teams get practiced with like the same 5 champions in every role, and that's all you'll see for a series. Dear God. Corki Nami's still available, as we said. I think the Corki pickup is pretty good for about right now. Even though it's kind of mixed into the Vi, it's still mobile. You're gonna pick the Nami instead. Okay, but if the Corki then gets picked by Jachi, what do you pick with the Nami? If you separate the duo, I think that the Corki's better off. I think that the Nami is worse off. If IG ever wins Worlds again, would it be possible for them to extend their current IG skin line instead of creating new ones? I mean, it's the same org, but I mean, SKT didn't do that. It's a different design every year. Oh, Yunara Lulu available. So they're not going to take the Corki instead. They're going to go Yunara Lulu. Allow the Corki last pick. I mean, Jachi really likes this combo. I saw a lot of people dunking on Jachi for his last Yunara performance, and I just didn't think it was very fair. I think a lot of people in the post-match threads really like to dunk on like Wei and Jachi, when actually it's more about the structural issues which make them kind of very streaky, where they have to play very fast and loose because the team is not winning in many other ways, really. Corki last pick for a bout. In terms of comfort, it's not bad for IG. That being said, look, Monkey has a go button. Can he do something special on it? Karis on the playmaker of the Ahri as well. Now, a lot of people say that the Ahri versus Sylas matchup is very Sylas-sided. I don't think that's true anymore. Peng also showcased some really good tech of... You can go Zhonya's into Sylas, and you can stop him from stealing your ult by going golden. So you basically trade your stasis for his ult cooldown, and he can't steal your ult. It is really, really annoying. So if you press stasis as the ult chain is heading towards you, you can cancel out Sylas ult. That's some like secret tech. Let me go into a quick ad break so we don't get any in-game, and we'll get into those Gyos as well. In terms of the overall composition, I mean, the follow-up from W is pretty good. Vi with the Nami ult's not bad. It kind of following on. A lot of damage from both sides. If you misstep, someone dies very quickly. It's pretty easy to die pretty quickly here. Ooh, Blue Eye Samurai's back in 27. Let's go. Alright, into game we go. Let's hit those gyros. Invade coming through from way at the first level. Going for the enemy Raptors. He's spotted on it. I mean, Nocturne's really good at this. Monkey's going to go blue buff, head across for a... Well, it depends if... The thing is, now it depends if Nocturne goes Raptors to Raptors. Because if he goes Raptors to Raptors, Vi loses at level 2 as well.
Vi could punch over the back of the wall and go to Krugs. Of the Baron Pit wall. In fact,
It's going to be... But then look at the Warden River.
We won't spot him if he goes through that. He's going to go through the back of the pit, right? He won't get spotted.
I mean, Wei's just going to walk at Karis, which is, like... Or it forced the flash out of here. Wei shouldn't go... Wow, he actually just wants to straight kill. Karis flashes early. He's only level 1. Oh, he's not going to go for a camp steal at all. He's just going to walk forwards and kill him. First blood to Wei.
Yeah, Vi's currently on the red buff. Can she get through this quick enough? Does she have smite? No, she doesn't. That gets spicy here. There's no flash on this Nocturne, but we'll have the smite. That means it's going to be a smite on this camp. It's all about to go really wrong. There's a smite, and that's all now a very dead Monkey. You can't get the... punch off in time, has to flash. Can Nia look for a flash of Scond Abduct? Yes, they can. There's the pickup. Nia gets another 2-0, flashes down, invade wrong. Karis, even with the ignite, not winning any of these early trades at all. Gone very awry for WE in these first couple levels.
Yeah, Karis took the ignite for the 1v1. It wasn't, it was a 1v2, and it means that he's dead, reset his port, doesn't get anything out of that early lane, tried to push up, and it's just gone completely wrong as Wei walks across Raptors to Raptors. You should always be calling out that it's going Raptors to Raptors as a jungle, as a team. You should know that. It's pretty obvious. The Nocturne wins early game by getting ahead in terms of camps. You never want to be on the same camp as a Nocturne. He beats you in the fight. Just as we saw there, the Vi cannot beat the Nocturne early on. His level 1 to 3 is really good. His only limiting factor is actually hitting you because he doesn't have mobility in the way that a Xin Zhao, a Lee Sin, or a Jarvan does. Massive plays for IG. Their early game has looked very good, Sam. My issue has actually been about their late game and, of course, their mid game before that too. We saw that in the last game, actually, where IG had a lot of issues coming into the later parts of the game, even against WE, who we thought had actually more issues in that part of the game. Clearly, IG have a lot to work out there. Early kills for mid jungle, really important for Nia. It is a matchup where if it snowballs, it gets really bad for the Ahri. We'll see. Oh, hang on, it's really close to killing that.
My days.
Does have the barrier. Potentially could have forced that.
Doesn't quite burn it, but it's going to need to reset here. I don't think we're going to see any flash plays. Still barriers up, so it could all go very wrong very fast. Nia going to look with Wei for this invade onto the Raptor respawn. Monkey still level 3. This looks pretty unplayable for me. Just about out of range of the Abduct, but maybe look to play this anyway. The Chain Lash and the Kingslayer beginning to fly. Jachi now looking for this dive. The barriers early. Jachi's going to barrier later. About flashes, and they just mistime it. The minion aggro dropped, and About survives.
About lives. Jachi uses the barrier. About uses the flash and the barrier, and he just about lives. That's a breath of fresh air there for W, or a sigh of relief rather for WE, because this early game was looking really bad. Worth noting as well, chat's picked this up too. We were focused on the jungle pathing. Actually, we've had a new Doran's item in for the first time in a very long time. That is Doran's bow. on Jachi, which for those of you that don't know, it is a new starter item. It is not dissimilar to Doran's Blade. It gives you some Omnivamp. It gives you 1.5% Omnivamp, but it also gives you attack speed as a Doran's item. It's the only Doran's item to ever have done that. It's never happened before, and particularly for Nymaera, who's such an attack speed reliant champion, it means you can stack up your Q and get towards those kind of empowered auto attacks a lot quicker in the early game. Someone like Ashe could also make a good use of it too. You know, all of these auto attack kind of true AD carries, I suppose. The other one, of course, is Doran's Helm, which is kind of like a contemporary to Doran's Shield, where instead of regen, it gives you resists on a defensive item too. But we haven't seen as much of that in pro play. But the Doran's Bow does have some limited use, as we seen here. Less healing, less AD, but does give you that attack speed. And as we can see, I mean, the early lane was actually going really well for Jachi and Mako. It's just that, you know, they did a dry dive, Sam, and it didn't go very well for them. Wait, puts a ward onto the dragon, goes back towards farming. He is up an incredible amount of CS over Monkey. Monkey is really struggling here as he goes towards his Krugs. And again, I think Wei, last game, really good early game on the job, and I think as an early game jungler, Wei has been exceptional. Later on, I think worse than last game, he was doing some great dunks onto Karas's Rise too, just wasn't enough to win them out the entire game. See where the Monkey can bounce back from this, of course. Very creative, very important play to W. I think last year, I think it was arguably the most important player.
Yeah, I agree.
Him and Vampire as a duo is one of those two, right? Who was the most important player for this team. And now with Vampire gone, by logic extending from that, he must be the most important player, really, going into this new year. And of course, it's not worked out nearly as well for them as we would have liked to see from such a creative team. Jump over the bubble, taking decent damage there.
I'm going to play potentially around these Raptors as well. Maybe look to defend them, but no, not going to happen. Now Wei's with that level 6 as well, so the early Nocturne's off the races. Nia as well locks in a Silas, which is always good fun, but again, this is our rookie player. Had a pretty good showing on the Cassiopea, considering he was put under a lot of pressure, died quite a lot of times, still managed to find some good value. Is Nia with that stolen Spirit Rush. It'd be quite annoying. One of the things that you realise as Ari into Silas is, actually, hang on, the Silas steals my ult and just has more mobility than I do.
Yeah, I think that I think that Riot made a mistake in giving Silas the ult resets from Ari as well. Now, technically, it is... Sam almost spilled coffee all over us. He's fine, though. We're fine. I just want everyone to know we're fine. Everything's okay here. Just a weapons malfunction.
How are you?
Yeah. Blast the receiver. Well, may the 4th just happen. Revenge of the 5th. Not sure about the 6th. That does also sound quite similar to Sith. Breathe, walking over. He senses Monkey's presence.
He will go in and make sure this fight happens. The 2-level advantage, and Breathe says, I don't think you win this, my son. Paranoia comes on in. Breathe donated the kill. Bot lane, though, the die's going to occur, and they're going to look to replay this one. The tidal wave will make it a 1-for-1. Not bad from Era to ensure that happens. Era no way for this. My goat with the last auto.
Portal combat. Era goes mad.
Fatality.
Dude, I can't believe that, you know, just as we were talking about, you know, Star Wars shenanigans, we were truly seeing the dark side of the jungle in a very real and literal sense.
Very real, very legally binding sense.
Very real and very legally binding ultimate. So bot lane was a bit more of a... Well, it's pretty much this Attack of the Clone dive, really. It's exactly... the same situation, but this time Jachi actually managed to get the kill. Tidal wave, as you said, makes a difference, and we've got a replay in the jungle.
He's still level 5. He doesn't have his 6 yet. Wei's level 7 at this point, and has nearly had 2 ultimates. The flash for the shield, the wild growth. Karis flashes and just about to get away with it, but poor old Monkey is just not able to play this game.
Yeah, and as the saying goes, monkey see, monkey... Oh, hang on, no, I've cocked that up, haven't I? I can't actually remember how Sam got the quote wrong, but it's just lived. Just the aura, the essence of that line has lived on in
Rivington
my mind.
Bislett III lives on through my words, Alex.
If it ain't fixed, don't broke it. Dude, I miss Riven League. I miss it. He does Valorant now, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I haven't caught up with that so much. I haven't watched it. Like, I do watch a bit of Valorant esports every now and again. I really enjoyed watching Valorant Game Changers. Very, very fun league there. That was really cool. I think that they really handled that well. Although Game Changers is coming back to League of Legends, so we'll have Women Non-Binary League coming out for our League of Legends team, which is very cool, and I hope that sees success as well. Monkey, he is finally level 6, he might be going bot side here. He's had a hard game of it, Sam.
Nocturne's coming and has Paranoia down the lane. I don't think we can do this straight away, so instead we might see a bit of a counterplay onto the Gromp. But hey, you take what camps you can as the Vi, frankly. Dustbringer's put down, smite away. They'll get out with that one. No Scuttle Crab to fight over right now, so Monkey's going to back away and pick up his own camps.
Yeah. Question in Onivia's chat, although, hello, in Onivia's chat, we do check that chat as well, saying, what the heck is this IG roster? I thought it was just mid lane that was swapped. So coming out of Split 1 to Split 2, AD carry and top lane was switched, and mid lane was switched. There's only jungle support, which, no, actually, it was only jungle which stayed the same, because Maker came back. So everyone, but Wave changed from Split 1. Now, we knew that some of that was going to happen likely in advance anyway, with, like, Cerberus wasn't very good, Photic also wasn't very good in Split 1. They were both likely going to get changed. Rookie stepping back was the only unseen thing, really. Dway getting moved off the roster for Mako, also somewhat expected because Mako was only looking to take the one split off anyway, but Rookie was the one person we thought, well, we'd see more of him, but then obviously he had some kind of personal life drama with him and his very long-term relationship, and there's a whole mess about that. You can go look it up. I'm not going to lie, I don't think he handled himself particularly well, and I think he's taken some time away from the limelight for things to cool out and hopefully things to reset a little bit. Potential jump out of the bush here from Monkey.
There's the jump forwards, and indeed turns it into the cease and desist of the Jack shooters to the wild growth and the untouchable shadow aways. Burn the ultimate to make it happen. Aqua Prison lands, but again, as no one's going to really die there. They'll take a summoner or two and both ultimates, but that'll be it.
I am surprised he didn't just pull the ultimate to make him. I think that he could have just killed him. I think he wanted to try to go for the double plate. Greeded for it, and he ended up getting neither kill, Sam. Getting neither kill. Now Nocturne's around.
Maybe, but yeah.
You know, if anyone overstays, Wei actually might just kill with Hexplate. He's going straight at them. Erha doesn't have flash.
Yeah, he's likely dead. Going to get fed back towards the enemy team. Jack's going to be donated to kill. Very nicely done. You're absolutely right, Alex. They overstay.
You don't know the power of the jungle. Jachi comes out. Not Jachi, Wei, the other one. He comes out of that. And shows them the true way of the Force, Sam.
I think you'll find my R button is fully operational.
You know, as soon as you get Hexplate, just these ults off cooldown. Your bot lane will be dead by the time your jungle arrives. It's that kind of day. We haven't had one of that. Look, Sam and I, back in the day, we kind of would just make one reference in the early game to vibe with it, and then the rest of the cast would kind of be incomprehensible lunacy based on like one franchise of our choosing. I miss those days, Sam. Perhaps
we should bring
time for
them
them to return.
Maybe we could make that the subathon goal. Just like,
maybe just
what references are we casting with today, folks?
Yeah, again, it's just whatever makes me laugh in the early game, and then it's pretty much just that. I have a bit of a monkey brain myself. Sometimes neurons activated. Ooh, Star Wars. Dragon game started.
It's true.
It's not quite a crate dragon, but we'll take it.
Cheeky little bit of nonsense. Exactly, Amber. Just a little bit.
Where are we from?
Relative levels of little. But yes.
Where are you guys from? We live in Berlin, but we're from the UK. It probably should be up. Well, I'd say tell from the accents. A lot of people, if you're not from the UK, sometimes I guess, I don't know. For some reason, people get confused about that. I'm not quite sure how, but. Yeah, we grew up around the Midlands, like Nottingham country, Robin Hood country. That's why I use Nottingham as well, just skim. And we've been out here in Berlin since 22, so we're a little bit of world travelers, at least continent travelers.
What do you think about the despicable we're going to talk about other things like flashing forward.
Oh my
wild
God!
growth and polymorphs. Goodbye about nothing you could do there. Monkey was even around, but the full send is so much more dangerous. The Glitter Lance lands onto Monkey. That might give a bit more license to keep going. Heal for move speed. The Duskbringer is there, but they won't be able to turn that into the kill.
You know, Sam, even if the Mandalorian Grogu flops, at least we know this is the way. This is the way. 303, the Hex Plate. It's not quite Beskar, but I think they'll take it in this one. Actually, Monkey going forwards, flashing onto Jachi.
Goes on in with that ult. There's Karis following again with that Spirit Rush. Can look for the kill. And indeed, they find something. But I don't know whether Wei there is going to have an ability to reset. He might be the Shadow Lord with that R button pressed, but will not be able to come back from being cut in half. And will get to reset. Not as dead as people thought he was. That feels familiar. And instead, Silas will come out here and find a kill himself.
Karis cut down where he stands, sent to the world between worlds, and the turret will go down in the spot side as well. Jumping forwards again. Dude, when Silas gets fed against an Ahri, it just doesn't feel fair. He's got Darksteel stacks as well, gives himself a bottom tier 1 turret as well. Nia's been doing well, I think, this series. I mean, his Cassiopeia did get he overpushed a couple of times. Hang on, wait, he might actually kill Bao here. He actually can.
We shall get our revenge.
Shut, what do you mean revenge? He hasn't died this game. He's the one who's been doing all the hurt.
Precisely, that's the way it's like he's just here to be angry and be a Dark Lord of the Nightmares.
He's causing a lot of anger on the other side, Sam.
Yeah, let's give in to the hate.
Good. Let the jungle flow through you, Monkey. Not happy with this either. Does Wei have a smite? I think maybe he just steals away the blue buff. Monkey doesn't even get that. Wei is angry after that last game. He's got himself his ultimate back up. The fish is fried. And Wei has completely taken over this game. What a wonderful Nocturne performance.
5-0-5. He's going to keep looking for the Gromp as well. When the Nocturne just gets to be relentless, that's when you start feeling terrified, because normally Nocturne, there's a little downtime where the R button's not available. Doesn't feel like that with Wei right now, does it?
The only person who's not killed is Cube for the last Ultimate Hunter stack, but he does have 4 out of 5. And he's been using that just ultimate destruction here as they just jump forwards onto the Corki. They have the Wild Growth. The Tidal Wave is flashed over from the Nocturne. I mean, you're in a 3v3. You have every right to think you're somewhat safe there, but when you're this far behind in the jungle role, it is much more of an open-ended question. Both mid laners roam down. And the problem is, they jump forwards onto Jachi, but Wei ends up finding someone melee range of him. If you are melee range of this Nocturne, you probably die, Sam.
And of course, Nia then comes down as the late counter punch there with the Spirit Rush stolen, and Karras, having burned all his ultimate stacks, is quickly turned into a snowman by Mako and kicked down by Nia.
Monkey, I don't know, I wish he was a Wookiee at this point. Ever seen a Wookiee rip a droid's arms, limbs from limb?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not the arms, limb for limb. Yeah. There's a quote in, like, Star Wars Battlefront 2 about them. There's a lot of quotes about... I've seen a lot of nostalgia for the original Battlefront. By the way, that's the only Battlefront I consider. Look, the actual remade Battlefronts, they were okay, very good graphically as games. They don't hold a candle to the originals, I'm just saying. About is... I'm not sure that's where the Corki wants to be, Sam.
No, maybe we can jump on Mako here. He doesn't have the flash, got a Wild Growth and a Dream. I think he's just dead. You know what? Not bad.
I was wrong, Sam. I was wrong.
Wait, can I get that in writing? Hey, Alex admitted he was wrong.
I say that sometimes. I was wrong. About gets a really good play. And the bot lane turret will go down. Sam, About finds the exhaust. I now need an X-Wing Corki. Yeah, I need like
Lock as foils to attack position.
It's like I've got a whiskey delta on my tail or whatever. Yeah. Just need like a lock as foils.
Red farm standing by.
Exactly. We're on the same page there. We need like a Luke Skywalker skin for About. Or I would take Wedge Antilles as
I think
the true unsung hero of the entire Skywalker saga. Yeah. Like Wedge is there at both destruction of the Death Stars, and I mean, for those of you who don't care about the movie, I understand. He is also the person that basically like leads the fleet in Episode 9 as well, Rise of Skywalker, which is, look, it's a mess of a movie. I was very happy to see Wedge there, though.
Yeah, but he's like, considering people like, they kill off Akbar, Leia, Luke, Han. Sad times.
I try not to think. I try not to think too much about the sequel trilogy. I think it's the first 30 minutes of Force Awakens are actually very good.
Very good.
I watched it again recently, and then I watched it a second, jumping forwards again. Trusting the power of the dark side. Wei flies into the play,
trying to get that kill will finally do it, but they'll manage that. What happened is also About falls. In comes Breathe as well with the hammer. That ain't a lightsaber, but it'll do just fine. Looking more like Tartarus. Maybe we'll make this a Halo reference instead. But I don't know whether these rings are firing anytime soon. They'll keep everyone else alive for now.
I think we definitely are on the great journey, Sam.
Yeah.
But not the one, towards glory. This is very much towards the afterlife, funnily enough. That's
appropriate.
That's actually very appropriate here, too. I mean, this Nocturne is just out of control. How do you deal with a Nocturne one-shotting the first person into play? In pro play, you are not meant to see a Nocturne get this fed. Look, I've played plenty of Burst Nocturne in my time. I'm sure many people remember the Assassin Nocturne of seasons past before he became much more Bruiser-focused. You're not meant to be one-shotting like this. If you do that, Nocturne actually becomes a late-game champion because he immediately just trades 1 for like 1.5, and you have to spend so many cooldowns onto him while your priority target is down. It's just game over. We were saying this from the draft and whatever, we've been riffing about things. These drafts are very, very squishy. No one is particularly tanky. So it means that when you put a foot wrong, everything goes wrong very quickly and there's very little recovering that situation. Everyone just has to pile on and hope for the best. We've seen that from a lot of LPL teams. Of course, it's kind of an LPL specialty, I would argue. Kind of playing the squishy, highly mobile, high burst damage compositions. It's something that we love to play over here. Of course, teams like T1 and D+ Kier have played that kind of style. points to within the LCK, but I'd say it's more of a regional specialty across the average from the LPL. And now having someone like Nocturne kind of just be so incredibly fed, going towards a GA third item, you're not meant to have this much gold. You are not meant to have this much gold. W are forced to playing Rebellion tactics. Sam, they're looking for the plans on the side lane. Breathe flashes away.
Dark Procession comes on forwards. They'll try and make this kill happen. And Breathe likely does die, but he takes one with him. And now Nia's here and says, I will avenge you, my master. And starts stepping on forwards. He's got himself the summoned maiden as well. Who will be that Dark? Palpatine on his shoulder. There is a certain Palpatine quality to Yorick Turd.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's like, you know, in the Phantom Menace when they're in that that little conference room.
Yes.
And there's Palpatine. It's like, I'm sending my apprentice, and then just like the maiden steps forward into the hologram. It's like, this is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Yeah.
Oh god. I like the Phantom Menace. I think a lot of people overlook how good the Phantom Menace is, and also I cannot believe how real-world appropriate that... Look, again, probably not to be said on stream, but how real-world appropriate has that game become? Wait, it's actually in a 1v3 here.
He's not anymore. He's got Mako behind him. The fear comes on for Nia's also come on over. He's still got the hijacked maiden. See whether he needs to summon their apprentice or not. Doesn't happen this time around. And so the Darth Lord Silas will not find...
Yeah, I mean, really in this game, it has been kind of like Master Nocturne and Apprentice Silas.
Yes.
God, now I need to... for those of you who haven't played it, go play Knights of the Old Republic. It's a really, really good series. Knights of the Old Republic 2, very, very good.
I've still never played that fully.
I think you'd really enjoy it, Sam, because it's a very good deconstruction of the genre. And look, you know how The Last Jedi tried to be a deconstruction of the setting and it kind of failed because it kind of hated the genre? The thing about... Knights of the Old Republic 2 was that particularly Treya slash Treya or Darth Kreia, yeah, whatever that she goes by both names. She is the one person who realizes the true nature of the Force is actually placing the galaxy in endless conflict. So she tries to kill the Force. Crazy, great plot.
I will say that I think one of the ironies, of course, of Kreia is the fact that she is just incredibly wrong in most ways.
Oh no!
Wait, because one of the big things obviously is like she is a failed Jedi and a failed Sith. She fails at both and is incredibly bitter about it. And so she has all these kind of really salty, pseudo-wise takes. And there's some truth to it. But the fact is that she is actually just horrendously failed at the both things she tries to do.
The thing is, though, I actually do think she's wise. And I think there's a kernel of truth in there. The thing is, though, but yes, she's...
There is a really good breakdown talking about how Kreia gets nearly everything wrong. And so actually, if you take her at her word, then you actually...
Hang on, jump forwards in mid lane. Here comes away again!
Oh, there's that wild growth option. They might have to find something potentially as a turn on. But look at Wei, he just doesn't care. He keeps autoing. He doesn't have to use any special buttons. He's just pressing the attack move. And Nia can keep hunting for more. The chain lashes down and Monkey has to jump away.
709 on Nocturne. Wei has been on fire. And as we said, look, IG have had their flaws. They've had their faults. But Wei has been goddamn trying. Nia and Wei take over the game and will bring us to a 3-game series in the first series of the day.
And again, much like with JDG before them, they lose one game to IG to WE and seem to awaken something seriously nasty. Game 2 is a demolition. Make no mistakes about it. 22 minutes on the clock. And Invictus Gaming make a statement.
As we said, you don't know the power of the jungle. He just destroys them, Sam. Everything is lost from the first minute of the game, it feels. It is all proceeding as I have foreseen it. I mean, fantastic from Wei. Goes in for the Raptor invade, ends up walking across mid lane, getting the kill onto both mid and jungle in one fell swoop, and the game falls apart from there, Sam. The game absolutely falls apart. I just put that volume way too low. Well, welcome back, everyone. We had some fun with the game. Really appreciate the sub there, by the way, Badonium. Really appreciate you. And for everyone else who's watching along as well, we have fun with these casts as well. We hope you're enjoying yourselves as well. We are the Hapgood brothers. Yeah, we are actually brothers, and we cast LPL for a living. If you'd like to support the stream, either with donation to the Ko-fi or through liking, commenting, subscribing, it makes a huge difference to us because literally this is how we pay our rent. I'm going to put those links in chat now. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your attention, and we hope you're having a good time.
Yep. There was a question there as well, like what are the LPL standings looking like at the minute? And basically, guys, WE firmly at the bottom, just above them though, well, relatively speaking, because WE haven't won a series. Above them though, it's the likes of IG and Weibo Gaming. who are kind of towards the lower end of Ascent, and above that is this kind of big snarl of teams fighting for second with various different game scores. People like Top Esports, who are just about in second, and there's also AL on the rise. You're also looking at JDG, who are in that space as well. But again, dropping that game to WE actually hurt their standings just that little bit with the game score scenario. Right at the top, though, alone in first right now, for all there's been a couple woes in the mid-game, is BLG. And that'll be making this kind of next game against Top Esports with Top Esports and JDG quite important, because winning that gets you significantly more firmly into that kind of top 2 conversation.
Yeah. I've changed. I took some gain off of the mic, by the way. I think it's helped our audio quality. I'll have a listen back. But I think that audio. So that things might be quieter on the stream. Oh my god, that's a top damage from a Nocturne in pro play. That shouldn't happen. With a game with like a game with a Jace in it, you shouldn't be top damaging as a Nocturne. That's insane. I mean, Wei is fantastic. This guy is genuinely great. LPL is the region of junglers, and I think that Wei. I mean, you look at some of his best games last year, you look at some of the games he's been pulling out of his arse in this year, even though IG have not been technically a good team. Fantastic to see.
Right, Alex, I'm going to run to the bathroom quickly.
Okay.
I shall leave this one
right
with you.
Do you think IG is going to be able to pull it off if they play aggressively? I mean, there's a lot of stuff which kind of goes into it, right? I'm just going to listen back to some of the clips from that game, see how audio quality is looking. Yeah, I think that mic quality sounds a lot better this time. I just took like a little bit of the gain off, and this works a lot better. That's good. Is it time that we say that the Vi Ahri pair is just no longer the threat of the pairing, or the pairing it once was? Because this isn't the first time it's lost, and it's not the first time to do it and lose recently. Even last year, Vi Ahri wasn't as good, to be honest. I think that a lot of the lane matchups for the Ahri were a lot harder to abuse. So instead of going against champions where you could kind of just destroy them early and Ahri would get ahead anyway, Ahri has to play losing matchups a lot. I mean, this time it's just losing at level 1. I mean, like, you can't judge this game too heavily, but hang on, we're going to get player of the game now, so I need to turn this back off again. But, yeah, I think in this game, realistically, you lost the game from level 1. There isn't a crazy amount you can say about that. And of course, Wei gets player. Like, there's no surprise that Wei gets player of the game. They just went absolutely nuclear on them. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best knockdown games I've seen in a very long time. Fantastic. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting to the point on Uma where I think I don't even know if I'm gonna run new aces for the next, oh no, I kind of do because Redshift. Oh, damn it. I was thinking about not running, not like doing too many runs for the next CM, but I kind of have to because I need to get Redshift on all my A's. Oh, that sucks. So I am actually going to have to rebuild everything. Ugh, that's going to be a pain. Gonna be a real pain, actually. Okay, I've got to run an ad break, folks. We'll do that. And then, I guess we'll get ready for game 3. There we go. Cool.
Welcome back, folks. Hope we're all doing all right. Theoretically, IG should be favoured here. The fact that they haven't been is a bit of an eyebrow raiser. It's a bit of an odd one. It must be said. Hey, Katari, loving that simple summer dress. Yeah, it's very pretty. It is. It is. It is. I agree. Well, he really took it personally. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He was remarkably scary in that game, it must be said. Remarkably. Onto stage we look. That probably means I need to do a little bit of moving the cameras around. 1 second, folks. Hello, hello. We probably need to change this audio as well while we're at it. There we go. Hello, hello. How are we all doing today? No. No. Oh, for God's sake. There we go. This is really annoying. I hate how this works. Come on, Huya. Hello? Ah! Alright, 1 second. I'm going to have to minimize Huya because it won't. There we go. Good grief. It's harder work than it needed to be. Much harder work than it needed to be. Anyway, it's done. That was quite hard work, chap. Could not, for the life of me, get to the mute button. Wouldn't come out from underneath the taskbar. Very frustrating. Anyway. Oriana's going to get banned. I had to move the camera up a touch. There we go. Oriana banned. The double enchanters there of the Karma and the Seraphine away. Milio's going to follow. Really is an enchanter focus at this point. What else are we going to get rid of at this point? Rumble still going to be a consideration, would be my assumption. Varus, I think, probably also begins to be a question as well at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about it being, enchanted meta. It has been for most of the year now. We are getting to the point where, a Nautilus lane might crop up here. Nautilus is still pretty good versus a lot of the field.
There's that Rumble ban I was wondering about.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether we start dipping into some of the new changes on the patch. Do we get something like a Zeri? Do we get something, like a Smolder even? How much of these teams actually researched well enough in terms of, the new changes for patch 26.9. IG, first pick. What do they consider valuable here? Potential of a Pantheon, I suppose, in terms of that last kind of AD jungler that does really well. There's the Neferi up as well if you don't care about that. Oh, this was banned in the last draft. Annie, pretty good user of Electrocute and actually the Deathfire Touch. You can use either of them too. She has rune options. It's also just good at kind of just allowing you to engage from mid lane, so you don't have to get that from jungle or supports. WE, we see the Annie. They lock in against it. Presumably something like Aurora. Or, well, I suppose if you want to go for something like the Akali, you can as well. Karis is a big player of it. TF would be very different. I mean that both mid lanes would be going engaged, but as we said, once you see the Annie, you can go towards something like the Akali. Even though the lane matchup can be quite difficult, Karis is a big player of this champion. He trusts himself to pilot it well.
Yeah, that plus the Pantheon gives you double dive and threat with it. With the TF, I was thinking it was likely going to be a Pantheon lock, right? Regardless, really. Look to play that one out. Monkey has been a big Pantheon enjoyer for a while, even when he kind of fell away from meta a little bit. He's one of those few who didn't let it go. Of course, really back in the fore over the last 6 months plus at this point, so not exactly a surprise, really, in the grand scheme of things. Breathe debating a Renekton here. Good early brawling with that Annie.
Gives you really good point and click for something like a Neferi jungle. This seems like a bit of a Neferi draft to me if they were going to do that. Go away from the Renekton and go towards the Xinjiao, which is really powerful in the patch. The big thing here is we don't know what build he's going to go towards. I would imagine it's the AD Bruiser as we've always seen, but you can see like Shiv, Dusk and Dawn, and a couple of other like AP variants, or Dusk and Dawn after something like Sunder Sky as well. There are a couple of different variations which are really, really strong right now. Renekton is locked in, so there's a lot of point-and-click burst on top side. If Akali goes melee range of any of those three, it can go really bad.
Needs to pick her moment well, WE. And for Karis to return to some of that form that got them to Group Ascend not so long ago. His best. Karis is great, but he's been a little ways off that. The Rise game one, for all that they won that game, was pretty dubious. Wasn't entirely impressed with the Ahri last time out either. Xante's going to get locked in for WE, so they're just saying, Cube, you're going to be frontline, fellow diver as well to go with that Akali and the Xante when you go all out. So you've got a few ways to get in and fight with some of these folks.
Now we have 6 picks locked in and 5 of them are melees right now. Now, luckily, bot lane does tend to have the double range to keep things a little bit more balanced on that front. But when you have heavy melee drafts, even if it's just a heavy melee top side, when things start to snowball, they stay that way pretty well. There's a lot of kills, you force very hard because you need to be ahead of the game to kind of make up for the fact that you are melee. A lot of people are like, wow, why is Yasuo so OP with Windwaller? Why is so... Tryndamere is spinning slash so OP. The problem is that they're melee.
Yeah.
If you're melee, you're at such a disadvantage anyway. You need some strong strengths. It was August that was talking about this and talking about, well, why do all these melee champions feel like they have overloaded kits? It's like, well, being melee in a ranged champion's world is really
hard. Yeah, I know. The power of being ranged is a hell of a buff in its own right.
If you changed any melee champion to being ranged, they would be the most broken thing. I mean, it's why Kayle was so broken, right? When she gets like her ultimate comparative, right? I mean, level 1 to level 6 is so different from her. Nautilus is banned away from her. Jhin and Ashe both banned away. So we're getting
A lot of
into
80 carries
we're
gone now.
getting to the point where stuff like Zeri I think is really powerful.
Felios angle? Felios? Oh, you're gonna have the Lulu with it. It's a bit
Yeah,
problematic. The
you could-
Thresh might allow you to bounce away from some of the melees.
Yeah, you could have Felios Thresh. You could Sivir.
Sivir Alistair's not a bad shout.
As
actually,
we
if you
said,
could thought,
I actually
yeah.
think that stuff like Smolder is really strong right now, especially with Deathfire Touch, Black Cleaver, and then the Gluttonous Greaves as well.
I've seen a little bit of the Smolder top into Cassante again, actually. People have been running that.
Yeah, but you've got the Renekton, so you're not
Renekton
doing
already,
it.
it's unlikely, but it's worth noting.
Yeah.
Also, it's Annie support, it's Renekton mid,
Yeah.
Smolder's going top.
Super carry do and be Renekton mid. I do miss a little bit of the Renekton mid. Stuff like the Eclipse Burst Assassin
Yeah.
is actually very fun to see. Because like, yeah, these very clear weaknesses and very clear strengths. Xayah was actually banned away in the last draft, and it's very good into melee comps. Very good into melee comps. If you go towards the Xayah Rakan combo, I mean, I would almost argue lock in the Rakan rather than your AD carry and then pick up the remainder later, because the Rakan is really good for both these supports, and it's very lane dominant compared to a lot of the other champions left in meta now. If you go for the Lucian, there's no Nami, there's no Milios, you'd have to go Lucian Braum.
Kai'Sa's an interesting proposition here, seeing the Sivir saying I don't think you can actually
Kai'Sa
hurt me in lane. Kai'Sa Rel, yeah, Kai'Sa Alistair maybe, or Kai'Sa Nautilus also options.
I think at this point, you know, it would be... Kai'Sa lane's fine, pretty good into the melee comps too. Sivir Kai'Sa's a fine AD carry matchup. Go towards the Alistair, a bit more upfront tank. If you go towards the Rel, a bit more engaged. You've got enough point and click on top. So
It
that's
takes the Alistair out of the Sivir lane, right? Because it often feels like if you're locking Sivir, it is to allow for something like the Alistair, who lanes quite poorly, but Sivir just says, don't worry, bro, I got you, and presses W and Q.
Yeah. Go towards the Alistair here, then...
North band, so it is, then when they bland on that one.
Oh, I actually blanked on you saying that, so I was like, yeah.
No, it's Qatari said it, so like, North band, so yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was calling it Kai'Sa Rel instead, because that one felt like the best remaining one. Erem might go towards the Rel here, actually, as support. Rakan is a bit more lane dominant. I don't love Rakan into Annie, because you get one shot in mid-game quite a lot. I would prefer Rel or Braum if you really want to just get something tanky. Rel is better for engage, Braum is better for tank.
And Braum obviously has a lot of people who really won't enjoy having the stacks put on them. Pretty much everyone not named Annie's at threat of the Braum passive, even then Annie has to get semi-close to get things like her W off, so even then a Q is very much viable. Is it the static Shiv Braum in order to apply Braum passive to everyone across the team
Static
fight?
Shiv Braum, love that. We're going to go to an ad break and talk about Static Shiv Braum. If you don't want adverts, please subscribe. It helps support the channel. We're not supported by anything but yourself, so we appreciate every bit of support you can give us as well. All right, folks. What have I just done? I've just opened up the inspect tab thing and said, okay, what I'm done with that. Right, let's get ourselves into that. As IG, they have a ton of burst. They have a ton of point and click. I think IG, especially with Jachi, who's an incredibly aggressive AD carry on Kai'Sa, in a draft where the Kai'Sa can just rip out the heart of this composition, it's going to be a real game changer. Monkey on the Pantheon's got to do some work with this global Sem. I'm really worried that Renekton pushes in the Cassante, and he's got a good matchup versus the Akali as well. So this top side, which is already so aggressive early, is going to have a great platform to play off of. I think IG have got the more confident draft for themselves.
I agree with you there. Of course, you do still have a lot of divers. There's still a Sivir with all these melee options. If you do get this Akali rolling, or you get the counter punches and start blowing up this Kai'Sa on repeat, maybe there's ways to come back in the mid game, maybe to leverage the Sivir priority. Just don't know whether it's going to be enough. WE, game one. I just had a couple series in a row now, a little bit of improvement. It's good for them. However, a game win is not a series win, and again, they have been stymied against the likes of JDG on that front. We'll see whether IG can also ensure that they don't become the first team to lose to WE this split. Dials to begun. Shit, the level 1 from near there, who got a little bit caught out in his own line bush. Jayo is there from both squads, but as noted, and yeah, just caught a little bit there. That level 1 flash being down on the Annie is punishable now if Pantheon starts doing some early shenanigans.
You know, Nia hasn't had the best wave control, so his flash being down does make a difference. We did say that the Annie is meant to be pretty good in this lane. You know, the Akali has, of course, value later. The Akali's got value in pretty much every game if she actually gets through to mid game and late game with a good amount of gold. Bot lane, again, the reason why the Civ is not like completely shredding this wave early is because you don't want to over push. Mako actually forced them away from the lane there, though the the wave rather. Braum passive not going to apply onto Mako. It falls off there. But now Jackie had to tank that Q. It's not going to be a kill, but Jackie had to tank that for Mako. Still takes the Braum passive out after anyway. Civet at Braum, that is the winning lane for WE. They need to use that to give Monkey some area of the map where he can actually fight for stuff like Scuttle Crab and invades.
And obviously last game we saw it was Jackie and Mako with the shove. There was a couple dubious dives, but nonetheless they definitely had the shove and the early priority and playmaking potential. Yeah. And when we did see WE win both their games, he's picking up the MVPs. It's about who's getting involved very heavily on a lot of his champions like the Ezreal as well. So them with early power I think will be important in the grand scheme of ways we've seen WE win games. Not that there's a lot of data to go off, it must be said.
No, something we should, because they're on screen here. I am surprised that Breathe has not done much better into Cube. Breathe is actually, as one of our individual laners in the LPL, one of our best. If you think about the way he played in 2024, 25 was a little bit worse for him, but 24 particularly, I thought that Breathe had some wonderful games individually. And again, I keep calling back to Summer 2024 Finals against Bin, where I thought that Breathe actually did very well despite a losing series against Weibo. In fact, I thought arguably in at least game 1 of that series is actually better than Bin. So look, just seeing the peaks of this, right? Breathe is a player who you do need to actually respect a fair amount in individual lane, and Cube is one of our worst individual laners, I think it's fair to say at this point. But Breathe has not got that much done. Game 1 on the Scion didn't really affect the game at all, and the Ambassador kind of overtook him. Game 2, Passenger on the Jace, didn't really get to do much here. So now Renekton versus the Cassante, one where you meant to kind of get a 10 to 20 CS lead, see if you can kind of break down turret plates and stuff like that. Before the Cassante gets team fight value as a tank. I want to see Breathe do better this game.
Yeah. I agree. See whether that ends up being the case here. Okay, it's not really been about top lane in general, has it? Had a decent-ish Jace game. Got that one kill early on as the re-invade came a little awry from the Vibe. Engaged there onto about. Then he will spell shield later on again. You can't really spell shield the Alistar combo. One of the reasons why he did once upon a season.
Hang on, no flash.
Remember, has no flash from that level 1. You're absolutely right. Out comes the Comet Spear. Has no mana, no flash, no molten shield, no way out. And again, much like game 1, some wraparound ganks cause Nia some strife.
Nia's wave control has not been good. He's been trying to look for heavy trades, and the problem is when you heavy trade as most champions in mid lane, you also end up hitting the minions. All that means that you end up getting over pushed, and in this case he had no flash. Easy kill, goes over towards Monkey. WE. It's a good start for them. You know, we did say that Monkey needs to have a big impact in this game. While I do think that IG's top side particularly is really scary this game, you know, the amount of point and click that you have is gonna get out of control at some point. The Pantheon Global is the kind of the other X factor here. Mako is just waiting out the Civis spell shield and the Braum shield. Gets the E stun, but Mako might just die here.
Yeah, nearly, but they can't stick around. The Gara was at risk there. The Guardian instead. It's not Guardian, it's just standard stuff. I a little bit confused there by the aura around Braum from his stand behind Braum.
Yep, that's the one. About did use the barrier, and Jachi didn't, of course. So that means that About goes lower HP. Jachi has his barrier up as well. Jachi hasn't backed yet. This is his first back of the game. Does he also get a cull to match the Sivir? Be about 2 ways behind, 2 or 3 ways behind. On getting that. He does get the cull, which is good. I think you really, whenever I see an AD carry get cull, I really feel as though you need to match it. If you don't match it, you feel so much worse.
The only AD carry I've seen not do it often is the Misfortune, interestingly. He just says, you know what, I'm powering through to one item and saying it doesn't matter.
Varus doesn't either. Basically, if you're not a heavy auto attack a lot of the time, you don't, which I still think you should, by the way. Getting colors are better on a lot of champions than people realize. I'm actually not sure what patch change that was that we saw on the bottom of the screen coming out from 26.9. The LPL broadcast has been highlighting a few of them as we go on.
Indeed, not seeing any of the new items here, I don't think. No, not really. And again, not really looking at too many of the new runes either. Wondered whether we might see something, but no. Still the Electrocute on the Annie, no Deathfire Touch or Storm Raiders shenanigans.
See whether Jachi goes for a Shiv build, by the way. I'm pretty sure it doesn't build. I think this might still be like Kraken Slayer first because it's the recurve bow. I'm pretty sure that doesn't build out of that because it builds out of like, oh, they changed the build path. It's like
got a blasting wand and stuff in it.
It's got, yeah, it's got an, I think it's an Ether Wisp, isn't it? Ether Wisp, I think it's got like an AD component, then it's got the slingshot in it.
It's definitely got a blasting wand. I'm pretty sure. Blasting wand, slingshot. Ruby Crystal Near's got a flash, just gets hit by that return of the Shuriken flip though. We'll have Tibbers land on top of them. Wade can maybe come over the wall. It'll be a little too late as Karis now flashes out, does get a kill to his own name. And now Monkey in the 1v2 going to try and find something there. Wade flashes away and will survive.
Ah, Nia is just getting torn apart in this mid lane, Sam. It's a big issue. So Nia giving that kills over to the Akali, that's a problem. It's a big problem. Jachi takes that Bronchies out. And I did just have to share this up, by the way, because I think it's just Lichbane that has the blasting one. Static Shiv has Aetherwest Pickaxe and Scout Slingshots. That's the build for that one. So I don't think this is going to be Static Shiv from the Kai'Sa build. Although I think that champion probably should be building it a bunch of times now. The wave control you get with it, if anything, is really incredible.
Might be confused with Dusk and Dawn as the other things. I've been building both similarly at the same time with some ARAM shenanigans. That might be where I got a little bit lost. A little bit of clarification. Alex does make a lot of difference there. And indeed, you are right with that one. Probably does mean we're not getting that Shiv build. Is the long and short of all this wider conversation. Not that much more going on here, aside from the fact that basically WE have turned up mid lane with Monkey and Karis on the Pantheon Akali and have made Nia's life quite tricky, really. Way now around with Mako, though, maybe looking to punish Karis, who doesn't have that flash. Looking to invade onto these wolves. Monkey also down that summoner. Nice smite mid-air there from Wei. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Monkey just a little bit of XP over Wei. So Wei not getting the huge lead which he did in game 2. I mean, IG, they really didn't want this Annie to fall behind. The Annie is a big part of their engage, is a big part of their burst as well, because if you go in with a big Annie combo when Annie's ahead, then the Kai'Sa one-shots as she dives in. Now the problem is that Nia, it's going to be late towards stuff like the Malignance for more ultimates, of course, but then also just being behind in terms of the damage curve. It is a problem. I have to say, I didn't like Nia's Annie in his first time he played it either. I thought that was his worst game of his first series was on the Annie. I thought his Akali was fine in his first series, and then his Annie and then his Victor were... Well, his Annie was worse and his Victor was good. But the Annie, I'm not sure it's the champion I want to see Nia on, but it's a problem because it's such a meta pick right now. It'd be a big problem if that's not locked in, not kind of part of the champion pool. One thing which is actually important to note here as well, Jachi, because he's gone for the recurve blow first, he's not going to go for something like a really early Q upgrade. A lot of the time for Kai'Sa's existence, Kai'Sa was all about, how do I get at... What the hell is happening to me? What just happened to the control ward?
That just like blasted away.
But that's not a control ward, that's a bunny. That just like, there's like binkied like 3 times across the dragon pit.
I mean, is this the April Fool's patch again, where the wards would run away from you when you hit them?
Maybe. It's like, have you seen the Trees Hate Me game?
No.
You need to, okay, you need to watch like Trees Hate Me. I can't remember the exact name of the game, but I'm pretty sure it's called Trees Hate Me. Or maybe it's I Hate Trees.
1 HP and Breathe was in range for a Q there as Monkey didn't have Smite. Got a little bit nervous, I'm not going to lie. There's that second Smite, but there's the Dominus, make things a bit more interesting. The footwork into the Pathmaker. Breathe doesn't actually get picked up by it, but all the while Nia gets dragged all out. So they are going to make this 1-for-1 right now. The Crescent Guard comes on down, but Cube's here. So is now this Brawl. Mako's not here yet, and that's making things real dicey. Karis backs away. He's always been a smooth operator on the Akali. Breathe does escape with a flash and a dive, but now Mako in the 1v3 has to flash as well.
1v2, Nia goes down again. Q pulled the Annie out of the fight and into like isolated pocket where the Akali could jump in without the Renekton instantly one-shotting them. Breathe is really strong in those fights, but because Karis has got so much early gold, he gets to be the difference maker. This is the part of the map where IG are meant to be winning, so this is the part where they're meant to be, one-shotting. The Dominus comes on early. Monkey doesn't have himself a flash, but then Cube just walks up, pulls the Akali out, pulls a target to the side for Akali to ult into. And look, if the Annie was in the clump with the Shinzao and the Renekton, Akali maybe gets one-shot by the AoE of stuff like the Shinzao wall, the Renekton Q. Doesn't end up being the case. It's a good escape from Breathe, but they still lose the fight in their area of dominance on the map.
And now they're down about 1,000 gold, and a lot of that is to be found in the mid jungle, which is great news for W if you're looking at the 2 members you trust to take a lead and kind of start a snowball. Karis and Monkey, probably the 2 you want, who have been the bit more veteran elements of this squad. And yeah, both of them, I think, have had torrid affairs, really, across this split. Karis, in particular, has just really struggled to find a run of form, but as Akali has always been probably his most iconic champion, 2-0-2 to start the match is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, it's either like his Azir or his Akali, one of the 2. Q hits onto Jachi. That's actually a bit of threat now.
Yeah, can start looking to reset. The ricochets keep coming on through. The last auto's there. The glacial fissure comes on down. Eat those Christmas trees. The boomerang blade also brings Jachi down to remarkably low. Still has the flash, still has the ult and the barrier. So realistically, that'll be the end of it. But we'll be forced to reset nonetheless.
And they'll lose a wave as well. They'll lose a wave. That's the big cost of that. Hang on, do they jump over with someone else? Near's coming out of Fog of War. The exhaust onto them. Doesn't have a flash.
But he does have a stand behind me and a monkey to jump to, so that'll be just fine.
It's a double summon. Hang on, Near does have flash. Karis thinking about ulting onto him. There he goes.
Okay, comes the Grand Starfall. Monkey won't quite find what he's looking for, but this is the flash off Near, who's just not had that this game.
Nope. No, he hasn't. And that Annie has been really, really held down because of that. Very hard to make those aggressive plays.
The other thing I'll note is because everyone kind of cancelled their recalls again to come have a look at that play, that's another wave lost bot. Like, they're only resetting now.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it'd be like one wave. Now it's ended up being two because they stuck around for the fight afterwards. IG have always been a bloodthirsty team like that. Jachi, sadly, due to the kind of collapse of the top side, is now starting to see gold kind of flow into Civi's pockets in his own lane. It's just the top side not kind of holding up their end of the bargain, and now Jachi and Megris, they're like, guys, what gives? We're meant to be scaling up into the game. You guys are meant to have the early game down pat. And Sam, we have to start prepping for this now. Near's gonna die again. WE have just returned mid again and again. He's got a stun ready. Spell shield not in time. If the spell shield was there, I think actually he dies. The WE, I mean, I think they're winning their first series of the
They're in a really good spot. It's going to have to be some serious miracles to come back into this. We have started to get some first items. Sometimes a bit of a question about what first item we see on the Renekton these days. It won't be anything like an Eclipse. It will be the Black Cleaver. I think it does make sense. It's kind of one of the few frontline options and what will be a relatively AD-heavy game.
To be fair, it's pretty much Stride Breaker into range and then Black Cleaver into melees from what I've seen. There isn't that much experimentation right now.
We've seen a bit of Eclipse Shojin too, to be fair.
Like, a tiny amount. It's not a crazy amount anymore. Yeah, that is definitely in there. But on the whole, if you're ever into a tank, it's like Black Cleaver first.
Yeah.
Like, very rarely you see people flex outside of that. Karis doesn't want to fly into the stun. So he will back off. Not the sun. No. Of course, we have multiple fly into the Sundays now.
Yeah.
Of course, the famous one being Cream flying into top esports while he was OMG's mid laner in 23 summer playoffs. Game 5, flies in as a fed AP Kaiser, immediately dies, game ends.
It was genuinely appalling.
Jesus. But then again, you know, great many people have flown into the sun for reasons which are far beyond my, mortal understanding.
Are we fighting this? I don't know. Control Ward makes us a bit dubious. So let's be the blue buff still and everyone backs away.
Really hard to fly into the ball. Very hard to go into the ball.
I think it's been a really clutch pick, honestly.
The person who can do that is the Annie. The Annie's behind. Near falling behind here is such a... It's the foundation's getting cracked here. Everything is meant to be built on top of a solid Annie engage. You can't really do that now with a 0-3 Annie. Dragon has started. IG might have to do it anyway. Breathe isn't teleporting. He's actually going to be down on Rage. He's teleporting now. Dragon's under half HP. Her holding the door shut for now.
Yeah, there's the Dragon taken by the Shin Sao. The Glacial Fissure comes down. Now Karis on the flank angle. Twilight tried down. Doesn't need to burn the ult entirely yet. The Crescent Guard also down, but that's leaving Poor away. Isolated. Needs to flash on out. And in goes Karis regardless. Shuriken flips back out. It's now going to be left a little bit low, but escapes back into the bush. He's running away. Cube also escapes, but in comes Jachi, picks up one. Can maybe look for a couple here. Going to force a couple flashes. A triple kill for this Sivir, and Jachi can't find what he was looking for. The last W not there, and Jachi gets one, but that really is it. It's an ace now for WE, who ran over the fight.
Hey, what? Breathe on the Renekton tried his damn best, Sam. That was a 4-man Renekton Q stacking Black Cleaver on everyone, and it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Near's Annie once again really struggling to provide value. I think he only got the stun onto the Cassante who was doubling. Watch this again. It's a good steal by Wei, who actually wasn't in smite range. He steals it with a W because the smite was a little early from Monkey, so it ends up being a W steal from Wei. Near ends up using a stun onto Karis, which does basically nothing. Then watch this again. I mean, the Tibbers isn't even a stun, and it just goes onto a W in Cassante. Near gets almost nothing done in the fight. Karis gets to go in again because the Crescent Guard goes into the Thunderdome. And while Jachi is stacking up the the lethal tempo and Breathe is going into the middle of them, it's not like he can do that much. I think if he actually flashes early, he kills Erha then.
Yeah.
He actually does. It's very close to him. Can't quite do it and ends up going flash for flash instead of getting that kill. Jachi goes down.
Yep. Unfortunate stuff, but Jachi, I appreciate the attempt there. Does at least get you slightly on the board. The problem is 16 1,000 kills for WE is not a problem. I'll change where I was going with that because that's a heck of a stat to hit. The 3rd in the league. WE's fortunes of late have been a bit mixed, but once upon a time they were World Elite, one of the great teams of the LPL over the decades. What a stat to hit.
Well, these two teams are two of the original LPL teams. We had, EDG came in 2014, but you go back to 2013 in the first LPL split. IG and W were both there in the inaugural split. Not many teams have been all the way through that. I'm trying to think if anyone else has actually survived since then, but W and IG have all of this time. Many other classics have been made since then. Teams like Top Esports and JDG fighting off in our second series later today. They've become modern classics, but they were late entries into the history of the LPL. EDG still one of our earliest teams, and they were still a year late to the party. WE only 3rd on the list actually in terms of total kills, but they've been here for a very long time to rack them up over time. Way spotted on a ward there, so they will be spotted heading towards bot lane. They're not going to be able to do much here besides get a plate though.
He rocket belts out, so should theoretically be safe. Might give up this turret. I don't know whether they're going to quite have that. Be a TP into mid from the Annie. That turret is still looking pretty dicey. Concussive blows wide, flash over, but about spell shields. The Glacial Fissure comes on down and about to get to run away with the ult. Going to run across some of those honey fruits and they full send and get nothing.
Yeah. So, question in chat saying like, where are these teams in terms of the longest standing organizations in league history? So Fnatic and TSM are both from season 1. Yeah. There are a lot of teams from, China, Korea didn't really get into the league in terms of the teams until season 2.
Yeah,
it was 2011/2010. We had a couple of teams like, I think even SK were around at that point, I want to say.
Pretty early.
Yeah, but then you had teams like Fnatic Against All Authority, TSM, CLG, these like season 1 teams they were around.
Dignitas, I want to say, came in a little later, season 2.
That was season 2, but like season 1, I think like we had Dignitas, TSM, CLG. Were they all season 1? I think they were actually. And then like the Chinese teams really came online in season 2. Same with Korea, because we had the Azubu teams. Well, technically they were MiG before that, because they were MiG Blaze and MiG Frost, and then Azubu. Well, whatever. They had a couple of different team sponsors, but yeah, season 1 there were some teams still do actually survive from that time.
Yeah, not many, but 1 or 2. Here we go, the second charge. Should get that through. No, kind of interrupted, but Wade's going to die for it. All right, well, congratulations. You stopped the Herald charge, but you lose your life for it. Breathe goes in for the culling of the Meek, and we'll get at least a little bit of healing there. No, I did take a turret shot, so he's not in the best spot here.
OMG were around from the beginning, too. That's a fair point, too. Yeah, OMG with that. You know what? I'm going to go look on the Leaguepedia, and I'm going to go see exactly when the first... Let's go have a look at the first split. Who still exists from that time? So we still had IG, WE, OMG. We had Royal Club were in there. Of course, they're gone now. Positive Energy ended up getting taken by someone else at some point. Oh my god, LMQ were there in summer. I forgot about that.
And then, of course, they moved over to NA.
They moved over to NA in 2014, yeah, to allow them to kind of like qualify through a different region. God.
And of course, there were still Chinese teams in season 2, but it was kind of via more of the open circuit stuff.
Yeah.
And they were playing in, that was also when Wei Xiao was playing AD carry for World Elite. Now, of course, WE.
Wei Xiao, oh god. Yeah, and Messiah, all of these great players in there. There were some really cool players back then. Seriously, folks, so funnily enough, I'm recording a podcast later today on one of the Shut Up and Scale, for those of you that don't know, it's going to be that Dragon going down. There's one of the topics we're going to be tackling there tonight, a little bit of a sneak peek, is what were the most entertaining seasons of League to watch and why?
Yeah.
Season 2, the meta was very slow, but some of the storylines have just been so hard to like erase over time. The CLG Moscow 5, and you have like TSM, CLG, TPA. There was some great moments in there. Like season 2 is very special actually. IPL 5, oh great time, folks, great time. It was
the Azubu teams.
Yeah. Okay, so WE, I mean, we'll log back in because for those of you who are WE fans in chat here as well, this is probably a one series for you. They want to take the Akali ult. I don't really think they can even do that. Good escape by Karis.
Yep, nicely done. Twilight Shroud for the move speed. Buys a bit of time for the energy to recharge. Rocket Bell E. Simple enough. Monkey will take the opportunity to steal away a Raptor camp as a result as well. Now WE in a fantastic spot, really. Baron is up. I don't think IG want it. They're here in force because they can't afford to be in anything less.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the classics, they're trying to go for something like the Fnatic Bush because they're so far behind in gold.
Yeah.
What else can they do?
Lose.
Well, that is the alternative, isn't it? That is the alternative. IG, they needed their top side to do well early. They didn't. In my eyes, this game is a failure of sadly, Nia in mid lane throwing Wei and Breathe under the bus in terms of their early game potential. Nia dying very easily due to wave control, which had gone against him, has thrown this game into the abyss from IG. The bot lane is just had to sit in 2v2 with the top side actually roaming down to them, forcing them off of waves too. Feels bad for Jackie and Mako. I don't think they played this game particularly badly, but they're behind like 3,000 gold as a duo now because IG had expected their top side to go better and just didn't.
It just didn't. Always feels a bit tough when that happens. Monkey thinking about throwing out some of that vision, saying, yeah, where exactly are these wards? Basically, because we've got a few minutes yet until the Dragons, and no one's really got anything to fight over as yet. Worth noting, WE with the early Grubs, with the early Herald, but IG did pick up a couple Dragons. Problem is, of course, WE won that last one, so that additional win con for IG never really came to fruition.
Ghost in chat saying that because it's the new patch, Jatchi and Wei are losing to Shopkeep. Now, I kind of agree for the Kai'Sa, where I think there are some just absurdly broken combos with stuff like Shiv and a whole bunch of other things for Jatchi. Okay, specifically for Shinzao in this game, one thing which because I've tried out the AP Shinzao with the Shiv and stuff. The problem with building Shiv first item in this game is that you're very low HP. And if you do that, if you do that versus the Akali one-shots you. So specifically, now it's very good versus Pantheon and Cassandra because you just heal for forever versus them. Yeah, it's actually very good versus them. In fact, I would argue that AP Shinzao very good versus almost everyone but the Akali. But as you've seen, the Akali is so individually strong. You would just get one shot, and that's the problem. If you don't go towards that tunnel of first for the extra HP, Akali just eats you. It's very, very hard to play against. Yeah, hey, many people would pay very, very good money for that. Dare I say? Who cares about that KDA? They'd die for that. Right. Okay. Wait. It's the red buff. Go on then, Sam. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, we're going to go talk about Raptor camps. We're going to do. The chicken nuggets go over the walls way. He's going to get hit by that concussive blows. The Glacier Fisher comes on down. Out comes the Annie, but there's still a lot of knockups. This is fantastic for W, but Cube's out here with a wonderful and top-4 strikes and drags them all out. IG hold the line for a second or two. Karis does go a little deep, and that's a shutdown there for the Kai'Sa, who survives with some good use of the flash, the barrier, and the ult.
It's a 2-for-1, but the shutdown goes to the Kai'Sa. Not that it's really taken much goal off it, because About just sits there and guns him down too. About's been really good this series, folks. Let's call that out as well. You know, we talked about, Karis, we talked about Monkey and the positive and the negatives as well, particularly because game 2 he was ran over so much. I think About has been very solid for WE, and considering a lot of the flame I saw towards this AD, how bad is this AD carry in recent post-match threads? I think that About deserves his flowers too. Has he been perfect? No. This series, I think he's been more than solid. I think his Ezreal was exceptional in game 1 as well. Go back to a replay of this. About just gets to sit and ricochet through the whole thing. It's a Civ's dream, Sam. He just sits there. 3 items, shreds them to bits. This is the dream Civ fight.
Just about doesn't get the perfect execution up onto Nia there, and Jacchi managed to clean that one up with a nice flash to follow. And credit to Jacchi again, considering this is a crap game state, at least the Kai'Sa's picked up a kill or two here. If there was any way back for the side of IG, a 3-item Kai'Sa who's got the Fiend Hunter bolts for that kind of initial burst off the R button pressed with the killer instinct might be your way in.
We have seen bits and pieces of Fiend Hunter Akali before, which is very much about that, always having your ultimate up, which in this game is very important, but then also having that quick burst. Fiend Hunter means that you can occasionally assassinate the Akali or the Civ. I mean, it's okay for this point in the game, I suppose. Like I said, I think there are some Shiv builds for the Kai'Sa which are just exceptionally broken and really helps you contest wave against the Civ, which might have been very, very helpful for them in the way that the game played out. Again, it's not really it's not Jacchi's fault, this game. He's actually had, a pretty good series himself, despite that lost game as well. On the Misfortune, it was very hard for him to position those fights against the Ambessa. He tried his best. IG, I mean, they are in a very difficult spot. Switched out Renard. I don't think Nia has been an exceptional difference between the two mid laners. I think realistically, we're just waiting to see if Rookie does come back, and I don't think he can come back soon enough, or that's not going to happen. I don't know what they do, Sam.
Well, not have a great time, I suspect, is the answer. Mako on a flank angle here, but he's going to be spotted out by a ward. Doesn't have his sweeper available. Used to get into the jungle, but they know he's there. And About now kind of wise to his wiles. And Mako's got to have an idea he's in danger here. Yeah, he's going to ghost and run away because he kind of knows he's been found. Doesn't know where that is. Cube gets hit by the Aniop. He's got a Pathmaker. I don't really know whether they've got the kill threat here. Over comes Jachi with a long-range killer instinct. They're going to try and jump and try and get that knock-up. The Interpol Spikes come away. There's the all-out. But now he's in a 1v3. That's not bad going.
Goal goes to Jachi too. I mean, if anything's going to save this game, it'll be a random carry by Assassin Kaiser. They're trying to play for these extended plays on side lane onto isolated people. Hang on a second. Monkey, if he face checks... Oh, no, okay. All right, okay. That's fine. Yeah. Well, I think, in fairness, there was an Akali on the same side of the map.
Yeah, it would have been rough.
It probably still would have been a dead Renekton. Fair play. Fourth item, almost there from Jachi now, going towards what is likely going to be that Lord Dominic's regards.
Yeah, that would make some sense. Wants that pen to go with all the upfront burst and attack speed that they've got. Basically, you press R, you auto 3 times, and theoretically the person you hit is dead, is the plan. Whether that happens or not is another matter. Of course, on the other side, nearly at that 4th item for About, who hasn't gone towards a Lord Doms, but again, you're into a relatively squishy comp on the whole. The amount of people with lots of HP highest, although I'm seeing some armor getting built up here, so I'm a little nervous actually about when the pen's going to come on through for About. He's gone for the GA to deal with some of the burst.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think he's doing enough damage that he just needs to not die.
Yeah.
I think Kai'Sa needs it's the age-old adage from StarCraft: when ahead, build defensively; when behind, build aggressively. Because when you start losing resources, I mean, to win a game, you need to deal enough damage to actually win it. When you're ahead, you have that already, so then you just try and limit your ways to lose. It's kind of cuts off the winning options to the other side. Now, I don't always agree with that. So, for instance, for Ahri, a lot of the time, you know, what I say is, like, you always build a Medjay's to get ahead of the curve, which then buys you that kind of safety. You need to be sufficiently far ahead that you won't miss the damage which you're not itemizing towards.
That makes some sense to me. Some of these wards get placed down. End of that for now. Cube looks into this jungle for a potential flank angle. Jachi has got his summoners up. That's a fairly significant 3-1. There's
you mean the Flingle? Gotta go for the Flingle on the side of it here, coming out into the mid lane.
See if they can find the Insulindian Phasmid as they're going, but that's a decent knock up there. The W comes final through with the Void Seek for the Untouched Spike part 3 into the double Pathmaker all out. Mako's going to get an ult down. I don't think it'll change all that much as the Crocodile turns out to be not from down under, aside from 6 feet. They'll come with the Grand and pick up the stake as well.
Seb, I think that was blind. I think he's like, yeah, he'll be around here somewhere, and he finds himself a free-range bull, Sam, and he takes him down. Maker, one of his most played champions of all time, the Alistar, has not been able to make the difference. Like, IG have been clumping up too much. About has just shredded them, and Cube on the tank front line has really worked out well for them. Sam, WE have done it. WE are gonna win their first series of the split.
They are 0-9, but no further. Invictus Gaming's name proves to be a lie. They switch mids, it doesn't matter, and WE in their home arena can finally scream victory for the first time all split. No one beats them 10 times in a row.
That has got to be just a bit of relief. A shining light, a little bit, a speck of it. It's not been a powerful split from them. It's not been a happy split for WE, but Xi'an finally have a home team victory. Last week, we had about, 3 days back-to-back of games in Xi'an. A lot of teams traveled here, and they only walked away with a single game win for WE. They get themselves the full series now, Sam. WE, congratulations, 1-9. It is their first victory in the split. And it's one of those victories which feels sweeter because of the suffering and heartbreak they've had to get to that victory.
Indeed. And again, like, look, last series they won a game. This one they get the series. There is some improvement. It's not perfect. I think for Invictus Gaming, they're going to be somewhat humbled by that. Let's be real. They were the other team that was looking pretty dubious in Group Ascent. If there was a team where W were going to pick up the victory, it probably was here. But still, it has been a tough road for WE. And something finally to feel good about in a split that has precious few of those moments.
In LPL 22 Summer, WE famously went 0-16 in series. This is a team which has had winless splits before. Very rarely has that happened, but they were one of those few teams to do it. They really didn't want to hold that twice. In fact, there was another time where we thought they would end up going into a similar amount of defeats as well, but they've managed to clutch it out since then. I think it was in 25 split 3. They were heading towards like a winless split altogether, I seem to remember as well. So like the last split last year when things started to go south for them. Congratulations to WE on the first victory of the split. It's come a little late for them. It's probably not going to help them in terms of playoffs and a bunch of other things in terms of like their seeding for it. I mean, there's a chance for if things go very well for them, they can somehow get above IG or Weibo at the very depth of things, but it's a very low case scenario now. It's just some confidence. It's to show that, you know, this isn't a Baron split. We're not having that terrible record of another winless split for W as an organization.
Nicely done from them. Folks, if you don't know who we are at this point, I'm Initialise, that's Nymaera. We are real life siblings. That is my younger brother. Hello.
Hello, it's me.
Hello to Alex. And indeed, we are here to bring you the LPL every day of the week here on twitch.tv/Nymaera, also on YouTube, also on Onivia. If you're on those chats, do say hello and try and do a little bit of cross-pollination. Go find the other socials, go click that follow button, makes a massive difference. Please do the same for me. I have an Initialise cast on various socials, which will make a big deal in terms of our ability to keep doing things, because it helps do things like get sponsors, which is a big deal in terms of our ability to keep paying for bills. Speaking of paying for bills, it's that time of the stream again, folks. We're about to run some adverts because we need the revenue. The other thing we would really like is some revenue from all of you folks back home if you've got that ability to either donate to the coffee link, depending on your pronunciation. I just say Kofi because the way of things. The other one is you can subscribe on Twitch. If you've got Amazon Prime, you get a free Prime subscription every month. Consider dropping it here. It makes a huge deal to us because, again, every sub here really does matter. You are paying for groceries, you are paying for rent. It is a significant part of how we do what we're doing, and considering we're here doing this all day, every day, for those of you who do have that little bit of capacity to help out, means the world. Thank you to those that do. With some monster damage there on Sivir. And again, you could celebrate that, and WE's first win by celebrating with us. With a sub.
Yeah, and look, I think About had a really good series. In fact, my player of the series, thank you so much for the sub, Baneblade, as well. And for those of you who've subbed throughout today as well, we really do appreciate you. So that'll be to Takano, Montes, Metal Parky for the gift subs, Low Cortisol Minus, Soycrom, Solly, Bodonium, and Baneblade. I really appreciate you for sponsoring today's stream, pretty much. You know, one thing which I maybe... Look, when I get more free time and energy, maybe it's like when people sub during a certain stream, we can put them into the video description. What I want to do... One thing I wanted to do a while ago was like having like a kind of like a sub wall. So we have like a credits effectively of everyone who's subbed to the channel. But we have like a lot. But, you know, basically anyone who's subbed in, I thought it'd be a really cool thing to do. And people, it was also very funny to have like people gifting subs to like Faker. It's like Faker was like subs to our channel for a bit. Like, okay. Oh god, that was funny. It's like, what do you mean Fake is sub to our channel? Awesome. I was in the Navy, but I try not to swell up. Basically, I put the auto mod, basically, I think it was last June. Oh my god, that's insane. I actually didn't even see that play from About in the back end of that team fight because it was Japchi dying on the other side. About had an incredible series. Really good from him. What was I going to say? Yeah, basically last year, I was basically part of the Twitch kind of like Pride Month rotating kind of carousel thingy on the front page. And they had to have like really strict auto mod for that to be available for that because people raid and say some pretty bad things. And I just never really changed it from them. So that's why, basically. Yeah, I can't believe that Karis actually missed both his ult. Honestly, that's very funny. But yeah, compliment for Baneblade. The Baneblade is literally like, there are two reasons why I almost didn't collect Eldar and collected Guard instead, and it was the Valkyrie and the Baneblade. Those two vehicles are so cool. I am a certified like Imperium hater. I hate that 40k is so determined by, you know, like Space Marine man children and like a 12 demigod like individuals reducing factions down to like a handful of like poster children without the other factions having anyone to compete with them. And the Baneblade and the Valkyrie almost overcame that hatred. They are just such cool vehicles. They are just so fantastic. That and the Warhound Titan. Like, I mean, the guards vehicles are just so damn cool. They're yeah, top tier, fantastic stuff.
They very much are. Briefly. I'll be right back in a second or two.
Can I have a coffee, sir?
You may.
Thank you. That was fun. I enjoyed our Star Wars fun set.
I did too.
It reminded me that I have a lot more fun when I'm randomly referencing things.
It's true though.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, I gotta do all this analysis, and I'm like, but I want to talk about Halo and Star Wars. Wouldn't that be an argument where Kai'Sa went poke here? If you have poke, then you have no DPS. If you go poke, then you have 0 DPS, and they just run at you with Sivir ult and you die, I think. There's an argument if it goes late enough that poke Kai'Sa's better, but I just don't think you win a game like that without significant wave clear. Guess we're gonna get our player of the game and... Oh no, it's the interview. That's the thing. Yeah, cool. Yes,
赛后采访我们
please.
也是请到了西安 WE 的辅助选手二哈进行我们的赛后采访，来向大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是西安曲江 WE 的辅助选手二哈。
欢迎二哈，也再次恭喜西安 WE 获得了本场比赛的胜利。那其实，在前彩的时候，我跟二哈还在聊，我说上一场比赛我们1比2，很可惜就差了一把。那会不会对士气有一个提升？然而就在今天这一场，你们成功拿下了一个大场比赛的胜利，来之不易的第2赛段的首胜，所以心情怎么样？
因为太久没赢了吧，还是比较开心的。今天
还是比较开心的。但其实刚刚在这个采访即将开始之前的时候，已经在偷偷的小小的抹一下自己的眼睛了啊。但是我觉得此时此刻的感性啊，也是对这段时间或许情绪压抑的最好的一个释放。那这场胜利终究也还是到了。想问问二哈，我先问一下游戏内当中的内容好了，就是第一把比赛。第一把比赛呢，其实我觉得你们的前中期的野辅联动啊，做的都非常的不错。这3场看起来，你们前期的节奏也会成为你们制胜的一个关键。所以当拿下了这个 Nico 之后，你自己的前中期规划是怎么去做的？
因为第一把选出 Nico， 感觉是打团战的那方面会做的比较好吧。然后前中期优势其实应该是对面的野辅比较优势，我们就等到打团战的时候再跟他们碰撞就好。
很清晰的知道自己整体队伍的大家一个优势之处在哪里，就是团战的碰撞。那就要问到了，你刚说到团战了，我觉得对你印象非常深的就是一波龙团的过程当中，应该是在第3条龙左右，就对方的先行发难，但是你反身一个大开到了对方4个人，配合 Cube 大招进场之后秒到了对方的 AD， 然后那一波赢下之后，其实奠定了你们很大的一个前期优势。那一波怎么操作呢？
那一波的话，他们的站位比较集中嘛，然后他们好像被我们打野吸引了，然后很靠近小龙坑，然后我们上单位置也很好嘛，然后我就感觉是个好的进场时机，我就进去了。
是个机会，但我觉得也正如你前彩的时候说的啊，即使可能之前没能拿下太多胜利，但还是要有一颗勇于操作的心。那一波就抓住了。那我们再问一下，第一把赢下来以后呢，第2把对方也是很快的调整，就还以颜色，又同时呢赢下了第2把比赛，比分又来到了焦灼的1比1。当时那一刻自己的心态是怎么样？怎么去调整？会不会觉得好像有可能会重演呢？
当时第2把打下来之后，我们就尽快调整自己的状态吧。觉得第1把可能小失误比较多，然后我们就直接进行下一把的 BP， 就也不太去想上把是什么样的，对。
对，就及时的把状态调整到我们第3把的这个游戏当中来。那第3把在 BP 上，我觉得就能看出做得非常不错，就是给你们到下路一个康德位拿到了个布隆，所以你们这3把看起来其实你们下路的对线做得也很不错。那有刻意的想要在第3把当中发挥自己下路的一个优势吗？
第3把其实对于两边来说，就是下路的组合都不多了嘛，然后如果都下去的话，大家就是捡一些比平时不玩的英雄玩。那当时那个阵容，我觉得布隆还不错吧，所以属于他的布隆。
也是做了一些提前的预设和预想啊。那我觉得第3把的关键的前期的一个转折点呢，应该是在潮冲团那一波呢，你也到了战场上，双方来了一个碰撞，但打赢了那波团战是很重要的。就当时这个潮虫的时候是怎么规划？就大家一定要碰撞起来。
当时是看对面来得很慢吧，然后我们其实就准备走的，但是感觉对面已经走到脸上了，所以说就准备打团，因为我们打团也不弱嘛，然后我就靠到了底，然后就打赢了那波团战。
对，就打赢了那波团战。那紧接着我们最后还来一个游戏内当中的问题呢，就是第3把当时是野区吧，野区 F6那波团，你很果断的就是大招开启了对面，然后是你们顺势拿下大龙那一波。就那一波呢，其实那个前草啊，大家还是挺拥挤的，这个站位还是略有一些风险，但是很果断就用大招去开团了，同时也拿下那个大龙。当时的决策是怎么样的？
因为当时处于我们阵容的优势期嘛，然后就尽量去找对面碰撞，然后虽然说站位有点集中嘛，但其实有布隆的盾，其实对面也打不到太多伤害，就感觉能赢，所以就进去了。
能赢还是很理性啊。那最后一波了，就最后一波高地团的时候，其实没有想到，就你也是避回去，然后再用起风的秘籍是踢回来，好像那一波当时就已经想好了吧？趁对方倒下2个人，一定要就一波做事，是不是也有一种可能憋了很久了，就想着也不稳了，这一波我就一定要一波了。
当时有这种心情嘛，然后感觉他们也不太好清线，然后我觉得 AGD 就能赢，所以说就交2个 TP 过来准备一波他们。
准备一波了。那我觉得最后啊，我们还是要问一些这场来之不易的胜利呢。我觉得到今天刚刚看到赢下来以后，队友之间也都非常的开心啊，也一扫阴霾。赢下比赛之后，大家之间怎么样？
赢下之后，其实大家都挺开心的吧。然后这一段时间的努力，大家也没有白费，就 每天都在积极的训练。然后我觉得，首先我要挺感谢西安主场的粉丝们吧，就是其实我们输了这么多，但是呢，就是粉丝们每次都在，粉丝们每次就输了之后也没有说什么，就一直在鼓励我们。我觉得这个对我们这是一种很积极向上，就一种动力吧。我觉得挺感谢大家的。
我觉得要感谢我们现场以及这段时间以来，即使是西安 WE 处在暂时的低谷期的状态下，也仍旧有那么多的老粉们，有那么多的601们在现场去支持你们。包括刚刚在采访开始之前，他们也都在说，已经为西安 WE 感动落泪了，提前替你们哭过了。但最重要的是，他们见证了你们今天的胜利。然后我也借用前彩的时候你对我说的一个话，包括我自己的一个小总结，就是我觉得选手无论在任何阶段，即使处于低谷期，都永远不要放弃自己有求胜的这样一个心态和想法，这也是今天拿下比赛最重要的一个原因。那最后吧，也借着这个机会，有什么话想要对粉丝朋友们说的？
就感谢一直以来支持和陪伴我们的粉丝吧，谢谢你们。
谢谢你们见证我们的低谷，但也见证我们获得胜利、未来走向高峰的那一天，这才是真正陪伴长久的粉丝和你们。那也感谢二哈进行我们的一个赛后采访，今天的赛后采访环节到这里就告一段落了，现在把时间交给我们的解说席。
Very cool to have Airheads into there. For you Mandarin speakers, I hope you enjoyed that. And for the rest of you, I hope you enjoyed listening to the tone of voice, I suppose. I like that as well. Hey, Captain. Bye, Captain. good to see you pop in. Okay, so we're getting ready for, honestly, next series, folks, it is a banger. It is a banger in terms of history. It's a banger in terms of like the standings right now as well. JDG Top Esports was the most important matchup in the LPL for some time. Wrap up this series first. Of course, Abagas player of the game, very good Kai'Sa game from him. I actually wonder whether he gets player of the series. He was really good this series, actually. I wonder if those peaks are only on that audio quality will only be on our stream, I presume. I presume that's only on clean feed. I'd imagine on the Chinese audio that's fine. Hey, how's it going, Everest? Good to see you. But yeah, the next series is absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Make no moans about it. It's you know, it's a battle for JDG to see if they can hang with the top 2. It's a battle to see if Top Esports can again like keep pace at the top of the top 3 rather with JDG, because JDG are quite clearly in 4th behind AL and Top Esports and BLG. But if they win this, that conversation opens up again. You know, JDG, this is a huge patch for them. I wonder whether they've prepped for the new patch as better than a lot of the other teams as well. I guess player of the series, awesome for him. Awesome with him. CWB is it's not Control Wards with benefits. It's not Champions with benefits. That's Control Wards bought. Just so if anyone else was confused, it's Control Wards bought. It's not Champions with benefits, you know. Great series from him. His Nico was fantastic. Game winning from him. It has been great. I saw so many people saying like, oh, like Hung is like way better than Erher was inting, and I'm like, surely one bad series in playoffs doesn't like end a rookie's career, considering that there have been a bunch of players which have had like one bad playoffs, even multiple, and they've still stuck around for a while. Even some of the best players in the world, like Tarzan, completely entered a bunch of playoffs back to back, I think Erher's great. I think this guy will continue to grow. I think that, in this team, it's quite hard to succeed on a macro fashion. I think this guy has been really, really good, though. I think his laning phase has been good. I think his powerful engagers have been good. And I think I can see the correct instincts from him on the map, even if he's punished right now, because I don't think he's as well coordinated with Monkey as he was with JJ. I think this guy's really good. I think that Erher deserves a spot on a top team. Genuinely, I think he's like, what? Up there as 5th? I know, look, he's up there as a good support. I mean, there's on Mako, Kyle, Vampire are probably a top 4 right now. And then I think that Feng Yue is probably 5th, but I think that Erher is not crazy far off of that, Funguo's pretty new. I mean, he's played the same amount of games as everyone else this year. That's the thing, right? He's played the same amount of games as everyone else. So I mean, the big thing is actually he's playing with Jackie Love. I actually don't think him being new is a problem. I think the problem is it's him playing with Jackie Love this split, because Jackie Love makes all of his supports look good. He is kind of like the support whisperer as Jackie Love. He's played with some very bad supports and made them look very good. I think Funguo's been good though, despite, well, his last couple of series haven't been, but you know, I think the start of this split was very good. I'll let you listen to the comms coming out of this.
这里能给引吗？我来，等我7号，我7了。OK。慢点，你先藏着呗。我在藏。看人吧，来吧。AD。来，慢点。AD 啊，省点。否则要死了。
That's better than Vampire? I think Vampire's pretty good right now.
下了一波。我留，我追。
Yeah, Vampire's been on decent form. Although he has some end games, it's not like Erha doesn't either.
对面谁了就打呗。我就带上了。哎，往大龙走。看没中塔，看中路可以飞开。看飞机，给我进的。给了。飞机没闪。慢点。来，不用怕。追。保下我。不用怕，追。干吧。推中，我没闪，你去追他，谁吗？推中，打大龙吧。一波不了，哎，一波了，能一波，我们3重，能一波，来，能一波3重。对，我们双踢一波了。
The next game should be at JDG's arena, unless they're playing against a team with an arena or it's playoffs, which is all held within one location. It should be in their arena, so it should be in Beijing next series.
我去点，推吧，看，打人，当心。我手不要。打线 A， 可以慢点来，没事。看你没闪，看他没闪，开场没闪，看他没闪。A 打吧 ，A 打，可以打，杀人。卡他，牛腿停，杀人，卡他。
His posture is awful. He's just shrimping. Let a pro gamer shrimp. Let him shrimp. This is the Demacia trailer for the next season. Oh yeah, by the way, next Tuesday, Arena is going to be 3v3. And I do want to see if maybe we do an arena. Maybe I'll see if like Dums wants to do an arena stream or something. Maybe that'll be fun. Maybe I do like an arena stream with Dums or something. That'll be fun. I'll see if he's up for it. Stream arena? Yeah, we see if we can get like a third in there. Okay, I need to put an ad break on at some point too. Okay, let me put an ad break on, and then we'll get ready for our next series, I guess. Oh, wait, it's really not that long until we get into it, actually. But yeah, top esports JDG, I mean, we'll talk about it more when it gets down to the countdown timer. But, I mean, this is a battle for top 2. This is... I mean, top esports started... Well, their first 2 series were kind of bad, and then they were excellent, and then they've started to fall off recently. JDG have the issue of just a bunch of their series being back-to-back, so it's, quite hard to genuinely assess where their strength is and who they're prepped for. This is like an isolated game though. They do play against BLG on Wednesday and then AL on Sunday though. So this is a crazy week for JDG. Like JDG, I'll pick Zyra and carry you guys 5. Whoa! It was Baneblade. I reached rank 1 in Arena playing Zyra. I was the best Zyra player in Arena in the US. And I know that because I ran into all the other Zyra players and I was better than them. So if you want to talk about Zyra on Arena, that's my... I actually kind of like banned myself from playing Zyra for a bit because it just made the game too easy. You also reached rank 1 playing Zyra. Which server, Baneblade? Which server? Was that also EU West? Oh no, what? It's OS. I'm sorry. Like, I was beating Magia Felix and, like, Razork and Oscarinin, like, on I beat Finn and Jack Spectra as well. No, so it's Finn and Advian. I don't know if I ever played Jack Spectra. I beat, like, a lot of pros playing Arena. Yeah, because they all played Arena. So like I beat a lot of LEC pros playing Zyra. That was the champion I was best on. I played a lot of like a lot of Brand, Heimerdinger 2. I played some Renekton on set 1, and then he got worse and worse as time went on. A lot of Vayne and Kayle. Kayle and Vayne were insane for a while. Vayne's in a weird spot, occasionally excellent, but there are a lot of builds where you'd expect her to be really good and she's just not. It's like a lot of the attack speed ones are not good. You actually want crit Vayne a lot of the time now, I think. I actually just don't think attack speed Vayne, even with stuff like Reaper's Toll, is not as good as you might think. Oh, I had an insane TF game the other day where I got Marks Mage and... I got Marks Mage and Infernal Con. I think Marks Mage was the big one. What else did I get? Oh, I got On Hit multipliers with Marks Mage. That was it. So I had Reaper's Toll, Marks Mage, and I just went like crazy with them. Who wins? JDG or top esports? Very difficult conversation. That hard to tell right now. Really? Let me turn this back on. We're in Beijing for today. Welcome to JDG's Arena. You beat wait you beat Finn in 2020? Damn, that was when Finn was like Worlds player too, so that's really good. Or like wait, maybe he wasn't Worlds of that year, I can't remember. But like Finn was actually really good in 2020, I think. You're undefeated versus LEC pros at Among Us? Damn, crazy. Nice. I don't think I ever played that with them. Top esports JDG, who wins out of that? JDG lost a game to WE the other day, but I'm not sure that's the game that they were focusing on. Well, let's have a look at the recent form between these two teams, right? Because I still think that Jackie is playing really, really well. They 2-0'd Weibo, but lost 0-2 to AL. They also lost to Weibo 0-2 earlier last week as well. They did look good versus Weibo and their bounce back from that. Whereas JDG on the other side, they lost a game to WE, which arguably is... Well, no, I don't think it's as bad as losing a series to Weibo, actually. And then they beat NIP 2-0 as well. Who else have top esports got this week? They've got WE later in the week, so the prep advantage is to top esports. They don't have to worry about playing, you know, top esports, BLG, and AL this week. I think it's top esports that comes in with the advantage, actually. Your partner worked with Rogue at the time? Wait. Well, there's only a few people that could be, so I probably know them, actually. Gosh, I probably know them then, actually. Not that I'm going to start, like, doxing you on stream or anything, but yeah. Regular season is made up. Oh, Miakai? Wait, is that the... Actually, I don't know them, and so I don't know them. And 2020, maybe it's a different crew then. Well, let's get ourselves into our roster. Top esports. I think top esports come in as slight favorites despite their losses last week because of the prep advantage. At Suian, Tien, Cream, Jacula, Fungoid. Yeah, sure, Painblade, sure. I probably do know them, Painblade, because I mean, there's only so many people that work in esports in Europe, right? Am I too late? You missed the first series, Seraph, which was WE's first win of the split. This is our second series now, JDG Top Esports. Hey, it's like good to see as well. Hey, Ruby, great to see you. I think, look, realistically, these two teams are actually quite close. They are quite close. I think that prep really is the difference maker here. It's a new patch. Tabe is very good at getting people on board for the new patch, which is, yeah. I missed a historic series. Yeah, WE broke their loss streak. They're choosing mid lane as the key matchup. I think that's fair. I think that Knight is clearly the best mid laner within the region. And then the battle for second is between Cream, Hongq, and probably Shanks, those three. Now, against anyone's legend, Cream actually very much outlaned Shanks in the first game of that series as Annie versus Ryze. In the second game, he got just dunked on while he was playing Yone into Azir. And the enemy team kind of just brought everyone to his lane. So I'm not sure we get up. He then tilted, and it wasn't great from him. Hongq has been very, very, very good at stomping on lower tier mid laners. We haven't really seen him versus another top tier mid laner for a while though, so we'll see whether that lasts against the best mid laners in the league. Is Honky just a pub stomper, or is he actually going to be contending with the elite mid laners like he was earlier this year? Because he has fallen off in regards to that a fair bit, actually. You know, Knight was really styling on him at points. Yes, Honky got a solo kill there or thereabouts, but I think that Knight on the whole was toying with Honky, particularly in playoffs last split. I think that Cream, the last time we saw him versus JDG, had a very good matchup versus Honky too, and of course they started their rivalry back at First Stand last year. Hey, hey Ender, how's it going? Who do you think wins this one? Personally, this is very close. I think Top Esports have the better schedule, so they can focus on this series. Because JDG have to play against the other top 3 teams in the league this week. They have Top Esports today, 2 days time, they have BLG, 2 days after that, they have Anyone's Legends. They have 3 top tier matchups back to back. And while I think that Tabe is a very talented coach and great at getting people onto the new page, onto the same page for new patches, very hard to do that here. So I think this is a 2-1. I think we have to pay attention to the new drafts with, you know, stuff like Deathfire Touch and Static Shiv and Voltaic Cyclosword really changing the meta right now. But I think personally, I think I favor Top Esports by like 5%. I think JDG just have way too many top tier opponents. It's very hard for them to, yeah, do that. Need for Power, are you still around, by the way? I just noticed you had that, oh, we'll have the pre-game interview, so we'll talk about that first.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是泱泱。我们邀请到的是滔博的打野选手小天，欢迎来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博的打野天。
欢迎小天。上场比赛面对到 WBG 的时候，你的打野发挥非常的强势嘛？你觉得最近整体队伍状态回升的原因主要是什么呢？
我觉得我们状态其实没有太大的起伏，只是我们有一些打法上做了一些尝试吧。我觉得我们现在要玩的更全面一点，为季后赛做准备。
那现在你觉得找到了那个标准答案了吗？
比赛见分晓。
好，那今天在打野上对位的选手是俊佳嘛？他此前的这些打野野区规划的表现还是非常清晰的。在今天的应对上，你会来如何决策呢？
上一轮跟俊佳对决的时候，感觉没有什么野区对抗，然后最近看他比赛，感觉他有很多比较新奇的套路吧。我就希望我赢可以是大大方方、敞敞亮亮的赢啊。所以如果他先搞套路的话，我也会回击的。
好，那就期待你比赛的精彩表现，我们比赛见。同样的，我们也邀请到了北京 JDG 的下路选手 Gala， 欢迎来跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 的下路选手 Gala。
那今天是26.09版本之后你们的首场比赛嘛？之前他比教练在采访的时候也说，觉得这个版本变化还蛮多的，要全力研究。从你的视角来看，你觉得这个版本怎么样呢？
这个版本下路 AD 的话，我感觉主要是出了一个新的出门装嘛，然后这个装备可能会影响下路的生态吧。
那提到下路的话，今天在下路对位到的是杰克嘛？你怎么看26.09跟杰克在下路的对位？
杰克一直都是对线比较凶的吧，然后现在也是下路对线非常重要的版本，然后今天感觉胜负手也会在于下路的对线吧。
好，那就期待你们在下路的表现啦，我们比赛见。
By the way, I see people in YouTube chat as well. Like, I do pay attention to YouTube chat. It's just not as active. We'll get ourselves onto stage now. Beijing JDG welcoming Top Esports to their arena. Jakulov will lead them off onto stage. Top Esports, clearly one of the best teams in the LPL this split. They were clearly the best team in the LPL for a good stretch of this split, about half of it. Then, a couple of series back to back. Started to lose their edge, started to lose a little bit of that luster. Can they refine that form? Demolished Weibo the second time of facing them, but they lost them the first time around. One of our worst teams in Group Ascend. They fell to them. JDG, they have a hellish schedule this week. But if they overcome it, they will truly prove themselves to be on top of the LPL. Alongside teams like BLG, Top Esports, and Anyone's Legend, because they're facing all of them this week. Top Esports today, 2 days' time. Face up against BLG 2 days after that. Well, it's Anyone's Legend, so they will have all 3 of our other top teams back to back to back. Very hard schedule. For that reason, I think JDG are slight underdogs today, because it's a new patch. They have a lot to prep for. Maybe they can catch Top Esports by surprise here. Gala leading them out, captain there. but it's a very hard schedule, Sam.
坚定你所
Yeah,
相
it
信的
is.
北京 JDG 主
Towards
场
it.
进行 LPL 第二赛
Those
段组内
interested.
赛第5周第1日的比赛，滔博对阵北京 JDG 即将开始 LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Oh, I managed to time it just about right on that.
Perfect stuff, Sam. Jackie Love and Gala, legendary AD carries from this, both international champions, Worlds 2018, and then MSI 21 and 22 champion and Gala.
A lot of champions, really.
A lot of champions, Sam. A lot of champions. We'll welcome ourselves as well. Welcome in, everyone.
Hello.
To our coverage of Top Esports versus JDG. Now, for those of you who don't know the history of this matchup and why this matchup is very well studied at this point, it's something we get excited for. We bring out and dust out the history times because back when these teams first came into like flourishing form, really in 2020, that was when they started to come up to the fore. JDG and Top Esports replaced effectively the old gods of EDG and RNG and actually FPX at that time to become the best teams within the LPL. It was a new era, these teams which defined the modern era of League of Legends for the LPL. We had Knight versus Yago for many years. We had these great players, Kanabi, 369, decking the halls of this storied matchup. They would go on to play 3 finals against each other or so. There might have even been 4 between 2020 and 2022. For that 3-year stretch of time, if you wanted to see the best League of Legends that the LPL had to offer, that was the matchup. That was the matchup you had to pay attention to. And while I think 2023 to 2024, that fell off because one or other of the teams was having a struggle to match themselves at the top of the table, that sprang back to life really this year. When both of these teams are now getting to that point where they can be top tier contenders again. And right now, Sam, I think both of these teams are vying for MSI slots.
That has to be the play. That has to be the play. And again, today matters because obviously JDG dropped a game to WE. It's hurting their game score. Losing this series against one of your direct rivals for that top 2 space is a big deal. Win this series and you just get yourself that little toe up against this kind of scrum of 4 or so teams that are in contention for second, and especially as BLG now managed to just pull themselves ahead of where people like Top Esports were vying to bring them into that pack. Makes things quite interesting and makes this series, as you noted, a significant one. Big schedule for JDG, big bands coming up already in the forms of those Ezreal, the Karma, the Orianna, those kind of all-star bands that are in pretty much every draft.
Yeah, we've got ourselves our Samba beats to lead off the draft with. Now, of course, it is the new patch. Tabe was talking about how important it is to adapt to this new patch, especially with so many changes as well. The drafts haven't reflected that yet. However, Phase Rush being gone in favor of Storm Raiders, I'm not sure I've seen like 1 Storm Raiders, maybe 2. It's very
rare.
Rarely picked, whereas Phase Rush was kind of like all purpose. Deathfire Touch is kind of everywhere, like I thought it would be. Damn, Rune, that thing is just so everywhere. I knew it would be broken. I knew it was broken.
Wait for the Jins to start pulling it back out. Season 6 to return in truth.
It is good as well. So we'll see what they think the first pick priority is. There are a lot of Jarvan picks right now. There are a lot of very important jungle matchups. The Varus is flexible. The Varus can build Shiv in top lane. You can build Dusk and Dawn. This champion is really broken in multiple roles.
And does Xiaoshu play the Neferi is the question as well, because that will be interesting. Suyan loves that ability to counterpick. Suyan with a counterpick has probably been the most dangerous counterpicking top laner in the league right now.
Yes.
He's a little bit, I won't say he's bad with a standard matchup, but where we've seen this kid shine has been when he's been able to pull out something that really warps the draft.
Yeah, something like the Vayne into the Gnar has been exceptional for him. Now, Top Esports have first picks. They will not guarantee top lane counter pick. In fact, JDG have kept Xiaoshu as last pick counter pick multiple times. Jarvan picked up for Junja. You know, the broadcast over in the Chinese side highlighted mid lane as their key matchup. There's an argument to say jungle too, because Junja and Tien are masters at the engage, kind of invade jungle meta. Tien facing off against that Jarvan, I mean, does he feel like going towards something like the Lee Sin to have a better individual matchup? Does he go towards tried and tested Nocturne or something like that? Jhin for the Varus trade. Yeah, it does often end up being that regular option. Locking in a Jace here would theoretically narrow those flex options. So Cream once upon a time enjoyed a Jace mid here and there. Has come up occasionally in various regions, but it has been a very limited option. The Rise, I think, perhaps still maintains that flex a bit more freely. Well, if you went for something like a Rise Pantheon, it gives you those globals to combat against weak side laners. Azir, these are our 2 laners which are most likely to pick the Azir.
And Cream's been a great Azir.
Cream and Honkyu are very good at this, so now Honkyu will have to think about his matchup into that, whether he wants to go for something like the Akali to dive onto it, see what he feels like there. Keeping that match. Yeah, and the Shinzo just gives you that early pressure to play, and of course we said that there's a lot of value from Shinzo with some different builds right now. He's just strong with the AD Bruiser build anyway. Go towards that Pantheon. Choose not to go towards that Shinzo. So they do have that global. One of the weaknesses of top esports is that they haven't been defending losing lanes very well. The Pantheon helps with that with the global coverage.
It does, and again, Tien's Pantheon notoriously is phenomenal. He's one of the best Pantheons in the world. Very, very dangerous with it. Very good at team fighting with the ultimate of all things as well. Tends to find really good angles to re-engage or find a way to threaten people in that back line. Of course, with the Jhin, you can theoretically lock the Bard. Very obnoxious laning with all the CC chains and early poke, but also because Jin's quite happy about being in a 1v2, it unlocks the Bard to go elsewhere, which is quite strong when you've got something like a Jarvan to pair it with.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, Vampire has been one of our biggest pickers of the Bard. It's been banned away from him too. He's had, well, like every Bard player, some good and some bad. He had that exceptional game versus BLG last split. A couple of others which have stood out to mind. But then again, does have that negative snowball potential as well. With the Jarvan, though, I like this duo. I think they're really good at kind of long-range engage out of nowhere. Great map mobility, using the extended engage range of Jarvan, and then the magical journey for the Bard to roam around the map. So both teams are going to start jumping out of nowhere pretty quickly, and stuff like that Jhin and the Varus are going to be primary targets.
Yeah, the Lucian ban is implying they think this Varus is going top, and that Jax ban also implies they are considering putting it top, because Jax is one of the better options into the Varus, actually, on the whole. Be also a bit of a Xiaoshu special in general, so we'll keep our eyes on that.
And that's why they're banning stuff like the Lucian, right, from JDG, because they respect the flexibility that Varus can be held as a flex right until the end. They want the Varus top. So now JDG, do they have to, well, this is the difficulty now. What do they do with this top lane matchup? Do they have to go something, well, like the Jace themselves and just try and play around a strong laner? Do they go Gnar and take a constellation matchup? They probably want to counter pick top lane, but the picks that they have available for that get a little bit risky. We might, Sam, dare I say it, we might even have an Aurelia angle for Xiaoshu here.
Yeah, I mean, who pulled out the Aurelia recently? Someone did.
Brewster played it. We've had a couple of people play it, because Leader played it. A lot of it's been in Europe, basically.
That's right.
Seen a couple of games with top lane.
Okay, so keep our eyes on that Aurelia shout out. I think there is some truth to that. Again, we don't have You Should Know Me around anymore, who was the Aurelia Fiora Jax kind of player.
He is playing in PCS though,
Good
like the feeder league into the LCP. He's been playing pretty well there. So now it looks like they are going to be going towards Varus top lane, Corki, Nami bot lane presumably here.
Pike.
Is that locked? We have
Yeah, it is. Pike's locked.
Fungyue goes Pike into Vampire. That is a statement of authority.
I mean,
bloody hell,
you
Sam.
can punish the Jhin Bar with that. They're very squishy, and Valkyrie and Pike is quite nasty. Olaf is arguably the hardest counter to Varus. Very, very, very good counter to Varus.
So they get the Varus in, they get the Olaf into the Varus, and now suddenly Suya needs to be very careful in the matchup. You're right. So both teams trying to adapt to the changes. Now, we'll see what build the Varus goes, whether there's a Shiv involved. Now, when you're against the Olaf, you struggle a lot with wave control. I don't think you should Shiv into this champion. The Pike into the Bard, though, is really good. They're both similar roaming champions with great pick potential. The Bard falls off much less than the Pike, who is very much early game. The Bard scales later into the game. But if Fungyue and Jaculov can get away with that, it makes a huge difference. Gonna go into our quick ad breaks. We don't get ads in game. Stick around, support us by watching the ads and by watching the stream as well. In terms of overall comp, I actually think JDG get away with a better draft unless top esports smash lanes. No, I mean, there's the potential. There's the potential of the Pike Corki smashing lane. Top esports getting ahead through top lane early before Olaf unlocks his ultimate too. I think the later this game goes, though, the better the Jarvan Bard look. And especially with the Rise Realm Warp as well for Honkyu is a very good player of it. I think JDG walk away with a much more consistent draft to play. We'll get ourselves onto the Rift. Yeah, those Gyos. And see who's coming out on top in this top tier matchups. This is so important. One of the defining matchups of the LPL since 2020. JDG top esports. It is back to being a top tier matchup again. JDG fighting for a place in top 3. They're not there just yet. They need to prove that they're once again at the top. Let's hear the Gyos in Beijing. Xiaoshu going down for first blood. He doesn't know the pike's there. Feng Yue, the level 1 roam to help vision control in topside, helps Suyan so much. What does Suyan do with his lane now? Xiaoshu, no ghost to get back to lane. He's going to miss out a ton of XP. That is a wonderful roam from Feng Yue at the early levels. That could change everything. That could genuinely change everything. So Xiaoshu walked up. They cancel one recall. Feng Yue sticks around. Suyan starts with the E. Gets the slow. Means that the hook lands insta. Ghost is pop. Ignite. Halo Blades. They give the kill to Suyan. I mean, the top lane matchup needed to go well. Great roam from Feng Yue. Uses the flash and the ignite. It's going to reduce his laning power. Thank you so much, Sam. But, I mean, how much does this affect bot lane? We'll see. But suddenly the top lane matchup, very different from what it could be. Sam, we had a level 1 play.
Oh, yeah.
Feng Yue went top lane to put a ward down for the Varus against the Olaf. And Olaf didn't spot it. Got the kill. Now, Varus did end up, you know, hasn't ended up spending that gold. Did take a chunk as well. So there's a chance that he's still in a bad place in lane. But as you can see, Suyan, very happy with that first blood.
Very, very important, because again, Olaf is notoriously very annoying for the Varus, because again, your normal ability to stand and deliver, Olaf does that better and ignores your bit of CC to disengage quite regularly, which can be quite frustrating. Getting ahead of that matchup can matter. Nice pick. Oh, well done, Feng Yue. Forced the flash in the heal out of Gala. Does get turned around onto, but dodges the deadly flourish, so we'll be able to get away with it.
Feng Yue's first few levels have been really, really important here. With the pike, they have to be. You know, you don't scale as well as a bard. I think that the pike does have real potential in this meta right now. You're a roaming support. You have good ability to burst down enchanters. Now, not many people play pike well, but if Feng Yue can pick that up, someone who I said, look, I think this guy is hanging around 5th best support in the league right now, perhaps Vampire in that kind of like 4th spot right now behind Kyle, Mako, and On. Feng Yue, though, definitely no one to be sniffed at. Definitely someone you need to have some respect for. Double Scuttle likely coming in from the Jarvan. Tien, we weren't really spotting the jungle pattern that well, because the Jarvan is getting actually quite far ahead here of Tien.
Yeah, and again, I think Tien has made some choices here in terms of where he's going and when.
Yes, jungles tend to do that.
No, in terms of like just to try and avoid where Junja was, but it's giving Junja a lot of that early start, which is very strong.
It's just the word.
I know.
Maybe laugh Sam at him. Suyan, looking to get a strong first back. And Feng Yue walking over here, doesn't have flash. Does he have the E? He does. If he got hit by that knockup, he would have died. Dangerous there for the pike early on. Walking up towards Junja, perhaps. Empowered Q. E to avoid some of the damage there. Trying to stop the recall onto the rise, maybe. Ignite put down onto Junja. He has flash on him. Suyan.
Oh, that's close. The anti-heal is not enough, and Xiaoshu gets the kill. The wave control not there. Flash back from Xiaoshu to get on top of the Varus, and the gap value's good. Honkyu gonna get caught by that Phantom Undertow. Won't turn into a kill, though. It's getting a bit spicy.
I mean, Suyan dying with both summoners is really, really bad for top esports. The Olaf pick, dying at the level 1, I thought that was a really bad sign for JDG, but Xiaoshu getting a kill back, only using the single summoner himself, is a huge win for them. And as I said, look, JDG, their composition is just more consistent to play across late games. So what the hell happened here? Gets hit by an axe and then just doesn't respect it. He just stays melee range for far too long. Flashes one axe, but not out with like flash auto range. Xiaoshu kills them. Suyan, you just can't get hit by axes. I mean, that's basically it. You can't get hit by axes. It's a bad mistake from him, coming back to lane with boots and components, right? Going towards likely the Hex Plate first and then into the Dusk and Dawn later. Xiaoshu is very happy to get that kill back in a lane, which I thought he might actually get locked out of if Suyan played well enough.
This is the deal, right? A load of top laners will complain about ranged top laners, and the answer is you just have to play different kinds of champions. You can't just justify a bruiser every time. You've got to look at things like this Olaf, things like the Neferi, and if you can make them work, something the Varus looks a lot less punishing. Always been a lane of counter picks, but you can find counter picks for the counter picks with enough creativity, and so far so good here from Xiaoshu, who's managed to recover from a fairly dubious early start and still be dangerous in the 1v1. 1v1 rather.
Yeah, Honkyu, bit of CS up onto Cream, doing quite well in this early laning phase. Did say that Honkyu and Cream as a mid lane, kind of like rivals against each other. Fighting for that kind of like 2nd through 4th spot in mid lane alongside someone like Shanks. Just tagging onto Suyan there. Phage for Xiaoshu, big item completion for him. Means that when he starts hitting those auto attacks, he just gets to run you down faster. Has the Ghost as well. Big wave heading into him, so we're leaving up the farm there. Impressed with how active Fungyue's been on the map. His first flash was really important for killing Xiaoshu in top lane. Needs to continue that kind of activity though. You know, Pyke really does need to keep up the tempo, as we like to call it. You know, that ability to keep forcing aggressive plays, force the enemy team onto the back foot. Junja had a good amount of farm though. Another matchup which we talked about a lot. Jungle matchup. The Jarvan is very scary against the Pantheon in the early levels. Junja has level 6 now as well. They might get dunked onto here. There's a flash on Tien.
Undertow strong. Hang on, curtain call. That gets a bit spicy. Tien has to flash out. I think they get away for a second, but the Cataclysm is superb from Junja, and we'll get at least one back onto that Pantheon. The hook back onto the Valkyrie. Decent damage, but they won't get anything else. It's just the one kill for JDG. Nicely done.
No, Junja's too far ahead. He has the level 6. Tien only has the one flash. Junja has the dunk. I think JDG's composition, Sam, is just much easier to play. I think there are so many warning signs for top esports in the draft here. I mean, the top lane counter pick, as we said, you can't guarantee that when your first pick. You can just save it for the last pick, which is what JDG did. And while I think Fungyue is playing pretty well, it's not like the Pantheon is going to have an easy time early. So in terms of jungle support, I think Fungyue's had, you know, very good impact. But how do you do that much? Hang on a second, he might just kill Vampire. Forces the flash. Great from Fungyue. I think he's doing individually very well here.
Yeah, like the Pyke mechanics are on point. It's just everything else has gotten a bit dubious. It's been some very interesting drafting shenanigans, as we've noted. Varus is now under turret, kind of doing okay-ish at this point. Still up a little bit of gold, but again, not really what you want the Varus for. And I think if you do come to these 5v5s, the front line is just non-existent for top esports. The pick, the skirmishing, sure, strong. The damage, fantastic. Everyone's bringing serious firepower. But I think if it is just straight front to backs, range discrepancy notwithstanding, and there is a range discrepancy tonight, I think it does get messy if we start properly brawling.
Fungyue's on the roam again, aware that top lane's about to push out. Vampire on the roam in mid lane. Wave's okay for Cream right here. Even if the Rune Prison lands, there's nothing really to tag on the Q2. Fungyue helping vision control for Sui on top side. Very important there. Fungyue is so important to this game. Yeah, Tien is not driving this game. Suian can't either from top lane now. It actually has to be Fungyue to drive this game from top esports, because as we said, JDG, we think they have the better composition, particularly with top jungle being ahead. Very hard for top esports to fight against that. That's why we have to frame this conversation around the Pyke. JDG are in the advantage here.
Yeah, Pyke helps the Varus shove out safely and now roams down towards these grubs. First one was taken by JDG. About contesting for these other one. Tien's got the level 6 this time around, but I think they're just going to get picked up by Junja. At least two. Now there's the smite and all three there, and JDG kind of just going to walk away with those top esports, try a collapse, and just don't quite make it work.
Yeah, it's a little bit late. Sometimes you just have to turn up and just see what's happening, because we don't see the spectator, right? We don't know how much they know about how low the grubs are. But every moment like this, a minute ticks away of Pyke being useful in the early game. Vampire has ult. Tien does not have flash. He's going to ult onto him. Flashes away the red buff. I think he's in real trouble here, Sam.
Tries to get over the wall, will not be able to do so as the stun is very good. And JDG punish the red buff steal with a nice little invade.
Yeah, Tien can't get over the wall. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have anything to target with his W. As soon as he's hit with that ultimate, he is basically dead. Good roam there from Junja and Vampire. But really, it's Junja getting ahead, which is unlocking the rest of the map. He has been so crucial for them. You know, last split, we made a lot of jokes, and, well, I mean, just educational jokes, I suppose. JDG stands for Junja Dice Gaming, because they are so dependent on how well their jungler plays. Good hook there. It's the thingy, Hail of Blades. Junja's having a great game here, and once again, it does feel like JDG are kind of working so well with him. Vampire, no flash here.
To get this magical journey off, they're going to be a bit of damage back onto the bar, but that'll be the end of it. And again, credit to Vampire as well. He and Junja have had a pretty good pairing this game, which is unusual, because I know obviously there's been some conversations from Tabi, from the rest of us. Playing the mid lane though. Grand Starfall, shuffle back, very nice combo, and Honkyu's down for the count. Good stun though onto the Azir wall, makes things a bit interesting for Cream. He now goes down, gets traded back by the opposite number in jungler, but overcomes Fungyue with the ignite. Where's that death from below? Not required as the flag comes down. Of course, Fungyue is still only level 5, doesn't have that potential, and needs to just run away by going for a Dark Water dive.
Excellent play from Junja. Hang on, Q doesn't land onto Fungyue there. He might actually die here, gets the E though, and he'll be safe. I mean, Junja just ulted through the Pyke Q to ignore one bit of CC, then flashed the flash E from Fungyue. Look, this Pyke is really trying. Like, Fungyue is doing everything he can, and Cream, at least here, gets a great play with the Pantheon. This is much needed. No, does take the extra flash for it, but Cream flashing for that brings him into range of Vampire and Junja. See right there? Oh no, he doesn't Q through the ult through the Vampire, the Pyke Q. That was actually Vampire gets caught by it anyway. Flashes out of the Pyke E though. Very nearly stuns him. Would have been the only thing which saves that. But Junja being so far ahead of Pantheon is such a big damage discrepancy in these trades. He's got 1,000 gold lead. Junja is running this game. Going into, live picture now. Fengyue, as you said, still level 5. Even in that last fight, he wasn't low enough to get executed. Would have needed some more damage for that. Fengyue's got a lot of work to do. Again, I really think that Tien ran this jungle in the LPL for the grand majority of this split. And then he's been caught up to. It's very hard to stay on top of jungle pathing. Fengyue was waiting for 6 around there, just got it on that wave. You can see what he's thinking is like, maybe I can get a pick there with the 6 coming up, but very hard. He's wise, so it just doesn't really lead to anything at all. Even then, you've got a Bard ult behind them. It's a level. It's a Rise with a Rod of Ages stat. You're not killing there. It's just poke. This is the problem, right? Who actually has the damage on top esports right now? Yazir and the Corki do in bits and pieces, but if Jarvan is ever at the play, you probably lose. You probably lose if Jarvan's at the play. No. Junja, he had so much criticism put towards him for so much of his split 1. I think that a lot of that was relevant. A lot of it was very valid. However, I think that he has been the most, I'm not going to say best, but most important member for JDG. When he's ahead, things look good. When he's behind, well, we see the worst side of JDG. Top esports, sadly, let him get ahead here. I wonder whether that Pantheon was a big mistake, Sam. I wonder whether they should have picked a better jungle matchup for Tien to contest early. Difficult. Either way, Junja's the one with the lead, making things tricky. And Pantheon been so potent, but being down this much, very unusual. Especially for a jungler we're considering potentially the best in the world, guys. Tien was really having a stormer of a split. This has been a bit of a light breeze at best for this legendary LPL jungler back on top esports. Cream at least is in a decent spot. Jackie's farming well enough with Gala. The problem is, as we've noticed, this jungle support have gotten to themselves to a really scary point of power. Now looking to dive Zion here and have nothing to say about this. Tempered Fate decided to come on down. The curtains get called. Ghost is trying to be coming through, but the Tempered Fate turns the turret off. Flash from Zion. That's not bad from him, but still dies regardless, as the damage from the Deathfire touch Jhin is enough to bring down that poor old Varus. Now Fengyue left in a horrible 1v2. He's 4 levels down, gets flagged and dragged into the dirt. Not a while, of course. Still looking at this kind of map state where this jungle support roaming towards Cream is going to clear out a war, but they have come for the collapse, the magical journey, the rune prism, the ghost and Cream now realize he's got nowhere to go, will look for a shuffle, misses it, flag and drag into the cataclysm, will claim another. Tien's now in a 1v2. They at least picked up Honku, but again I think the damage is done. This poor Pantheon's got no flash and nowhere really to go in the grand scheme of things. There is a pike behind, the Q doesn't quite kill, but the flag will, and another one comes on down. Fengyue turns back up and goes, guys, where are you all? Misses his Q, he lands the Bones Cure onto a minion. That means Junja can keep running at him. My god, Fengyue nearly dies again, because Junja is so damn ahead. A 4-level discrepancy in the jungle means Pyke cannot consider standing and delivering. There's now a 1,200 gold lead in support and a 2,000 in jungle. We'll look at this replay top, where Zuyan just gets jumped. Technical started it all, and it all got messy from there. I mean, they're just so far behind the plate. It doesn't matter that they have the Pantheon on. It's not coming there in time. I think the flash from Zuyan is a mistake. Maybe he could have flashed into the Bard ult to get himself stasis at the same time. Even then, I don't think that would save his life. And then Fengyue has no flash, uses E beforehand, could catch off from Junja. The map is just all JDGs. Cream does try and combo up well, but they've just seen jungle support destroy top lane. They can go through top jungle very easily. Tried to sweep Honku. Luckily, didn't need to hit that ultimate to have the damage thing done. Yeah, very close to that. At least they get one back. Turret's going down. Jackulov, well, he's not died this game. That might change here. Good ultimate from Vampire. Very good. Second time again. Again, someone else probably should have flashed into the damn ult to give them the stasis too. On the stage, much, and here goes Shashu. Oh no, in the 1v2, he gets the kill. Just presses flash, ghost, and a bit of Ragnarok and roll. And Varus just isn't cool enough for this style of music. This game is over, Sam. This game is very much over. JDG, through the Jarvan advantage, has ended up stabilizing the map. Top esports needed early game advantages. Xiaoxi, imagine he just hits stuff, gets that ghost, ults through the Ragnarok. He still had flash to follow Suyam. Fengyue flashes to stop the E damage. I know he wouldn't get stunned, but the E damage might have led to a kill with the ultimate from Fengyue. He's not been able to cast it this game. And look, I don't think this game is Fengyue's fault. I think this game is on the draft from top esports and the early game plan. What did you think was going to happen in this jungle matchup? We have seen this happen before. Junja's Jarvan is incredibly good. You gave him one of the best champions on the patch. and then you took it for this Varus, which has just clearly not worked. Top Esports, their draft gambit has failed.
And if you're going to go for the Pantheon, then why not lock the Rise and go that route there? The Chains of Corruption well wide, and Zuyan, I mean, he's just being jumped on again. That's not even with, of course, the Olaf around. It's just the mid-jungle doing some good work. Tim will step forward here. This will be a 2v3 again, because again, they've already lost a member. Cosmic Binding Stun overcomes Jackie. Maybe the Realm Warp out is going to be required. They cannot find anything like a Shield Vault, I'm assuming still on cooldown. And Gala's just going to go cool. I guess I'll sort of just chunk out this turret a bit.
Yeah, so even when top esports are somewhat surviving plays, they're losing somewhere else on the map. They survive top lane, mid lane's going down. And of course, we see that Xiaoshu is really starting to threaten Swiam across the map, who's had a very, very poor time of things. Top esports are, I don't know, I mean, we said that perhaps top esports have the prep advantage, when JDG have to prep for 3 top teams within the same week. You wouldn't tell that from this game, though, with top esports having basically just this team to focus on. Perhaps the patch changes changed something for them, but, I mean, a lot of these champions are what you'd see anyway from the old patch. I don't think this is very different from the drafts that we've seen beforehand. Jackalope's going to get ran out. Well, ulting somewhere. No flash to follow from Xiaoshu.
Vampire survives the death from below. Gala will manage to pick up the kill with a curtain call on the opposite number. Fungi is now going to try and run away with that Ghost Water dive, but gets locked inside a Cataclysm. But Gala says, yeah, thank you for the additional kill. And it's a double. A double for Gala.
Yeah. Justice for Fungi, man. This Pyke is really trying. Do you know how hard it is to play like solo Pyke when nothing else is winning on the map? I genuinely think this guy's playing so well given the situation. Cream on one side of the map trying to farm up, but I think the time for farming has kind of been cut short now. I don't think that
farming phase is over.
God, what was that from?
Jungle phase is over. Where the Mumu did one clear and they just started laning.
That was it. Yes, I remember that. Jungle phase is over. Oh God, what a meme. That was from ages ago. That was like season 7 or something.
Just a great line. Still haunts me to this day. Cream has got a Sundesk in a dream, but Vampire, who's been very good at riding that line between the turret and the champions, would have made that quite tricky. I think still Cream gets slowed down by the passive. Order Fungi is here, but he also gets slowed down. There's a magical journey continuing to keep Cream's life quite tricky. Through that magical journey goes Honku, gonna get a Rune Prison and half the HP bar plus of Cream. Make that 2/3, really, let's be fair. Especially with the Deathfire Touch continuing to tick away.
TN is 50 CS down in jungle.
That's
what a
wild.
discrepancy. 7-0-4. I mean, and the thing is, like, this is the power of JDG. JDG have such powerful individuals that if one of them gets very far ahead, then everyone else can kind of like ride on their coattails and then also kind of unlock their own potential too. Like, this game, I mean, I think Fungi did very well in top lane and then started forcing flashes off of Vampire, but Ginger is so far ahead, it allowed the mid lane to go better for them. It allowed, you know, Vampire to get back onto the map. And of course, Vampire's done very well with that too, as has Honku. But really, it starts with one person being so individually strong, it warps the entire game around them.
Yeah, and I guess the question is, like, I've seen a fair amount of Jarvan Panthers, like, and very rarely do I see a Jarvan get this far ahead. Like, in a matchup that should be more than playable, no?
I mean, early levels, first cleared, Pantheon has to avoid the Jarvan, as you were saying. He didn't manage to do that. He got double scuttled, and then another camp was taken away from him, flash away from Cream, another good ult from Vampire. He's largely been on a very good point with them so far this game. I think they can ride this from inner to inner, actually, if they angle it right. How much time have they got for it? There you go. Sees a lot of people there and has to leave quickly.
Yeah, it does decide that that might have been a dubious option, so we'll come back out in shield vault range, I'll note, but not quite gonna come on through.
Yeah, and also there's the chance of if he's actually midway through his EQ animation, you don't stop him dashing away, and I think at that point you don't want to commit the flash to lose that
to bring
play.
down,
And do you have the damage anyway? I mean, it's a level 13 Jarvan. Level 13, 2 levels
highest
up in
level
jungle.
in the game aside from that Olaf, who's ahead of Care.
So he's not the highest level.
I know, I saw it was, and then realized I'd misread what the Xiaoshu's level was. I had to pivot slightly.
God. Yeah, it's like, oh gosh, yeah. But yeah, no, top esports, they just don't have the damage. I mean, I don't even think that Jackalope's been crazy at fault. I mean, what else could he do to influence this game? 2v2 was fine. I mean, Fungi used his summoners to influence top lane. Didn't have them to smash through bot lane. And then Swian, of course, got blasted by that matchup too. Vampire's here is in with good Q angle range.
There's that flag and drag. The Q is indeed superb. The Pyke needs to dodge away with the Phantom Undertow. Dodge away on the other side. As John just left a little over, the curtains is definitely called. And Tien is on his forced to take a bow in front.
Here's Olaf.
Oh, yeah. The Ragnarok is here. The end of days. Flash on it. He does go a little deep there, actually. That's a bit unfortunate because Gala's now here with the Deathfire Touch Jin, who brings down a couple more and avenges his top laner, who didn't want to die anyway. That's That's part of Olaf's law. So, you know, finally get to do diligence as the Rune Prism lands. Cream left very low. The Realm Warp to follow. Tempered Fate turns off the turret. And Vampire goes, cool, I'll pick you up myself. Zuyan cannot get one back onto Vampire
stylish.
with a very cool flash out. 2, 1, and 13. It's a carry bard.
Oh, Vampire's had some great ults this game. Again, really Junja ran the early game, and then Vampire started getting involved. JDG have massacred top esports across the map. Again, I'm going to say justice for Fengyue. I think that he's done a really good job. He even survived that last play much longer than he had any right to do so. But JDG, I think their plan in this series, on this game, has been far, far better. Better vision control, and, you know, Vampire's there early. Junja gets to go through into the play, gets Duncan, gets to flash out. So much easier for them to play from this kind of lead, though. Honkyu gets the magical journey over the wall. Yeah, Xiaoxu goes too far, but whatever. He's allowed one, as he said. Honkyu even sees the spell flux onto Cream, flashes for the Rune Prison just after that too. Fengyue's died. Vampire picks up the kill.
Does indeed. Back to life, and violence has clearly occurred. There's a Ghost Burn from Honky to keep running. There's a Rune Prison onto TN and top esports. I mean, they just don't have any options, Alex. 87.4% statistical chance to win. The JD Esports bot is saying, yeah, guys, look, they share the letters with our name. We're going to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here. JDG in with a fairly solid chance to win this one. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, God. That sounds like favoritism.
It does, doesn't
bias,
it?
Sam.
I think it might be the truth as well, though.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is at this point, you know. I mean, JDG were always going to have a better draft when it came to mid and late game. It's very hard for top esports to play around. Effectively zero front line. Very squishy comb with a Pantheon and a Pike, which are very, very fragile going into the late game. As soon as this game didn't go well from the first clear of the jungle, this game was effectively over. And the problem is, you know, you used to count on, let's say used to, you could count on TN for most of the split to do that. Hasn't done so here, though. I think a lot of this game fell apart because of that failure in that jungle matchup, where a lot of people overlook Ginger as one of our top tier junglers. God, Death by Touch is not fair, man. It's just actually not fair. What the hell? But Ginger is one of our top tier junglers within the league. He has been excellent when he kind of flips the coin heads.
Yeah. Worth noting, of course, this is our first Deathfire Touch Jhin of the LPL. But reminder, when Jhin released back in Season 6, there were genuine conversations with people going, I don't think Jhin will ever be balanced. Partly because he was so ridiculously good with Deathfire Touch. He has done horrible things with that rune in the past. When it was removed, he suddenly became a lot less useful. Of course, now that it's back, just allows him to threaten with that burn in a way that is just very, very oppressive over the years.
Yeah, it turns out releasing a champion with, at that time, a point-and-click one-shot of Q fourth shot was, aha, very funny. Great job, everyone.
Tempered Fate onto Tien. That's going to leave poor Pantheon out for the Wolves, or at the very least, the Vikings, and it'll be a very swift kill onto the poor Spartan. Turns out that historical warrior has the edge here over, or Viking has the edge here over the Spartan. To the Baron we go. That'll be picked up very swiftly by JDG.
No smite still available for top esports. 1,000 total assists from Junja in the LPL. Reminder that he was a world champion from the LPL on EDG in 2021. He's been here a lot longer than people expect. And on his return back, you know, earlier this year, it's had some rocky roads, but ended up finishing top 2 last split. I think him and Tabe have ended up finding some great inroads from him into the jungle meta. And 8-0-10 on Jarvan, and he has been excellent at this champion. And for me, he's instant player of the game. Fantastic game from Junja on the Jarvan.
Yeah, it really is. Him or Vampire, depending on where you go. But Junja's early start was just so explosive.
Like, my argument is, Vampire couldn't have this game if Junja wasn't butchering the map. I think that Vampire's been very good, but I don't think he can have this game if Junja doesn't explode the map and make sure he has such free reign to play around the map. He's gone on to play mechanically very well, and the ults on towers have been very good too. But it all starts with Junja.
Really does manage to get that early advantage and leverage it into a pretty obscene lead. For the side of top esports, look, you've got Nazir, you've got lots of carries. Theoretically, you can get towards some GAs and Azonias and try and play out the extended fights with a bit more damage from range, but it really does involve not giving up Chem Solar if you do, just not allowing it to turn into a horror show. Because the problem is you've probably got the best Chem Solar abuser in the game. You've got Olaf.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Cream might go for a shuffle here, but I think it's a little too late on the entry to the play. I mean, the big thing I'll be talking about for JDG this week, and I think this is the thing which you all need to pay attention to really, is that JDG are currently not in the top pack. They're a win behind Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. They face off against all 3 top teams in this week. If JDG really want to stake their claim again, this is where it starts. Dunk in, death by touch.
Cataclysm is there, the death by touch stings, flash away from Junja, goodbye Pantheon, gonna look for that Phantom Undertow, it's not bad, Honkyu's got his shield, but doesn't really matter as everyone else is just being annihilated. The Undertows are there, and the towers fall afterwards. 5 men down in the dirt. JDG will realm warp the minions forwards, and the counter pick Olaf, the massive snowball through jungle support, has put Top Esports to the sword, or as opposed to the spear and the axe.
JDG's march to the top perhaps starts here. This is a gauntlet for them versus Top Esports, BLG, and Anyone's Legend and Sam. They've started well here. They have started very, very well. A very strong start through jungle. Junja is my clear player of the game, but just the way that they played the entire map outstripped Top Esports through and through. Wow. I didn't think the lanes played particularly well from Top Esports either, and this is a worry that we had for them against Anyone's Legend and versus Weibo even last week, where we thought actually the drafts are just a little bit too flimsy. Of course, they came back at the end of last week versus Weibo the second time around, and it looked a lot better for them. But really, that draft is not acceptable for it against the top team. You must smash lane, or you're going to be very, very hard done by later on. And sadly, they didn't smash lane.
Yeah, and part of that, I think, was actually, you know, for all we talk very highly about jungle support, and I think that's very valid. I tend to agree with Alex that Junja will getting player of the game. From a drafting perspective, another strong answer into the Varus flex top is a big deal. The Olaf came out, and despite the level 1, despite the first blood, still ended up largely making sure that Varus was next to useless.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Xiaoshu getting counterpicked was a problem. I almost wonder whether the Top Esports need to pick last pick more often to get Suyan counterpick. I think that he has looked very good when he gets the counter, and he's not looked very good when he's been countered himself. I think we've found that about Suyan now. You know, this player who debuted a couple of years ago, fought back to come back to the LPL after a very poor start in 2024 on IG, and he was great in the start of this split, struggled since then. As we move forwards though, you know, Top Esports, they need to really figure out what's happening with their early jungle clear again. That's when they've looked best, when they have, you know, TN ahead of the jungle matchup. It isolates these winning lanes much in the same way that JDG played very well when they're on front too. And again, I really want to say justice for Fungyue. Great play top lane, forcing flashes out of bot lane, playing some very good mechanical team fights on Pyke, despite the fact that he should have been burst out in so many more of them. Even in that last play, got like a 3-man Pyke across it. I thought that he was playing really well. I don't think this game is on Fungyue.
Yeah.
But that'll of course be forgotten because JDG on the other side of it were just so dominant across every other role.
Yeah, I kind of agree. But again, part of this, big shout out to JDG's draft there. Very smart, because I actually think Top Esports with that Pyke and the Varus flex, I think that's really cool. To have that answer with the Olaf, I think is very difficult. TN, I think, had a very poor game. Didn't manage to stay up with Junja, who absolutely took that game apart. He did most damage in the game on Jarvan.
That's crazy. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. In any regular world, that shouldn't happen. You know. I'm just so surprised. I'm so surprised, but you know, this is what Jarvan does. 88% kill participation. Everything started with this jungler. I mean, not that Vampire was far behind him at 85% too. Jungle support attached at the hip. You know, one of the things that we criticized JDG for a lot throughout this year is that very strong individuals, but actually the jungle support synergy wasn't there. It was mainly just like one of them doing something good, and then that kind of made up for it. They weren't necessarily moving well on the map. Now they are. That was a really good game. I think that Junja and Vampire clearly very much on the same page, and that's great growth to see from this team.
It really is. How was the sandwich, Al?
Very good, Sam.
There you go.
It's very good. I enjoyed it.
Oh, good. We managed to get some food in between series. Always a challenge.
Now we wait for second game. But Sam, I'm not gonna lie, Top Esports, if they play like that, if they play like that again,
it's tough.
They and again, like with those kind of drafts and that kind of early game, they wouldn't just lose against the JDG, who is one of our top teams, and again, like climbing their way to the top. They'd lose against most teams in a sense. These drafts, I think, are just very flimsy. I mean, yes, Fungyue clearly very good at the Pyke. I think he was the best player on Top Esports quite clearly this game, but Top Esports need a better early platform for TM. They need a better early platform for their lanes. You know, I think Cream was okay on the Azir. I mean, missed a shuffle or two, but it's not... What do you do as the Azir in a game which is kind of snowballed around you? Like, Corki... The Corki and the Azir, it felt like they were just kind of watching the rest of the map fall apart from them, and they couldn't really do much besides that, which is really sad. It felt like, you know, Cream and Jaculov didn't really have much ability to make many plays, really, in this game. The game was already kind of snowballed away from them. Vampire's a great ults there, too, as we were saying. Managed to ult the towers very well. Gala, I mean, we didn't really talk that much about Gala, and besides, oh, it's Deathfire Touch Jhin. He had a fantastic game on the Jhin, too. He was set up for, but he played very, very well.
Man, some of those early mid lane skirmishes were kind of wild, and actually just the fact that JDG were there the 5 seconds earlier, with before like people could get involved, Onivia coming back off that death reset, those kind of things made things very, very different. I think we might be having a very nice cinematic shot there.
Oh man, yeah, I really appreciate these montages. I appreciate them a lot.
Blind shot, love it. Thank you for the subs, Orca for bringing a few more people into the community. Also appreciate the fact there's a really interesting conversation about when you pick weird champions and what makes them good and what it takes to practice them, how good do they need to be to come on in. I see you, Mecha and Pagan Troglod. I had to pronounce that correctly. I was like, if they named themselves Troglodyte, that would be very...
Pagan Troglod.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, appreciate
no light at the end of it, but I had to just double check.
Yeah, and appreciate the gift bombs there, but gift bomb there, Orca, really helps us. And again, folks, we do this for free, effectively. No, we're not quote-unquote paid to do this. The only reason that we can keep doing this is because people subscribe, people watch, and people tune in, you know. That's the only reason we can do this. And we appreciate everyone here. You know, we're very happy with our piece of the LPL community. We wouldn't do this without you. And we appreciate your attention and your company on these LPL days. I have Jasmine Green Tea. I'd be delighted to share. I do like Jasmine Green Tea. Jasmine is a classic for a reason. Do you need a break for anything?
Can we use a quick glass of water or something? Do you need a cup or anything? You good? Do you want a break?
I'm actually okay with... Yeah, I've got half a cup.
That's fine. I might get myself a cup of tea and I'll be sorted then. I'll go do that. See where this series goes. Because again, top esports, I need to see them back at the drawing board, I think.
Yeah. I mean, JDG clearly better prepared for today. And, you know, what I was wondering was, you know, would they have a difficult time prepping for it? Because they have three such big series coming into this week. And it's not been showing up here. Looked very good there in game 1. Junja player of the game, no surprise. Fantastic. Clear and away best player in the game. Well, I guess we better go on an ad break at some point. No, Vampire was very good this game. I just think that the thing is, it's a lot of what Vampire did this game was kind of like off the back of Junja, right? So it's like Vampire played a lot of things mechanically very well, and he did. He was very good. He was. But like most of this game was kind of like Junja setting up the map, and then kind of Vampire kind of playing off of it. Like it's like what we were saying in game, right? JDG have some very good individuals that when say Xiaoxi gets really ahead on Xiaoxi gets really far ahead on, you know, Renekton or Ambessa, or Hongyu gets really far ahead on something like the Twisted Fate we've seen. And then, you know, the whole team kind of like rallies around them. That's one of the bigger things about JDG. They're very powerful individuals, so the rest of the team, when someone gets ahead, can kind of play off their back, really. When JDG picked Olaf, it was over. I mean, they actually dealt okay with the Olaf at the level 1. I actually think it was over when they picked the Pantheon into the Jarvan. I didn't really... I mean, and also like the Azir over the Rise. I think that maybe they should have just taken the Rise. Gunpowder green tea is an old favorite of mine. Gunpowder's good. Yep, I like that. I mean, I like a lot of different kind of teas though. I mean, I like, I've really gotten into like milk oolong and coconut oolong recently. That's been good. I'm a big fan of hojicha. It's like roasted green tea. That's really good. I'm a fan of any kind of Earl Grey. Earl Grey is probably my favorite black tea. Although Lapsang and Assam are also very good. I'm a big fan of those. Yeah, they're really good. I like jasmine teas. Oh, tell you what. There's a oh, there's a mango, there's a Twinings mango and lychee green tea, which is just wonderful. So there's a Twinings mango and lychee green tea, which is just fantastic. That's one of my favorites. Have you tried Guardiano Oolong? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Lady Grey is pretty good too. It's basically Earl Grey with... Is it orange in it? Or lemon? The different like grey ones have basically a different citrus in them. There's often Earl Grey served with lemon, but I think Lady Grey has it in the blend itself. What else is good? I mean, there are a bunch of really good, like, specific teas. If you're ever in London, go to Camden Lock, go to, like, Camden Lock Market, and go to Camden Tea Shop. Camden Tea Shop does some wonderful tea. There's one called Love Potion there, which is a lavender tea. Wonderful, fantastic. It's like an oolong lavender tea. It does, like, a black forest tea. It's fantastic. Everything it does is fantastic. Really, really good, that. Yeah. Yeah, if you ever go to Camden Tea, like, if you're ever in London, go to Camden Tea Shop. Very, very good. Camden's such a cool spot. It's become a bit gentrified. Like, Camden was the cool place in London for a while, and then it's kind of been bought up by bigger businesses as time's gone on. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, much like Shoreditch is kind of going that way too. Like, Shoreditch used to be a lot more kind of like, if you know about it, you know about it. It was a cool place to go, and then it kind of got bought out by a lot of bigger companies and stuff. Camden's still okay, still fine, but it's not what it once was. Happens to every fun place, sadly. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, there are some places where it's like it helps them when they kind of get some investment into the area because like they don't have very good social support or like utilities for public use. So places like, not Camden Tea Bar, it's Camden Tea Shop. It's in Camden Lock Market. It's up on the first floor, like if you go upstairs to it. It's like up, so if you go into like if you come off of like just off of the bridge, it's like the outdoors plaza. If you go up the stairs, like just off the plaza in the far corner, you should find Camden Tea Shop there. It's really good. Yeah, it's really good. But yeah, I mean like places like Hackney where, you know where MSI 23 was held? Copper Box. So there's Hackney's just off of there, and Hackney's it's definitely a place which has had like a lot of issues with like lack of social support and there's quite a lot of crime there, a lot of robbery and stuff for that particular area. Not all of London, but like places like that getting big investment genuinely do help. I think they do help as long as it's in the right way, because there are definitely places too where people get kicked out of housing because they're lower income and they want to build new places, so they just kick people out so they can build new places. And that doesn't feel very good at all, because at that point you kind of like socially change entire areas, which is it's a whole can of worms there. But yeah. Anyway, on the whole, investment into those areas definitely can help too, though. Right? Yeah, Copper Box, where JDG won MSI. That was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Well, it would have been about 3 years ago this time, actually, wouldn't it? A little bit later, of course. Yeah, gentrification is a thing. Yeah, pricing people out of their own neighborhood. It's actually happening in London quite a lot. London is becoming a more expensive city day by day. It's definitely not a very affordable city, sadly. Alright, well, we get to see now whether Top Esports can bounce back. No, I don't think that Tien had a good showing last game. I don't think that Suyan had a very good showing. I think Fungyue was fantastic for the position he was in the game, but he was the only player I think that really had much of an impact from Top Esports. We'll move ourselves back into the game now because we're just about to get into draft, so good timing.
Fabulous. My tea is brewed.
I'm not going to press the volume until you're done sat down, because we don't want another 100% volume incident again.
Unfortunately, I grant you.
Actually, I think this actually... Cool, should be fun. Okay, we're pretty close towards that draft, so I expect it to happen any second now. The key thing is we really need to see a better jungle matchup for Tien. The last game was kind of unacceptable for Top Esports to be playing that kind of deficit from the jungle. Yeah, we know that Pantheon to Jarvan can be difficult. As you said, it shouldn't have been that difficult, and yet it was. Into game or into draft we go. Top Esports will have first pick again, so they're happy to pick first pick. I think this is a mistake. I think they should be counter-picking for Suyan. I think this is a problem. I think that Suyan has not looked good when he's been blind picking.
I mean, unless the answer basically is saying, actually, we don't think Xiaoshu has enough in the tank to counter me, even if I lock something weird, which is a possibility, I suppose. But he had the Olaf last game.
I think that's a mistake.
No, I know, but I have to wonder whether that's the call, or whether they're just saying, hey, we want to make sure we're getting someone like Tien or Cream, some serious early power in the draft. I can see some value in that too. They can get rid of Junger's Nocturne. Nocturne in general has been quite strong. Hilariously, one of the better answers into the Jarvan. That's not going to be the case right now. The Ori Rumble combo, understandably taken off the board. Both of those are very, very potent. Last ban up and available. Might be something a little bit spicy. Again, you do have that kind of freer ban now. A few of those power picks are gone, so the Akali will be the choice.
We have Lucian and we have Vi. Those are the two big picks from those roles. Annie has become more and more of a blind pick first pick as time's gone on, because it allows you to play non-engaged champions elsewhere.
Against Vi, though.
We did talk about that Vi and the Lucian being very high priority. They choose to take that away from Junja. Now Hongq might go towards the Annie himself. It might end up being an Annie Aurora trade, although we've not seen any Aurora today. It's still a powerful pick once you get through the first couple of mid lanes.
And it's good with the Vi, right? Because for all it feels like she's not an Akali or whatever, the range on the Aurora ult is very, very large. It's very possible to follow up on the Vi wherever she goes. The Ezreal's locked in. There's no Bard to go with it, no Karma to go with it, but still going to be locked in nonetheless for Gala.
Ezreal has a Deathfire Touch build as well, where you have Deathfire Touch and Scorch level 1, and because your Q's a single target, you burn for like an extra 50 damage at level 1. And the Annie? What surprised you about that?
No, it wasn't the Annie. It was just I was going to follow up on the Deathfire.
Oh gosh, cool.
Where I was at.
I saw it like locked in. I was like, okay. I mean, it's a powerful pick, but I think we saw that one coming at least, and the Aurora likely locked in for Cream. So this one we called out the Annie for Aurora trade. Vi Aurora strong combo.
Very much so. I think that would be a valuable option. They're not going to lock it in straight away though necessarily. Debating a Jace, theoretically a flex, though again, largely has been a top lane option, and a very potent one at that. Ball now rather in JDG's court. The court in someone else's ball, that feels like.
Yeah, the court is now in someone else's ball.
There's a dance large, happening, right? Yeah.
It's a very large ball. Could fit entire football courts in a tennis court.
Yeah, it's the noble court in someone's important ball. It is.
Yeah, right. I got it.
Yeah.
So the Aurora likely locked in as well. So powerful top side from Top Esports.
Theoretically a flex, I suppose, where the Aurora could go top. Now the Ari's locked in, that's less of the case. It's a good pairing with the Vine.
And again, I don't think you want to play Jason to Annie. You could in 23. Not now, really.
Tough.
Really.
The Annie is just very, very strong at the other levels. Do you lock in Yorick now? Do you lock in a jungle now? That is the difficult decision for JDG. They locked in the Ezreal for power through bot lane, which means they're dropping on a top lane or jungle. How much do they trust in Xiaoshu and Junja's jungle pools? Could go something like Neferi. Could go something like the Yorick. A couple of different options.
Sion, if you want the tank options, pretty solid.
Sion neutralizes here. Now, it doesn't mean you're winning the top lane, and it means that it is less volatile in top lane.
Means you can play through mid and bot theoretically a bit more. Though again, when you've locked in the Ezreal, playing for the Ezreal lane is sometimes a bit hit and miss.
What lanes available for top esports? Well, you don't have Corki now because that's gone. You would have liked a Lucian Milio. That's gone now too. Probably think about Yunara Lulu, but that's likely next one on the chopping block. Neferi away out of, well, you've already locked in jungle, top lane now, so you don't have to ban away something like a Yorick. Probably banning away with some of the few last champions that can actually fight early, I suppose, from Junja.
Shinzao would be a good bet, would be the big one. I'm trying to see whether that's been played or not. So no, it hasn't. So Shinzao makes the most sense to me here.
I'd imagine this is either the Lulu or the Yunara band. And then at that point, you're looking at what, like, Kai'Sa Nautilus, you're looking at
Lulu's
Nico.
band,
The Lulu is one of the better kind of remaining last picks. Vampire might go towards Nautilus himself, actually. And we might get an Alistair Nautilus trade with most of the enchanters out.
How do we feel about something spicier, like going to other enchanter options like Callista, Renata or something here?
I don't like Callista Renata very much versus Annie.
I agree.
I think that Annie just kind of one-shots you. Also, Ezreal's not bad versus that lane. The Shinzo expected ban. The bot lane from Jackula Fungoid, that is the big one, though.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me to see an Alistair or Nautilus locked in by Vampire right now. Well, at this point, JDG, I'm still talking about JDG.
Sure,
yes, so
yes.
They could lock in the Alistair now and then, like, see the Sivir Nautilus on the other side or something like that. Depends if they want hyper-winning lane or they want the better choice of support for team fights. Sion Alistair is an incredibly good team fight front line. Go for the Nico, partly because it denies something like the Kai'Sa Nico on the other side.
Misfortune does follow up and dies relatively well by virtue of E and R. Also, your W allows you to move with people a little bit faster. It's also one of the better weak side AD carries because you can just press R and E on a wave and would allow you to lock in something like the Nautilus and deal with
But you're into
some
the Sion.
dubious.
I don't like it into the Sion very much. Because
Brave Vi passive is enough, I guess.
But this is the problem, though. No one's killing the Sion very quickly in the team fight, so JDG will have unparalleled frontline access. They go towards the Alistair, which, I mean, at that point, I mean, honestly, I'd even prefer something like a Xayah at this point for Jaculov. I think that's better. Go for something that can kill tanks. Sure, Tristana, Xayah, something with a bit of safety, a bit of tank killing. I like that more.
Smolder for the
really
scaling
good
option would also be fine. I'm not a massive Yunara fan here. Tristana's more mobile.
Unironically, Smolder's great. Unironically, Smolder's great. I don't want to see the Misfortune, not really. I mean,
it is Jackie's MF, who's been very good on it.
He does lock it in. I would have actually preferred the Smolder. He's very, very good with Black Cleaver, Death by Touch right now. And now you're in a position where you have Nico, who's going to flash onto the Misfortune. You have the Sion, who won't die to you. You're not especially winning lane. Basically, this is just saying that Fungoid is going to have a good time with the Alistair, but Jaculov is going to have reduced agency.
I like the Kha'Zix here, I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of people who you can catch out isolated as they dive in a bit too deep, and you can turn around quite well. Instead, they go towards the Wukong, which kind of does similar things, but from more of a team fight perspective. You have got a lot of things you'd like to interrupt and things like the Ahri, the Misfortune. You've got Jace have a bit of a tough time if the Cyclone kind of stacks on top of you, and Ahri actually can struggle to run away from a Wukong far enough away, especially if you've gone in looking for a pick.
Yeah. Gonna go into an ad break and talk about the team composition, so please subscribe if you don't want to have adverts right now. I think Top Esports lost this draft with the bot lane picks. I think that they could have had either much better scaling in team fight or having a better bot lane for laning phase, and I think what they've done is kind of chosen consolation bot lane with limited team fight impact. The Alistair's not bad, but if you were going to do that, I would have preferred the Sivir. I think that the Misfortune, what's better on weak side, is not going to interact well with the Sion at all. I'm really worried for Top Esports now. I don't think that reads on drafts have been good. I think on the other side, I think that JDG are looking very locked in on the patch. I think that having counter pick for top lane really helps them too. I think JDG are walking away potentially with a 2-0 here, Sam, and a march towards the top of the table.
Yeah, they make it work again. The team fight looks good. Nico, Sion, Wukong all with the big ults to roll with. Ezreal going to be tricky to lock onto. There is a world where the damage gets limited for them if this Annie or this Ezreal end up in a significant enough hole. It could maybe be a breaking point, but you know, that's easier said than done against a team like JDG at this kind of form, so we'll wait and see. So for Top Esports, Ahri Vi, Shock blast. And a bullet time to follow. Maybe you can just pop someone and say, you know what, Ezreal's out of the fight. And then what you do right now is wait for the gyos, and we can continue that conversation after. Some good gyos there. Hearing the Jing Dong Man is always a fantastic sign. Junja with the early assist on the invade there from Xiaoshu, who's gone into Q that Raptor camp and really helped the Wukong clear out fast here. Looks like we're going to get split jungles. Level 1 headbutt onto Gala away from the wave.
And look at the... well, there is a ward on Raptor. So, like, they know that this invade is happening. Vi's going to go blue buff, go over to the other side of the map. And Wukong's not going Raptors to Raptors right now. But he... Yeah, because that Q onto Raptors, you're absolutely right. He's going to be there quicker. He'll be spotted going across mid lane now. I don't think he can stay for Raptors. No. So, once again... Better jungle prep from JDG. Tien won't get any camps away from the other side. Although red buff wasn't taken by Wukong, so it's only the 1 camp away. It was just that quick Raptors with that Scion Q, as you noted.
Yeah, now to see what happens with things like the Scuttle Crabs, because realistically, the Vi will be able to do Gromp Wolves and be over on that top side of the map a little faster than the Wukong. See whether he does focus as well and wants to fight. There's a little bit of trading on that bot side.
Yeah, Vampire used that heal to get into position. Didn't quite get it. Would have been a really good trade, but just about missed it. He'll also go by Fong. They're going to jump towards Gala. Gets a lot of damage to the Jack. You flash for the auto. Not quite enough. And they're going to back away just about in one piece. Okay, so your lane that you picked to try and win is not winning. The Misfortune is not going to be ahead in this lane. Uses both summoners early. I really think Top Esports chose the wrong bot lane here, Sam. I really think they did. They're losing the full cannon wave. This is a huge mistake, I think, from Top Esports.
Fong headbutts that cannon away to try and save it for a second or two. It won't happen. That's most of his health bar down as well. He'll need to back away shortly. Tien goes looking for camps on the other side. We'll realize there's nothing here, so he gets nothing.
What wonderful early game prep from JDG. I mean, Top East had nothing to get in jungle. They've had nothing to get from their lanes from these drafts either. Junja has been fantastic. I think that JDG have clearly prepped to get Junja ahead, and so much of the meta for this year has been get ahead in jungle. JDG have been excellent at that, and like I said, Top East on the other side, I don't believe in their draft, Sam. I haven't believed in them in the last week they were playing either. I think that they were very flimsy. I think that they had some winning lanes, but difficult late game, and some ways that they could fall apart early game as well. That's what's happened here again today, Sam. Fell apart early, and I think in this second game here, I think we might be seeing that again. Now Top East are realistically hoping for one really good early skirmish to try and break the back of what is probably going to be a significant early lead for this jungle.
Junge is about to get double scuttle again. He's actually going to turn back for his blue buff, so I wonder whether Vi does manage to get over to that. She needs to think about getting those raptors off camp spawn, but I think after that she has to go scuttle crab, reset again, and pick up that red buff.
But of course she's going to get double scuttled here, because she's down the level 4. She can't fight for this scuttle crab against the Wukong who's the level 4, and you know, Vi very strong at level 3, but a level advantage in jungle is a level advantage in jungle. You can't fight for that because of the very good play from Xiaoshu and Junji to get that quick raptors. You're absolutely right, Sam. That Scion Q at the level 1, it has huge. That is the kind of play, folks, because everything is so... we'll take a step back, slow down with this. This meta is so much about considered jungle pathing and getting ahead into the game. Cream actually might die here, by the way. But that Scion Q may well have won this entire game because it has affected the early game so much.
Okay, so Junja here will not necessarily have smite up, and level 4 was hit by Tien. It's going to potentially look for a Scry's Bloom here and see what's going on. Fongyo in the river as well means at least Tien gets a Scuttle Crab, but he's still going to be down 12 to 15 CS from this early stages here. And this first back from Junja will be Tunneler.
Yeah, Cream not having the easiest time here in mid lane. Honky wants the wave on his side of the wave, and he will successfully get that. Fongyo is going to head over and give the Triumphant Roar healing over the Cream, although likely he's going to just recall anyway. So Cream and Honky, even after the first couple of waves, that's fine for both teams.
Potential Vault Breaker forwards won't necessarily burn it, and Jump Vampire's wise enough with the clone to spot that out. Gets a nice Tangle Barbs after, and the Mystic Shot to follow. Very nice, Gala.
Yeah, the early 2v2 went so badly wrong for Jackie-Love and Fungua. I just don't think this lane is meant... Like, this lane is basically like Misfortune just wants to collect the wave. They fought too hard early. Jackie-Love took way too much damage at the early levels. And you know, for most of this split, Jackie-Love, I think, has been the best AD carry within the LPL. Gala's been far better than him today. Yes, he's had the better platform for it, but in this early 2v2, Jackalov and Fungyue, I don't think they chose the right champions here, and I think they're being punished for it.
And again, like, Jackie was left in a 1v2 for a solid 2 waves there because Fungyue went to go roam with Tien and get that scuttle grab. That's all well and good. You need to try and stop what happened in the last game, but the price is Jackie falling behind. That's the headbutt back under the turret. That's not bad. Vampire going to be forced to try and run away. There's the heal. There's trample there. Means it's likely just a kill. You know what? Not bad. Top esports. Gala looking to trade back. The one does. Jackie now trading with Gala. Makes this a bit more interesting. 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but the kill goes to Jackulov and Gala, so both AD carries getting a little bit more. Fungyue is really trying. One thing I'll take away from this performance about Top Esports is I actually think Fungyue has been their best player today. I think the Pike last game was very, very creative, and I think in this game too, it's actually a little dangerous there too, but right there, the flash onto Vampire, great play from him. Fungyue, you know, a newer support here up in LPL, I think has been doing really well, Sam, for the position he's been given in this game.
Q also now up a lot of CS out of this mid lane. Again, Annie into Ari early on is pretty miserable, especially if you don't get towards things like the Mercury Treads on a good clip. But you need things like Dark Seal, and you need Lost Chapter. Over the wall we go. Junger's here already. I think this will be level 6 from Junger, and indeed it is. That makes things a bit spicy.
Junger's been so far ahead of Tien in both these games. Tien made a real wave as he came back into LPL this split. I mean, Swian's got the lead here, but the question is that going to be enough to actually flip a game? I don't think so, Sam. You know, it's not going to be enough. Sign as long as he's within, like, you know,
touching distance.
Within about, if it's anything more than 10 CS, you have like a little bit of a shrug and go, that could be an issue. But if it comes down to team fights, Sion almost always has bigger impact than people he's against, even when he's 20 CS down.
Yeah. Again, the raw value there is very strong. It just becomes a matter of whether the laning inside lane becomes kind of untenable, really.
Yeah, that's the problem. When it's like, actually, oh, we can't engage properly, the poke becomes too much of an issue, or actually they have a champion which can team fight in this draft better than a Sion. Not very easy to do, because Sion is such a good team fighting champion, but can definitely happen. Stuff like Renekton in an early game can actually be very, very scary, for instance, and Gnar and Jace can be champions that win through side lane occasionally. You're absolutely right. In this game, though, JDG, I think they've got a far better team fight. Jackalov does have flash. You have to use it.
Moving burst, there's the cleanse on that Tangle Barb. The bullet time back onto Gala, just chunk him out fairly well. So ends up with both of them fairly low at this point, but the additional summoner is the price that Jackie pays in the 1v2.
Yeah, still down a lot of CS and about a third of level. Not a crazy amount there, in fairness. Gala going to cancel his recall, doesn't want to lose out on some of the CS and the XP here. And falls into Fungyue. I don't think you can do when he's got his combo up. Just wants to clip the wave here.
Yeah, it would be a little risky, so it'll be just getting the majority of that wave in. Has to drop a couple minions, but still, work done. Can get this reset. Dragon's also being started by Tien. Should get this with a Q smite. Indeed does. Can now maybe look at Junger, but it's just the clone that's waiting. A couple clones this game between the Wukong and the Nico.
Not the Cyclone clone. It's the Neo's Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong counterplay.
That one as Cream eats an electrocute trade. A little bit miserable for them. Swian will go to the skies and can potentially look to Thundering Blow. Now Shiaway gets an acceleration gate and the hypercharger as well. Misses his Q though. So the accelerated shock blast will hit air. Over the wall we go. Wukong and Wukong, but one of them is a Nico. Going to come up and contest for these grubs. I think that's probably not unwise, since you've got the timer here. You did give up the first dragon, so you might as well try and get something on the other side of the map. Also would deny them from things like the Jace later on if there's an additional win condition. Just having Jace with a bit more side lane threat in the form of the grubs would have been nice, so fair enough. Berlin special.
Right, Top Esports. I think they really need to win a fight around about now, otherwise problems are going to really start to come across their team comp. Here comes the Cyclone, and that's a good start onto the Alistar.
Yeah, I think he's just dead here, unfortunately. Headbutts away, it's just dead. Gala picks up the kill, and this will be an easy grub pickup.
Very easy. No ult for the Alistar. Didn't have flash either. Look, Top Esports, if you're not ready to fight there, you can't position like that. And I was just saying, they kind of need a fight. Everyone else backed off. Swian wasn't looking for the kill himself. It's not like Vi was positioning for anything either. Credit to Tien, he's managed to pick up a fair amount of CS back onto Junger. He's not completely out of the game now, and he does have camps to go through as well. But if you're going to lose random kills like that, I do get increasingly worried for them.
Well, the other thing is, because Tien's done, had to go triage, right? It means he's not been making plays, he's not been involved in lanes. Sure, Junger's only got the one kill, but the point is actually he's given people like Gala and Vampire a lot more free time to get value out of their individual lanes.
So, JDG not crazy far ahead, but 1,000 gold at 10 minutes is significant. You can't deny that. And as I was saying, I think they had the better composition. I think that having a Sion, Wukong for team fights, Nico as well, that is nasty as hell. And I just don't think the Misfortune is going to do enough. I just don't think they're going to do enough. It's hard to do damage into so many cancels. It's hard to do it into a Sion in any kind of game. To Top Esports, they kind of want a slower game where, well, they kind of want to poke out a little bit, find snap plays with the Viari, and then going to take fights afterwards. But I just don't think they're going to have the space to do that, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world, because obviously Viari, your ability to get onto Ezreal is pretty good here. And obviously Jason Misfortune, the ability to have your long-range ability to fly on through. Hang on, Nico wave. It's a fake minion, and they bring down Cream in very swift order. Nice combo. Yeah. Two-shot barrage does not cancel top.
Yeah, it's just Honku going into the play, realizing, look, I've got like 4 people coming into my lane. As long as I CC them, someone's going to get the kill. Cream goes down very quickly, takes a couple of flashes and ults. Might actually be an overinvestment for them, because that's 2 flashes and an ult used as well. Queen loses nothing but his life. Not going to take the mid lane turret. I actually wonder whether Top Esports can look for a play now. For 1 kill for that doesn't feel very efficient.
Still, the work is done. You'll take what you can get, I suppose, at this point, and continuing to keep the pressure up is a good thing. Because what I was going to say was like, look, there is a world here where if you're looking at the win conditions for Top Esports, it largely is TN and Cream full sending at the Ezreal with some shot blast follow-up or a bullet time follow-up, and people remove the Ezreal and the team fights get harder to stand down. This is that great play we're talking about. Everyone collapsed in, but they burned a lot to do it. And maybe there's a world here where as you remove the Ezreal, maybe the damage gets a bit limited for JDG. Maybe.
I mean, I see a Wukong versus a squishy team. I think Annie from ahead is actually a damage threat. Not that you could have told it from last series, of course, but, you know, Cream has not had an easy time in this series. Actually, didn't have an easy time last week either, because individually he's been laning well. It's just a problem of his team not playing well around his lane. JDG, Anyone's Legend, far better at coming into his lane. If you think about the awful Yone game he had versus Anyone's Legend, realistically, that was started, I mean, the late game was his fault, but the early game was everyone was in his lane, despite the fact that he was taking some pretty good trades at points versus Shanks in that series. Cream has flash, has ult, but he doesn't have that much vision either side of his lane.
No, nothing.
Nothing in the bot lane or the top lane push. Once again, I think that Jundra has gotten ahead on the map, and while it's even out in terms of CS now, I really think that Jundra has done a very good job of making sure that his lanes can play without real any threat.
They flash for this, they're going in, they've TP'd in with the Alice, they're looking for the 1v3 dive onto the Sion, who's not got a first item yet, so he's tanky-ish. Jundra's now coming, can he look for a Cyclone play? Yes, he can. There's a Cyclone part 1, turret shot does we only now flashed out. Cyclone part 2 for the season desist, interrupted somewhat now. Actually, the Wukong's in danger. That ain't a clone, needs to flash out. Xiaoqiu flashes for the order and gets it on the cow. Stakes for dinner. Nice work there from JDG's top jungle.
They really overestimated their damage. They thought they could kill Xiaoqiu in the duration of the Alistar ult as he tanked the tower. Sam, they could not. Junja, really good shadowing from him. Bot lane turret will go over to the side of JDG. I mean, I appreciate the creativity, but the execution, or at least the damage calculation, was not correct there. Even with the Serpent's Fang to deny some of the shielding from Xiaoqiu's W, just not enough. And Top Esports feels like they're really kind of chomping at the bit now, and in a bad way. They're kind of like over-forcing it. They're kind of getting ahead of themselves, rushing these plays, and JDG, very calm, just ahead on the map, pick up the free play. Gold is very much in their advantage, almost 3k up now.
Yeah, good work from them. Tien will come down here, of course, use that cease and desist on the Wukong. There was a world there where I thought the Wukong might get turned around onto, but didn't quite have the damage onto him either. Dragon going to be contested nonetheless. A couple big ultimates are down here, so it's going to be a bit more of a neutral fight. Jackie's got his bullet time, and that could be significant. Are we looking for a pop loss in play? We are. They only really lands onto one. Not that valuable. The clone comes on forwards, and Jun just traded 1-for-1 right now. Need to start looking for some more as Gala against the hop forwards. Gets that root, does the Nico. The bullet time to dissuade Honku in particular, who would have been a potential threat as some follow-up CC. So disengage successful. Dragon was secured by Top Esports. You know what? Not bad considering game state.
It was. Hang on, Xiaoqiu going around the corner. We'll find Tien. He's going to steal the wolves. He steals the wolves. You dick. What do you mean you can do that for free? Xiaoqiu feeling very confident, despite the fact that he's behind Golden Swing. He doesn't care. Sion is Sion. Let's keep doing this for forever and a day. And yeah, you know, Top Esports, you know, they walk away with the 1-for-1 and the Dragon.
Not again.
Oh my god.
Don't again.
No, he actually,
I'm confused.
he ends up getting the smite. It wasn't quite on spectator there. But yeah, if we go back to the replay of this fight, there's a good secure. This is without some big ultimates. I think Fungyue does a really good job here. Hunts away the smite, basically trades his life, saying, I don't have ult, but I'm going to stop the Nico from getting into the play as well, because they don't have flash. I think Fungyue plays that fight well. He says, look, I'm going to be quite literally the sacrificial cow, and it buys them the retreat they need.
Barrier out of Gala as a little additional prize there. Jackie's got himself the Bloodthirster. Credit to TN as well. He's now up in farm. And he's kind of at a point where I think he can probably play this game. Maybe if he can get this Jace towards that Muramana, we might be having a different conversation here again.
News just in. He has plugged in his keyboard and mouse. He can play the game.
That's congratulations.
Yep.
That was always the Sven and Mithy comment. It's like, you're in Italy. Well, have you plugged your mouse and keyboard in? Can you dodge this? Is your mouse and keyboard connected?
Yeah, well, poke comps used to be that, basically. Although, there's a lot more things to it than that in terms of, like, Fungyue takes a bit of damage. Whatever, it's just a support. Nico not going to do crazy damage. Herald going lone. I think JDG would like this to reset, actually. I think they prefer to poke out a little bit with the Ezreal. Jackie Love doesn't have ult just yet. They're going closer to Junja!
Superb. Cream gets that angle. Pop Blossom turn on left. No one. Cream's going to jump on the other side. Gala needs to back away. They get another, and that's the reset from Cream. Annie down for the count. Vampire needs to run. Gala at least gets the Alistair, but the charm of the sun turns him into a zombie. And unfortunately for him, this ain't 28 years later. You don't get to survive more than a few seconds.
No, sadly not. Herald goes to top esports, and now we get to have a real conversation about this game, because JDG just threw a lot of their gold and the dragon advantages to top esports. Swian has got a healthy gold lead. The top side is now actually pulling ahead in gold as a whole now, because Cream gets away with 6 Dark Seal stacks with 2 kills and 2 assists. Watch Fungyue again. Junja, you're too low HP. You don't have a flash. That is a bad angle from him. Fungyue just full combos him. He gets the cleanse and the ultimate to make sure continue the fight too. And Vampire's ult is just not good enough. It's not good enough there. I think that as soon as Junja's down, I think you have to back off. I think JDG make a bad decision on the fight. Fungyue actually ends up choosing to die again there just to stop the Alistair ult out. So he's doing quite well at trading the 1-for-1s. Actually, despite it being 0 and 5, I think he's doing very well at finding plays.
And Nico doesn't have the flash. He's got a full send on a Jackie, but he's got a Bloodthirster. I don't know about this one, Junja. You're going to be in a 1v4. Headbutt it back away from the wall. Can try and jump on Jackie, but the charm will follow, and Cream gets another.
Okay, now what's happening here, JDG? I thought that they had the comp advantage. I thought 5v5s would be very much to their favor, but suddenly they're just throwing too much gold over. Top esports, this is a confidence builder for them. JDG, I thought they had the better comp. Their early game was good. Junja was ahead of Tien. Now that's not the case. Tien is ahead in farm. He's ahead in terms of gold. Swian is doing fine in his lane. Flash forward onto Gala.
Oh boy, he's got flash and barrier, but look behind him. There's going to be the Vi. Going to potentially threaten some more. Need to jump away as the Pop Blossom did come on down. I think this could be an additional Q, and that's likely going to be the death of the Vi. Flashes away from the wall. Flash forward for Xiaoshu. And put over the wall. True shot barrage. Just a blast shield for a second. When's the next Q from Vi? It's there. My days was that close on both sides. Cream threatens Xiaoshu.
Fungyue threatening Gala under turret, forcing the summoners out. I mean, I think Fungyue's had an excellent series. If somehow Top Esports turn things around from this, first game deficit, it's going to be on the back of Fungyue. His Pyke was good in game 1, pretty much the only member of Top Esports who had, I would say, a good game. And this time, I know the KDA might lie to you.
He is 5 of the 6 deaths.
He has been dying to make the plays. Yeah. I genuinely think Fungyue has been Top Esports' best player. I know we're talking about him a lot, but that's partly because Top Esports didn't give us much to talk about elsewhere. But now we can start changing that conversation. Cream's 8 Dark Seal stacks takes half the HP from Honky with the Electrocute trade. Cream can actually be a main carry here. It's one of his most played champions of all time. We'll see if he can play make effectively. Might have to blow the ult here if Junja truly goes for him, but chooses not to.
Staying out of range of the turret, will back away here. Did miss that cannon, I saw that, -1. Fungyue, maybe look over the wall. The damage from the ult of Deception is scary. Cream looking with that ult. Honky went through his stun somewhere in there. A little bit opportunistic, can't quite find what they're looking for. Gala also having less fun into this misfortune than he once was. Dragon's up to be sole point for Top Esports. Reminder, they won that contest over the last one, so they get a potentially dangerous combo here.
But now you're playing without Ariel. I think they have to give it up because Cream failed the pick. If he gets that, it's kill, turret, and maybe dragon. As it stands, though, they'll just back off, give a dragon to JDG. They take top lane turret, I think.
Yeah, they do.
At that point, Top Esports will get a wave there. They get mid lane turret. Top Esports is still ahead in terms of macro. This game is quickly going into the favor of Top Esports, despite all of my predictions about this one. JDG, particularly Junja, are making some big mistakes on the entry to plays. If it's Sion making that entry, it's fine. If it's the Wukong, it's not. And Junja has been punished.
JDG, sometimes it just stands for Junja Dice Gaming. This one is a bit of a roll of a 1 on the dice.
And look, the other side of this is like, for the top esports comp, what does it do? Well, it has Ari Vi jump on people. It has Misfortune press R, Jace press EQ, and blow up whichever poor soul is Vi ulted. That's the plan. And actually, the fact is, it's been Junja who's had that happen to him. It's the Ezreal who's been forced out of plays, and he's been struggling to step forward and threaten once that first person dies, well, because the resets begin to come on through, and that target access has proven quite difficult. For all, actually, I think Top Esports had a really tough time in the early game. I can see what their comp is supposed to be doing in this stage of the game from this position, but I think the Lord Dom second from Jackie was expected into this comp, and that's
about
pretty
to
nice.
mention that. He's just got that in. There's a Black Cleaver from Tien, and because Xiaoshu is not, like, crazy, well, he's behind 2,000 gold. This is actually a Sion that can die to this team comp and the combo. They go on to him. The charm, he's just dead. Junja, again, you can't be the face checker. Teleport coming in from the side, but he's not very happy either. The Black Cleaver starts to get put through. That's a good Annie stun, though.
Does manage to back away. Cream flashes out of the Pot Blossom. Fongyu is killed off Honkyu, though, and that means the Annie is dead. And again, they just don't have the damage, Alex. They have no damage. Gala's getting chumped under the turret. They kill everyone. They just don't have anything resembling the gold required to hurt enough people.
Junja dies on the entry again. The teleport from Xiaoshu, I mean, it's reactive. It puts him into the middle of the play. That is going to give Top Esports. The Dragon is going to give them another turret in the mid lane, and they're going to get map control off of this to really put JDG into more of these positions. Junja, you have Flash. Actually, no, sorry, he doesn't have Flash, though. They literally came off of cooldown there. And then the teleport forces JDG into a losing fight. This is not the first time this game, actually, where it feels like JDG have kind of all-in on a losing fight. Typically, they're better at doing that. The Vampire goes in for an ult, cancel onto Jackalope. I don't really think it does very much there. I think the problem is, because Junja is dying, we saw a lot of this last split. So for those of you that weren't watching regular season in Split 1, when Junja made the mistake first, because we saw this in the opposite at this last game. When Junja makes the mistake first, Vampire and everyone else still go in, and then the engage doesn't work. Right there, Vampire is just trying to follow the play which Junja started. It doesn't work. It's still not the right play. It started by Junja making the mistake, but everyone piles on and loses. Whereas you look at last game, Junja, the player of the game, does so well. Everyone else gets the success off of piling on there. It's a complete opposite this game.
Two things. So one, I feel really bad for JDG there, because they had the wards. He was sat on a ward when he went forward. He had Vampire behind him, Honkyu coming up from the mid lane. Junja's not alone there, and it didn't matter. He still gets annihilated. And again, without the Sion there, he's the one who has to face check, and he dies every time. It is a miserable place to be in, and yes, there's been misplays with it, but the other side of it is Top Esports have got the comp to really mash you for doing that, and that's with vision control. He was in the bush first with wards.
I think
Cream's also...
I think Honkyu just cast his ult and missed it onto Cream. Cream also has a 10-stack Medjay. Hell yes, that's what we want to see. Buy the item early.
That was on my second point. I was just going to put this out there for the Twitch subscribers. There's a little emote called Buy the Book. It's a great emote, and Cream has gone and done it. It's probably the best emote that Alex has. We should put that out there. It's great.
It's a pretty good one. It is. Sometimes, Sam, you just got to do it by the book.
And it's a good game for it.
Very good game for it. Now, suddenly he has, you know, the extra movement speed. Tien, he's going to flash over. Must use that Q to get to the wave. That's fair, though. Just don't give up the free kill. Using the Baron buff well as it stands. Minute and a half left of it. He'll take down some more plays. And bot side, here comes the Sion up. The Fungway can tank it.
He does indeed. Immediate ult. We've got the Ghost after us on the turn with a double pulverize. The bullet time is exactly that. Is there for a good time, not a long time. Vampire on the flank is going to be jumped on by 2, and the Viari can just run at this Nico. And where's the damage out? It's just disappeared. Honkyu gets cease and desisted, and that is game. You're absolutely right. Through the inhibitor turret, Gala alone has got to pull off a 1v5, but this Ezreal has got the Lord's work to do, and I just don't think that he has much interest in helping out here when Top Esports are much more interested in bringing us to a third and deciding game. Difference be damned, the dive is strong with this one, and they bring us to that Revenge of the Sith. Game 3 coming our way.
Episode 3, why not? If you haven't heard of this support Fungway, now you have. What a wonderful series from this AD carry. Well, the support, not an AD carry, although to be honest, he was a bit of a carry there. I think so much of this game was started through that Alistar. KDA be damned, I think that is such a bad indicator for the impact he had on this game. I'm so impressed with how Fungway's been playing out the series. I think it was an excellent Alistar game from him, and he's my clear MVP for game 2 here. Started so much of this. You know, it was a very good rally around him from Top Esports. I think that as soon as he started catching out Junja, started catching out people there, they responded very well.
Yeah.
And my worry for JDG is it felt like they just kind of blindly piled onto plays when they started in this game. That is not a good sign for them.
No.
When they don't have that huge lead and things are going well for them, we saw a little bit of this last split, particularly when Junja was inting on stuff like the Nocturne, where he'd fly in and everyone would follow up, and actually, well, it wasn't a good engage, but everyone just goes following it anyway. It doesn't actually help the situation. I don't think there was that realization that Junja had to play back and not be the one face checking.
So, two things here. One, actually, credit to JDG for the early game. I thought the early pathing from Junja was really strong. TM was out of that game, and then actually was on TM with some very, very efficient comeback farming to get in, but it was theoretically a bit of a problem to be working with that kind of deficit. The early level 2 back onto Jackie, that early stage was very strong for them. But then we just got to the point where it felt like basically the first target in from JDG was pounced on. And with that, if it wasn't the Scion, it was a dead person. It didn't matter who it was, they couldn't survive it, which did become problematic.
And I think, you know, something which I'll revisit as well. I was very adamant that the Misfortune Alistair was the wrong champions to pick. Now, I think I actually met, like, nameplates off. That's absolutely true. Fengyue really proved me wrong on that. Real credit to him. I thought he is a good support. I didn't think he'd be the kind of support that would carry from that, what I assume to be draft deficit. That last play where he tanks the Cyanol, immediately turns it back around. Insane play. Insane play from very few players in the LPL would do that consistently. He had a great game of that. I think his game today has been exceptional.
Exactly. I think the same is Tien's vibe, right? Like, he has been known for this champion. He's put behind early, but unlike last game, he actually does manage to find a way to get back in. He doesn't fall that 2,000 gold behind individually, which was very, very significant. And yes, there were a few pop blossom plays, but actually when it was being kind of done reactively or a little bit panicked when you're needing to get someone, it didn't really turn into the same kind of jungle support powerhouse performance we saw from game 1.
Yeah. Well, that's our second game done. We're going to have a 6-game day, third game for our second series. This one I'm really glad went to 3, Sam. I think that, you know, JDG Top Esports, this is the glorious finals matchup between 2020 and 2022. These were the 2 best teams in, I suppose, the modern era of LPL. Then we've had teams like BLG come up in the years since, and we've recently added teams like Anyone's Legend to that list too. But JDG Top Esports have been, you know, such an important part of the LPL history, and it felt sad. Oh my god, Fengyue got 100% kill participation. Holy crap, that's insane from him.
He wasn't miles of 100% death participation either, just says he was involved in everything.
Which is really funny. Yeah, he's actually he was actually... Yeah, he was 100% of his team's like kill participation and only 1 off of his death. That is insane. He also, I believe, had more damage than Wukong across the game. That is very funny. That is... look, Fengyue is something special. I didn't know what to think of this guy, but, you know, a lot of people were looking down on him. Again, similar to like players like Erho, where I think a lot of people were looking down on him. He has his bad games. He's had his bad series recently, even. This is the one death that wasn't on Fengyue, by the way, that 1 kill in mid lane. But I think that Fengyue is genuinely like the next big thing for LPL support. I think this guy's looked really good. I don't know exactly how well he'll develop, and you know, a lot of this is playing alongside Jacula. We'll see, you know, if the time comes for him to play with an AD carry that isn't Jacula, we'll see how that works. But for now, this is a wonderful time to be seeing, you know, new support talent. You know, the last ones that we had were kind of like Feather, Vampire, Dway, right? Palkia came up a little bit later. Has been recent too. But the LPL has kind of been crying out for a next kind of class of support talent after, you know, Mako's obviously been here for a very long time, but he was away for a little while. Crisp is now not playing in the LPL. Ming hasn't been playing for a number of years now. I think I only got to cast like 1 or 2 games of Ming before he retired completely, which is so sad for him because he was such a good player. But LPL support has been a little thin on the ground for the last few years. We've had, you know, On be so fantastic. We've had Mako come back and have some great games. But in terms of international top-tier talent, it's been a bit few and far between. Now, I'm not saying that all of these support players will reach that level, but the fact that there are a couple which can maybe reach that level is really important, because it gives us a lot of hope, potentially, for the future of a role which has not always been the specialty of the LPL. That's definitely been more of an LCK thing. And you think of, you know, players like Beryl, Mata, Carrier, great players. Even players like Delight and Lehens have been so incredibly good at points in their career. Yeah, it's been a very interesting time to see how these players can evolve now. Okay, I'm gonna go for a quick break, Sam.
Go for it.
Probably because I want another coffee. I want to get away from the PC for a little bit.
Wise.
I'll leave you to it. Babysit them, and we'll get ready for this last game. Whoa.
Oh, Fungo, good game from him. And indeed it was a phenomenal game. Again, the deaths won't speak to the success there. What a go. Indeed, Dino. Dino T-Rex, hell yeah. 6-7 at the end as well. Ugh, all the memes, all the memes. Deserving MVP. Have we changed the music over? Let me just double check on that. Indeed, good news, everybody. Good news, everyone. One more game to go. Oh, adverts. Have we run ads? No, we have not. Guys, we got on some ads. Ugh. Nearly back. Ooh, would you look at that? Hello, folks. Bit of a smile from our hosts. Who do you think will win game 3? Oh, man. I think Top Esports, but I think it is a tight run thing. Both games were kind of pretty ridiculous in their own way. Should be on a stage fairly soon here, guys. Relatively soon. Wondering what I'm doing in the background. I'm trying to clear this damn fearless mode. Genshin, it's a nightmare. On stage we look. Change over this audio fairly shortly. Ourselves ready for our third and deciding game here. Be a spicy one, make no mistake about it. Ugh, close but no cigar with that particular run on my end, but that's okay. Do that. Volume should be fine. I see we're doing some Knights Who See Nay. Oh. Alrighty then, draft is here. For sure. For sure. We are going to be in for a spicy one, no doubt about it. Top Esports still with first pick. Interesting. JDG really want that counter, don't they? There's the Neferi ban alongside the Nocturne. Going to that route for the jungle pool, I see. What are we doing as a final ban here? Probably edging towards something. I would have said something like the Varus, but of course that's gone. It'll be the Akali. Yeah, Cream would love that, I think, at this point. He has always been an Akali enjoyer. I wonder whether something like Silas becomes a consideration. Seraphine makes it through, though. Might force Darla onto an Ashe here. Takes the Seraphine away from Vampire as well. He's been very good at this. 7 p.m. news, our draft music. This just in at 7 p.m. JDG versus Top Esports goes to Game 3. Now for our live coverage on the scene. It's Initialise. Yeah, thank you very much. We are here as the draft is about to begin. Seraphine's been locked in first here. We are coming through to that final game. Very spicy stuff. Some very unusual play in that second game where Junja just couldn't convert the early lead. Yeah, right back to you guys in the studio. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll be coming back to that one live over on twitch.tv/Nymaera. But for more on that, we'll be heading back. How's that? How's that for a 7 p.m. news vibe? Ashe Lulu picked up to go against that Seraphine. Seraphine wants to be paired again. She doesn't have the misfortune as her other normal pairing. Are we thinking of trundling here into the Ashe and the Lulu? Xin Zhao's made it all this way through here as well. Xin Zhao would be very dangerous to give to Junja here with the Ashe and the Lulu. So I think probably Yunara, Seraphine plus the Xin Zhao would make some sense. Thank you. Pretty decent go at it. I'll take it. JDG will smoke TES. Okay. So yeah, the Yunara is a consideration alongside the. Are we thinking Aurora? If we do this, jungle pool gets interesting because I think it's a fairly easy lock-in of the Xin Zhao on the other side. Okay, Xin Zhao's locked. Honky might now Aurora on the other side. Maybe look jungle too. We are a little thin on the ground there. Maokai plus the Ashe would be pretty good lockdown. Could be kind of annoying. Could therefore Yone for Honky with that after as well. Might force a Yone ban if you do that. Do you want a blind pick top? I don't think you do. Risky in this series. Aurora is probably not a bad shout. Trundle as your jungle option. Okay, it is good into the Xin Zhao. It's not bad with a Lulu because more speed ups means you can keep running and bonking people. Ashe Arrow plus Pillars, pretty obnoxious. Good into the Seraphine on that front. Yunara is a bit weird with it because, of course, it's very possible if you've used your E aggressively to get trapped on the wrong side of a pillar. You know, no real tank option. It'll do. It's not the best trundle angle of all time, but would theoretically deny a tank option top. Second phase of bans. LeBlanc, yeah, been scary to give up here. Annoying for the Trundle to manage too, because she just doesn't care about the pillar in the slightest. A lot of these aggressive playmakers. I wonder whether we see an Aurora ban here too, actually. TF away from Honky. That would be the pick to follow up with the Ashe, would set up well for the Trundle, who would have to do less of his own stunts that way as well. Final ban, and we continue to focus on the mid lane here. Another top lane pools get open. You could Jax ban here to saying Xiao should get rid of your pocket pick. Wouldn't hate that either. Welcome back.
Howdy.
Aurora, that makes sense. I wonder whether if that wasn't going to get picked, it was going to get banned. That makes sense at this point in the series. With a lot of mid lane focus.
Getting to the point where stuff like Victor feels pretty strong. In terms of top lane picks, well, I mean, it's going to be Top Esports not getting counterpick top lane again.
JDG chose to counterpick.
Yeah, well, they would. They would, Sam. Because I think that they understand that Suyan is much more threatening with counterpick and that Top Esports don't rightfully prioritize it sometimes. The Vayne band away, which makes me think it's a Gnar being locked in for Suyan. The Gnar for Suyan would be good at kind of hopping away from the pillar.
That's JDG lock it now, having seen the Vayne ban.
I think they can still counter it, so they might lock it. I would personally say, do what you want. You pick your Gnar. We'll have a good matchup into it. Cassiopeia for Honky.
I mean, he's a good Cassiopeia player, but this is a bit of an awkward draft for JDG. I mean, the zone control with pillars and miasmas and stuff, but it's a little bit miscoordinated. There's a few fun hovers here, but wait and see what the decision is.
I mean, you want something that outranges from Creep. You want an outrange comp, I think. I think Victor is good. We called that out before.
You did. Don't hate
you can get a little bit screwed by Trundle and his ability to pillar you, but you're pretty good at denying Cassiopeia a lot of value. Also, Victor is a very good Comet slash Deathfire Touch abuser. Yeah. You can use areas of plenty of rooms you can choose. I presume it's enough for Swian.
It's not awful here. So you do get melee range of Trundle and Cassiopeia, but unlike that, you are also able to slide over the pillar, can kind of fake front line.
I think they might go Renekton because they don't want Ambessa for Xiaoshu. Despite the nerfs, I think they go Renekton, despite the fact that it might get Nard now, or another pick which is good into it. You didn't want to give the Ambessa, which is pretty good, kind of following on from the Ashe ult. So they think that the Gnar is the lesser of the two evils. They'll lock in the Renekton to deny it.
Yeah, and again, between the Renekton and the Xin Zhao, you've got two pretty consistent encore extenders and two people who will enjoy a Seraphine buff behind them, which is good news. On the other side, of course, Lulu plus Trundle. It's not exactly Xin Zhao, but it'll do just fine in terms of giving the Trundle more move speed to work with. And pick is okay, but it's a little bit reliant on either a Mega Gnar or a good arrow and then the pillar to follow.
JDG are going to need exceptional objective control this game.
Yeah.
It is a hard composition to fight away from objectives because you're only going to be able to use your Ashe ult to engage, as you were saying. And once you get the Mikhails through from Feng Yue, that's going to be very hard to rely on. Now, if you do play objective control well, you will get to the point where the Cassiopeia can sit there with a Trundle pillar for protection. I'm going to put on an ad break so we don't get ads as we go into game. I do think JDG, if they get ahead with Trundle level 1 clear in jungle, I think it's pretty strong for them, Sam. I think Junja, if you can get ahead in that matchup early, it could be a problem.
Yeah, my problem is I look at the composition as a whole and it feels a little bit janked together. There's bits I see that work. If I'm looking at the side, I'm looking at Xin Zhao Renekton with a Seraphine behind. Good zone control and AoE damage with a Victor, with a Yunara, and they've got a lot more CC, better front line, better front to back. They can face check all right. They can be on the objective first all right. I think the lanes are fine here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think they obligated to have this Trundle do well early, because otherwise I'm looking at this and going, well, who's Trundle really stealing stats from?
I think Trundle's job is to just lock someone up and just say, like, the pillar is going to go onto Xin Zhao, and he's going to get gunned down by Ashe Cassiopeia. The damage from Ashe Cassiopeia with a Lulu is actually insanely strong. Renekton won't survive that. Xin Zhao won't with ult either. Well, you're going to hear these very loud gyros. Let's hear Jing Dong ring out once more.
Oh, that hurt. They turned the mics down on that one part way through.
Yeah, I can imagine why. So we've got Deathfire Touch on both mid laners. We've got Doran's Bow on Gala, so the Ashe will have more attack speed. Jackal not going for the Doran's Bow like we saw from Jiaxi earlier today. He's going for the Doran's Blade instead for a little bit more AD, a little bit more sustain. Swian going for the early trade onto Xiaoshu. Now, Renekton Gnar used to be the top lane matchup, as in you proved whether you were a good top laner or not by doing that, basically.
And worth noting, actually, Cream has gone DFT, so we have seen that one there for the Victor, with some discussion about what rune he'd choose.
Nope. I did say it was there for both mid laners. You can see that. The thing with the Cassiopeia is that because your Q does apply the DOT and it'll apply it all that time, but it'll only be 1 second after because it's a damage over time effect. However, the E's are single target and will give you, I think, a full 3 seconds of burn afterwards. So if you hit an E, it will actually do a significant amount of poke damage. Cassiopeia already very happy to kind of just keep looking for the burn anyway. Top lane, as we were saying though, this used to be the top lane matchup. You proved whether you were a good top laner or not with this matchup, and I think over time it went from very Gnar favor to very Renekton favor to now somewhere in between, where it's like if Renekton keeps trading on timers very well, then I think Renekton wins. But as soon as he's interrupted once and doesn't get like a perfect trade, things get really annoying for him afterwards.
And Renekton's always got setup, whereas the Gnar doesn't. And there is a very real world where mini Gnar comes on through, you flash stun him as the Renekton, follow up from the Xin Zhao, and the mini Gnar will die. There's very little you get to do about that play.
Let's have a look at the jungle pathing. I mean, Junja's not managed to get ahead of Tien. It's not like there's been an invade. We'll see what happens around for Scuttles, but I mean, Jakulov has been a very good Nymaera player. One of the best in the world, I would argue. Tien, Jakulov both making a massive name for themselves in this split. You know, the Seraphine definitely helping the laning phase too. Cream getting a bit of a wave freeze here. Hang on a second. Cream might have to blow flash. Now, where's the miasma? That's a problem.
Not going to come down quite yet. It just has to flash down as the pillar came on down the burn with pretty nasty with the poison. The DFT gets the level up and will be just about okay.
Honkyu's out of mana. That's the reason he can't kill there. Cream actually is threatening to get like another E on target there. Can he freeze the wave again? Not with that many minions. Not with that many minions he can't freeze. So now Honkyu's going to teleport back. Cream will have, I mean, basically even CS, maybe slightly ahead actually as this wave comes in. He can teleport back onto the next wave. He'll be able to get a safe recall off here because it's a slower teleport from Honky. Won't be able to stop him. So Cream recalling with basically the same CS here. Top lane going fine for Suyan. It's not like Xiaoshu has gotten ahead like he has done in the other matchups in this series so far, or at least most of them.
Looking into these other lanes though. Jackie's managed to get a nice early reset, gets himself the Carl, has got the early shove, and I think the Nymaera Seraphine's proving a little bit more obnoxious. Honky though been really good. There's no flash. DFT, Twin Fangs are landing. And Spirit Blossom Cassiopeia says, Ari, maybe I do that.
Here comes Tien going into top side. Xiaoshu just went mini, has himself a flash. Is there going to be a flash W?
There it is.
Tien doesn't flash forwards. They don't use the Renekton flash. They choose to keep that one alive.
Jackie and Duke Penguin now trading on this bot side. The barrier is going to be popped down here as well. There should still be a surround sound available, so I don't think it'll lead to too much more, but very aggressive plays there across a number of lanes. But it's JDG who take the Cassiopeia and manage to get the early lead. Tien now both towards his Raptors, but I think the damage is done mid.
The question I asked of Honky earlier in the day was, look, you've been pub stomping on weak mid laners. Can you do that versus the best in the LPL? He just did a really good solo kill, a very important solo kill onto Cream there. Now, last game wasn't particularly impressive from him, and he wasn't the main character in game one by any means either. But his Cassiopeia was very good last year, and I think that, you know, earlier on this year was very impactful too. Cream is now just straight up losing this matchup, and that is a huge issue for top esports. If Cream starts falling behind there, a large amount of their damage goes with it.
Honky's been pulling up the Cassiopeia a little bit more regularly since the changes, since the patch changes specifically. Anyway, it's not just been into the rise, he's been looking for it in general. I think if he's able to lane like this and be as dominant as he is on this, I can see with this DFT that perhaps the Cassiopeia becomes more of a staple pick rather than just a counter pick in mid lane for players like Honky who seem very comfortable on this champion.
Cream just dropped that cannon minion too. He actually auto-attacked it at the wrong time, so he ends up losing that one by unforced error.
Loses a few more minions. Well, he only got one of those last few there, which feels really tough. Miasma to zone him off even more of the wave, feeling very tricky. He's got to be a bit careful of potential petrifying gaze combo, but instead does level up to 6 himself and throws out that arcane storm to get something back.
Bit of the Doonby kind of ultimate. So he uses the ult for kind of like a little bit of a chunk and wave control, so he can get himself a recall now, get himself back to next back, and also just regen nicely enough for him. Has boots and a mana crystal now, which will help him a little bit against the Cassiopeia. Still behind 10 CS in the kill, so behind 800 gold. That is the gold lead. Honky, I don't think he'll be forced into anything particularly nasty here. He'll have to back off the entire way, so he'll have a little bit of a slower recall. But Honky, really, really strong early lane. He is the difference between these two teams in terms of gold right now. Bot lane, even enough. Top lane, even enough, besides Xiaoshu's flash being down. Top esports, we said that their early game needed some work. It's not just through jungle pathing. Some of those early lanes a little bit off as well recently.
Yeah, JDG have managed to get leads in every game this series. Again, that last game was off very good level 1 planning to mess with Tien this time around. It's just being Honky saying, yeah, no, you don't get to play this Victor for free in this lane. Flash forward for the Miasma. Twin Fangs begin to come on board. The Petrifying Gaze a little wide there. The slow was good enough. Going to try and turn around for the Siphon Power, but the damage is still pretty good. Flash still blown though nonetheless.
It is. It takes half the HP off of Cream, but he uses the flash for it. Of course, it only stuns when you're facing towards them, so it was just there for the damage, really. I wonder if he's happy just to take the chunk. It means that Victor's going to be locked in lane with half HP until he can get a good reset off. We actually see both AD carries laning 1v1, which has been more of a common occurrence in, you know, recent patches. Cream, I think, will get a decent reset now. Can Cassiopeia stop the recall? No. So Victor will at least get a fine. That actually ends up being okay for Cream, because it's just flash down and Honky. Now maybe you can go for a big, you know, Seraphine combo once the level 6 ticks over.
And actually that reset does get Cream from those kind of components into the Lost Chapter, which is a significantly better back for the Victors. Hopefully with this one can just stay in the lane a little longer. Refill and boots enough there. Will cost a plate or so here, and we'll still lose half a wave, so it'll end up being 5 more CS to the advantage of Honky or so.
Swian gets that double E. Does he get the empowered W? Nobody will get the empowered Q on the way out, looks like.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's doing quite well against Xiaoxu here, actually. Arrow comes forwards.
Does manage to trade out well enough with the heal there from the Seraphine shield. So barrier traded back, but will be okay here.
Yeah, JDG trying to get some value out of these lanes. Now they're walking over. Tien could be in trouble here. He'll have to pop the ult early. He doesn't, and he also, his bot lane doesn't have the HP to fight this.
There's the Crescent Guard by some time. The pillar behind them. His Tien's got nowhere really to go. Can try flashing. Does so, but a flash and a bonk will secure it. Hongwei is here, but needs to reset real fast because I think Honky can just run at him here. Does get the Twin Fang forced to flash.
Yeah, I hoped he could use the heal to get out of
no.
difference there. Jackal pops the ult, but there's a polymorph, and they'll just run through the bot lane. Kill Tagala. JDG through the mid lane are taking over.
They absolutely are. Get the early prio, go in with Jundra into that jungle, take out Tien. The lane on bot lane had already been chunked out with that arrow, and it kind of all goes wrong from there. TP back into mid, so Cream just goes, I don't even get the second plate.
No, I mean, he denies a wave to turret, but the difference that it's led to across the map now is just disaster for JDG. Forces a lot of summoners out of top esports, and they just didn't correctly track where Honky was. Maybe they thought he would be on reset, but Tien's not been the force of nature, which we know he can be today. Not really. At least Swian's been uninterrupted in topside. We'll see whether he can do that. Remove speed from the Whimsy. Grabfield goes down.
Hongwei will land the beat drop. The Petrifying Gaze doesn't quite catch him, but he's going to get the knock-up regardless with that Wild Growth courtesy of Vampire. So Honky gets the kill onto the Songstress nonetheless, and this Cassiopeia is such a problem.
The Whimsy went wild there. The Whimsy was crazy to give them move speed. Cream would have been fine with the Grabfield, but then the Whimsy allowed Honky to just walk over it. I mean, credit to Honky. What an insane game he's having. We saw this versus, you know, like Invictus Gaming and NIP, right? Where they could get some great mid lane leads, but we didn't expect it to happen versus top esports. You had, you know, we were saying Cream was vying for second best mid in the league. He's now been, you know, he had a decent matchup versus Shanks, one good game, one bad game. Versus Honky in this series, I mean, it's largely been pretty even, but in his third game, Honky was tournament U1.
Yeah, I mean, game one wasn't fantastic. Zero was okay, but it was still, I think, Honky on the rise went up being the better member there. Game two, sure, Cream, good RE game, but this time around it has been very one-sided. It must be said, I think we're not miles off something like the Roa Saris, but I think a Ryalize goes hard this game with the Ashe. If you don't have that much engage, just slow people down and keep them playing with you.
Xiaoshu's just gone mini, flashing for the W, goes to the Dominus. Xiaoshu uses the hop away, has flash himself.
Tien can now look for the wind becomes lightning and potentially threatening them a bit more here. There's a flash on Xiaoshu. The slow comes on down. There is that flash, but they might keep looking forward to slice the dice up and available. Good cooldown counting. Svian will likely die to this turret shot, so it's still the 1-for-1.
Yeah, Tien ends up comboing up with him. It's the kill to both top laners as well. Honky, man, he's just going to hit another Q. He's going to almost kill him again.
Keep running, I think, at him. He's got the flash. Does it matter? Does get the burn! The last Q is wide. Honky dies, but the burn's enough with the DFT.
1-for-1. That is better for Cream. It gives him a lot of gold back. Remember, he was like 800 to 900 ahead. It's cut off about 200 of that lead. That's a shutdown. Cream's actually happy with that, remember, because his passive gets stacks from kills and assists too. So the Victor does come out on top of that. A bit too far from Honky just this once.
Yeah, does, however, earn themselves the dragon because there's no way the Victor could get involved. So, hey, still comes with an additional prize. As Gala can now potentially run at Jackie here as well. He's got the Hex Optics early. Has become the new Ashe staple, especially with the Ardent Center behind. The attack speed's good. Let's have a look at this replay again, because Honky just runs at him.
Yeah, I mean, Cream really wanted the wave clear, gets it, has the E upgrade already, manages to get the Q, and just realizes I can just space far enough. Last Q doesn't hit, and Cream does still die to that burn, though, as you're saying. Deathfire Touch getting good value, because the E single target keeps the duration to keep it ticking over.
You know, I think if Honky hadn't stopped for that Q, he gets out of range.
It's close. It is really close, actually. Again, you can see the Deathfire Touch proccing on both of them there. That's that little purple haze around them. All in his brain. Yeah, all right. Fungo is coming topside now. Xiaoshu doesn't have the flash still, but will safely get away.
JDG, 2 dragons to the good, largely stacking well in terms of their quest as well. Junger's now coming mid. Cream, remember, doesn't have the flash after that last play. Petrifying Gaze slow. Graviton, not Robert Graviton. The Glitter Lance slow is also good. More burn, he's dead. Nicely done. Honky flash. He's still going to take the turret shot. At that point, don't flash. You've done your work and will die. Trian just about survives on the other side on. That's about 30 HP. The Glitter Lance from the picks was nearly good, you're right, but survives nonetheless.
Yeah, I just had to check that timing. I mean, Cream's actually happy with this. The gold lead in mid lane is actually going down. Honky's actually making some mistakes here. I think he's realizing how strong he is, but he's then over pushing it. Cream, he's basically got an extra 50 stacks towards his upgrades. He's effectively going to be on you know, he's going to be onto his Q upgrade very, very soon, which is that I think the Q upgrade for Victor is so important in this matchup because the move speed to disengage after the E is really, really important. Top lane's going completely fine for both sides. I don't think either side is like getting what they really want out of this so far. I'd even argue it's slightly better for Swian because it's really the Gnar who wants the side lane advantage. Right. Asher is going it's going on to Victor. He doesn't have the flash. It's going to hit him.
Oh, it was close. Nice idea. Doesn't quite land. I appreciate the look, and thanks to the observers for tracking the inbound missile. Cream looking for a bit more damage, or rather, Honky looking for a bit more damage on Cream. There can't quite land that noxious blast.
Yeah, Cream's doing quite well at sidestepping him now. Now he's got the upgraded boots. He's gone for the pen boots, by the way, not going for the defensive ones at all. If Cream can actually make it through this laning phase, it is genuinely huge for him. I think that Victor's got so much more from that. I'm really flashing in. Wow, okay.
He's got the Titanic Hydra, so the knock-up timing is very short. In comes Rian as well. He's got his own Hydra, and the combo is good. They get that kill on the Gnar. Junger gets one in mid, though, as Cream is flash chomped by the Trundle.
Oh, Cream has been focused on so hard. As we said, if they manage to get out of this laning phase, great. Well, it's been really hard come by for that. JDG still have a 2.5k gold lead. Now, we were kind of questioning, you know, how's the composition going to work? Hang on, that's a full CC chain there. He doesn't have ult just yet, Honky.
He can keep running at that potentially. Won't quite have enough damage. Would have been a bit scary, so they'll just take that trade and force the reset a little bit there. Top turret is traded for bot, so again, at the very least, Tien and Xion doing their best to be as useful as possible. Look at that replay in the picture-in-picture. It's just walk in and pillar.
Walk in and pillar. The Victor, really good. If he actually gets out of early game and can start surviving through to these team fights, I mean, there's actually a chance that the Encore beats the kill. It was a bit too high HP, maybe? Questions. Well, Cream doesn't have something like the phase rush anymore because that's gone. Recall stopped. Onto Honky, that's quite important. You really want to make sure that he's not at waves as quickly as he could be. Gold lead from mid lane starting to build up a little bit more. Gala can actually run it. Jackalove now, he might need to flash.
There's the barrier. Does need to flash, and Gala just follows. Vampire gets it with a little bit of assistance from Pix and the Glitter Lance, and they just get the 2v1 kill.
And Gala actually had the arrow up just as he died, just as Jackalove died as well, so we had another piece to throw at him. Jackalove not having the easiest time. Typically had the better of Gala across his career, but Gala having a good series here, or at least a good game 3 here today. It's a 3,000 gold lead. The early game from JDG once again working out really well. Top Esports, the team which are kind of tasked with coming back from the early pressure. Vampire's a 1.5k lead, by the way.
2-0-2, baby.
You could argue that lead is actually a little bit false in points because he's taken 2 of the kills. Nice to get some of them, but it's not quite it's not quite the case of something like that Imperial Mandate, right, on a Nami, which really changes things.
I mean, Ardent Sensor definitely helped there for Gala between that and the Q. The attack speed was real high. Either way, Jackie disrespected it, didn't expect to get blown up that one time. We're going to have a TP behind. Here we go.
Next, and the Victor's teleporting late. Here comes Swian.
Oh, flashes to try and find fight. Doesn't get initially miasma, but he's going to get turned into a snowman briefly by that polymorph. They've still blown up the Ashu flash to kill off Jackalove. That's the price of that play. Can maybe look back towards this Herald with a man advantage should they so choose. Honku actually gets slowed down by the Arc of Ruin. Now he's a bit slow as he has to kind of speed himself away with the passive. Just about gets out of range.
They're choosing not to go towards the Herald. They really want Dragon instead. They're choosing to not go Herald. That's where they're going. Cream a little bit more damage there, but realistically you don't want to be in range of the Cassiopeia. You can't position like this, Cream. That's really quite dangerous. Not happy with his positioning there. Dragon should be going over to top esports. He realized JDG had to. Don't want to give him a third. They'll go over towards it. Junjin no flash to contest. That will be a break in the Dragon stacking.
Ash on route has arrow, but won't burn it. They don't want to contest regardless. Would have been a bit too much. And with Xiaoshu going top, they decide against making that play, looking rather for the gold and for this Herald, which I think will be the easier prize.
Yeah, I mean, breaking the Dragon stacking helps. It really does that. Teleport behind, just about spotted out in time right now, but it's too late. Flashes for him, gets the W off. They can't quite get the polymorph in time. You know, there was a match last split where Vampo was playing the Lulu into Bin's Renekton and he just polymorphed him on the engage. This is what happens when you have better vision control as the Renekton into the Lulu, and you engage at the right time. The Lulu's polymorph is not nearly as consistent as disengage as you might think. Hang on, Swing could actually get chased down here. You've got to be careful with that. You're not landing though. And Sweon will make it out to safety.
Mikhail's done from Fongyue, makes things a little different again. Your ability to pick people off a little bit harder here. Like, your DPS check is good. And again, there is a world where, like, you step in and Honku just gets to run at you, because everyone's going to be in threat range, realistically, of this Cassiopeia. And yes, you will have this point where the Seraphine Shield, alongside the Crescent Guard and everything else, and it is Dusk and Dawn for Tien.
Oh, very cool. We do have that. Cool. So a different Shinzao build. It's a lot more about the healing. See whether he goes to something like the Shiv, which applies your on hit onto everything. One of the big things about Shinzao is that a lot of his AP ratios were increased this patch, and a lot of his like base values were put down just a little bit. It does give you some real good value. Dusk and Dawn also gives you healing, not unlike a Sunderer, but it gives you on a Sheen proc instead. Xiaoshu, I could actually run at him potentially. Nope, doesn't spot him on the recall there. 1,000 gold lead to Honku off of what has been an exceptional early game. No, Cream took the Victor matchup. We've definitely seen Cassiopeias and Victors have close matchups before. Deathfire Touch, I think, really helping Cassiopeia in the matchup, because I think when you go E for Q against the Victor, the Cassiopeia is likely to land another E afterwards. You only got one Q from the Victor, which means that you get way more Deathfire proc activation time from the Cassiopeia. You pretty much always have Deathfire Touch up as Honku. Gala might look for an arrow here as if the observers aren't baiting us, which maybe they are here. Tien does have flash, ease over towards the red buff though.
Does indeed. Gets the little knock up there as well, gets a good combo onto it, should smite that down and does so quite swiftly. Honku potentially threatening Cream, lands the Petrifying Gaze slow, the arrow lands. That's a dead Victor, there's no way out here. Deathfire Touch and a Noxious Blast is all that's required there to sink some fangs.
Dude, Honku is playing so well. He's finding these kill angles out of almost nowhere, and Cream has died 5 times in 19 minutes. I don't even think Cream has played it like exceptionally badly. I think he's made some mistakes in how he stepped into some trades, but he's clearly just getting outstatted, and at that point there, you cannot afford to walk close to Fog of War. It feels bad, because where can you step at that point?
Yeah, I mean, part of this might be just saying Honku saying, I just think Cassiopeia is a good matchup into Victor right now. And I wonder if there's some truth to that, and because it feels like at the minute, Cassiopeia largely has better trading windows at most times in the game right now.
Look, I've played a decent amount of both champions. I think that the Victor definitely has ways to at least stop the bleeding in the matchup. I think that's what Cream hasn't done so much. He hasn't been able to stop the bleeding. He's been walking up into Q range. At this point, you should just be able to wave clear after a certain while, especially once you get E upgrade. You just wave clear for free. The problem is, in this kind of game, you do want to provide your jungle with some pressure, but he's not been able to do so, particularly earlier on into the game. Tried to push up, couldn't quite manage to do so. Honku is about to hit his 10-stack Rod of Ages as well, walking over, gets it now.
Ooh, there's the Miasma, sees that level up, Cream's coming over, goes over the Miasma, gets knocked up by the Wild Growth into the Petrifying Gaze, back off, cooldown! Tien just get that Crescent Guard down, but doesn't get enough healing down, everyone flies into him, into the back, and the Encore extension means Vampire dies. Goodbye Lulu, Xiaoshu nearly at the Mega though, makes this really spicy. Junja also quite low as we are trying to heal up, can't quite. Flash for the Mega Knight, flash away on the other side as Gala goes in, with the volleys and the slows, and the Rangers focus, down they go, the slows are there, the pillar follows, and Gala says, well, that'll do just fine for a tombstone. Stick the bodies right where they lie.
This Cassiopeia is utterly game warping. Much like game 1, Junja was the player to warp the game around his individual power. Honku does it in game 3. JDG couldn't find that in game 2, but Top Esports in this third game, it feels like they have just fallen far too far behind against the Cassiopeia. The Deathfire Touch is crazy, and Tien tries to go in for a Titanic Hydra, and I just wonder whether he had to pop the ult early. If he tries to go in for the burst, not everyone was in position. I understand you feel desperate, but Tien, you know, almost works out very nearly. Honku manages to flash away, though it has the upgraded Merc Treads. The Encore doesn't last nearly as long as it needs to. Almost what Top Esports need. Just a little too far behind. Don't have enough damage on the Victor. Xiaoshu forces out like a million summoners there. And Gala has enough move speed to run him down.
Yeah, dodged out on that beat drop a little earlier on as well. That route might have stopped Gala from running at them as well. Either way, ends up with a significant number of kills going the way of JDG. Now 6,000 gold to the good. There's not a lot really I think Top Esports get to do from this stage in the game.
No, not at all. Top Esports well and truly dealt with. JDG, we asked the question before this match, can they truly hang with the top teams in the way they did last split, with anyone's Legends revival, with Top Esports being such a force in this regular split? Top Esports are just the first of 3 teams that JDG will face in this week, and they're all top teams. Top Esports, BLG, Anyone's Legend. JDG, it's a tough schedule. I thought that actually that would work against them today, but they've really worked out well. Arrow onto Fungyue, won't do that much though. Chooses not to use the Mikhails, and he's correct in that there.
Honestly, I worried about JDG as the game went through to mid-game. So, well, where are they going to find their picks? Are they going to run into this issue with Crescent Guard renecting with the Seraphine behind them? The DPS check going to get a bit tricky? And that's not been the issue, really, because I think the fact that this Cassie appears to be able to run at people with the Lulu behind them, it's been enough CC.
Oh, really good pillar from Junja. They're trying to go for another, like, quick play again. See something over in Onivia's chat saying, oh, how is LPL the second best region? Absolute clown show. Excuse me, this is the best region in the world. We won first stand until MSI. You can't prove us otherwise. Is it a clown show? Sometimes, but I look at this and I see some very entertaining, and also, did you see T1's games recently? I'm sorry. Also,
HLEs have been very entertaining.
I'm so sorry. If you think you are better, then show us your clean gameplay.exe. I am yet to see it on the other side of it. JDG, I think they played very well around rallying around Honky. I think the strategy has been clear. One player gets ahead, you rally around them and make the game about them. That's not something that every team does very well. Mid lane turret about to fall down. Junja is going into the encore as 3-man from Fungyue.
Oh, that's good. Jonku just about falls. Snakeskin into Gara as well, and TN gets to keep running. Oh, no. JDG, they might have just thrown it.
I mean, do you want an encore? Top Esports used Fungyue's ultimate to make some magic happen. This support from Top Esports is not going quietly into the night.
I did wonder. I told you in the draft, I said, look, there's a lot of really good ways to extend an encore. That's fine. I don't think very many people will deal with it well. They don't, Alex. They don't at all.
That is wonderful. They think that the CC is going on to Junja. Fungyue makes a 90-degree turn and flings just a broadside of CC into Honky, Gala, and Vampire. We'll see a replay of that, but Fungyue, this is a support which I don't think many people expected great things of. This is a great ultimate. Wonderful. Into the 3-man stun afterwards from the E. Jackulov gets to rip onto them, as does Tien. Wonderful team fight. That gets them a lot of gold back, including a shutdown onto Honky. They have to chase down Vampire a little longer, but he can't escape with the little Lulu. Fantastic ultimate from Fungyue. Does it solve the game? No. This is still a difficult game for Top Esports, but that is a light in the dark for them.
Yeah, the Yunara and the Shinzao do quite a lot of work, whereas most people are doing somewhere between 0 and 500 damage on the other side. Is kind of wild. That halved the gold lead.
And who does it give it to? Well, I suppose a decent amount of that went over towards Jackulov, who was a very far away from Gala. Tien gets a decent amount of gold there too, actually. I mean, the gold leads are still significant for the side of Honky and Gala. I mean, Vampire, as we said, has 1.5k of that, and he has his own Mikhails here, right? Which will definitely help for a single target, not multiple, but single. Can Top Esports find a way back through this? JDG, I mean, we were saying they were rallying around the single individual powerful member. But one thing we said about Game 2 is that actually when there is a bad fight, sometimes they just pile onto a bad fight and they just hope for the best. That was not a good fight. They end up just kind of following the leader into their doom.
All right, eyes on the time and stop your screen. 1.5 minutes till Soul is available for JDG. 15 seconds after that will be the Baron. I think both of those will be likely on the chopping block. Especially if a fight goes well enough for one team, it could be a 2-for-1 special.
Dare I say it, I almost feel like Fungyue is like the player of the series, even if they lose. Like, the Pike was doing everything with no resources. Fantastic Alistair. And, I mean, in another game, that is a game-winning encore. Fantastic play from this young support. It may still will be. Tien needs to be careful here, going into the W onto 3 people as he jumps forwards. Where's the encore?
Tien is so damn tanky for a second until the encore comes up. Look at the healing! Riftmaker and tries to keep going. Can't be quite enough as he gets split apart. Jackie's down an awkward trade with OnQ, but he's dead. Junja flashes in for the bonk, and they get that one. Fungyue is left alone as Xiaoxu gets the flash for that boomerang. And the moment we began to wonder, Top Esports just don't have enough in the tank. And this time Gala gets to rip through the backline health.
It is so hard to play the Shinzao, and I think that will be the game. It was a titanic effort from Fungyue, but JDG across the individual performances are just that step better. The first of 3 series of great importance here in week 6. JDG start off with a 2-1.
It was a close run thing for a second or two there. You began to wonder, but a failed Baron play does not a failed game make Jingdong Gaming absolutely clap back against Top Esports and find themselves with a critical 2-1 victory. and tie the series score with their rivals in this series.
Top Esports lose another series. They were our first place team, and yet they cannot keep themselves abreast of the top. JDG will draw even now with the chasing pack to BLG, and Honkyu in that third game was magnificent.
Yeah.
He is the player of the game for this third one, no doubt. Fantastic game from him. Top Esports need to work on their drafts in their early game. I'm really worried for Top Esports going forwards from here, because it does feel as though their early game has not been well considered. I think that they fell behind too much in every game. Cream in that third game definitely did get the second best of that matchup. Perhaps that'll have to be a revisiting of what they expect from Victor versus Cassiopeia. Honky, fantastic there. But even then, you know, TN, I don't think had a good game in any three of them. The second one, he clawed his way back into it, but even fell behind there. Game 3, I think if he is even in that game, perhaps things go a little better for them. I think going into the late game, you know, that last engage didn't get onto the Cassiopeia, was away from the clump. I think it was a bad engage from TN. Gala, very good series from him. We're going to go down the list. Shashi, I suppose a little mixed there. Junja, some fantastic, some awful as we come to expect. Great game, great 3 from Cream. Bot lane, largely solid throughout, actually.
Yeah.
Largely solid throughout. Very good game from Vampire in game 1 and in game 3 on the Lulu. On the side of Top Esports, the report card looks a lot worse. I think that Suyan looks very vulnerable without counterpick. I think that Tien is not grasping the early game as well as he was. And I think that mid lane, you think about Honkyu, not bad until that third game where things really fell apart. I think that enemy players were coming into his lane very well. Bot lane, Jack a little off, but I think Fungo is fantastic.
He really tried, guys.
I'd argue Fungo is the best player of that series, even in the losing series. It's a hard call.
I mean, Junja had 2 very good games, one very poor one.
Yeah.
I think Vampire largely played a pretty good series. He's probably one of the 2 supports, actually, on average, actually.
Yeah, I think that player of the series, I mean, you give it to the winning team. I would actually give it to Fungo. I think he was fantastic, but because you have to give it to the winning team. I mean,
Junja had a good
maybe Gala, actually. I think that Gala, I think either of the bot laners is fine, actually. Gala,
I think
Gala or
Vampire for me,
Vampire.
probably. I think he had a very good bar game. He had a pretty solid game there in the Lulu as well.
Sure, I think that, I mean, the Nico is a little bit weaker, but then again, everyone on that team felt a little worse there. I think that either Gala or Vampire is a very valid choice for player of the series across the average.
Oh, that's a fun one. It was a fun series, and I'm glad to see it was competitive. I think that Cassiopeia became more of a problem than they thought it would be. I suspect Honkyu gets player of the game, but not player of the series, if that makes sense.
That would be my vote as well. So that's the end of our LPL coverage for today. What are your plans, Sam?
I am casting the Marvel Rivals Grassroots Tournament finals this evening, so that would be what I'm doing from about 7 p.m. But probably means I probably shouldn't do a stream after, because my voice might not allow for that. I could use a couple hours just to go do some research and get myself locked in, so we might have to just pause on
So I've got a podcast later, so I'm going to go quickly off here as well. So if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll go find someone new to raid over to as well. We appreciate everyone joining in. If you'd like to donate to the Ko-fi, keep us paying rent. If you want to see these streams more, you got to donate or
please do
or subscribe. It genuinely is the only reason that we can keep doing these things. We're luckily just about making it by for now, but with a lot of work for, you know, mid-stream earnings, which is not always the easiest. We appreciate you. Hello to you, Soycrom, as well. Okay, if you're on YouTube, show will end now. If you're on Twitch, we'll radio over some. Thank you, everyone, for joining us once again today.
You're great, guys. We love you.
We wouldn't do this if we didn't have such a great community like yourselves. Let me go find someone to radio over to. Have a look, see. Oh, that's... Okay, we're going to radio over to Lexi. He's a good friend of ours playing some Riftbound. So enjoy them. If you're on YouTube, we'll see you soon.